The last time we were here, counting down the seconds until polls closed in a Tasmanian election was just 483 days ago. Back then, Jeremy Rockliff won his Liberal Party a record fourth consecutive term, but he led a government deep in minority.
It was propped up by a minor party that disintegrated within months, and plagued by scandal, an ailing budget and the baggage of a decade in power, the government didn't even make it halfway through its term. And today Tasmanians have once again gone to the polls to determine who will govern them in the next term of Parliament, however long that lasts.
It's been dubbed the election that no one wanted or expected, and it was sparked by a no confidence motion in the Premier, backed by Labor MPs and crossbenchers.
The Liberal Party's management of the state's finances, the botched delivery of 2 new ferries and the proposed AFL stadium here in Hobart are all on the ballot tonight. But can this election deliver the stability many crave?
Labor needs to make some serious gains to be the largest party in the Tasmanian Parliament and heads into this election well short of what's required. But as the Liberal Party knows only too well, there's a big difference between having the most seats and having a stable governing majority.
Can Jeremy Rockliff defy political history again and deliver the Liberals a record 5th term in government? We're about to find out.
So for the 4th time in 7 years, Australia's last remaining tally room is primed and ready, and we're about to start counting the votes. Live from Nipaluna, Hobart, welcome to Tasmania Votes.
Hello and welcome to the Hotel Grand Chancellor here in Hobart and Australia's only remaining tally room. I'm Guy Stayner.
And I'm Sabra. It's fantastic to have your company. It's just gone 6 p.m. in Tasmania, which means that voting has ended and counting is now getting underway.
And the upside of this surprise and very early election is that the ABC's new Chief Elections Analyst, Casey Briggs, makes his debut tonight. Casey, welcome to Tasmania. It's terrific to see you at the touchscreen. Set us up tonight. What is the current state of play with the Tasmanian Parliament and how has it changed since the last election?
Thrilled to be here, Guy. I had the Chief Elections Analyst job title for 4 days when that motion of no confidence passed through the Parliament. Fair to say I'm here faster than expected, but nice to be here in the tally room. Let's wind back in time. Let's go back, not all that far, to March 2024. This is the Parliament that was elected then. 14 Liberal members, 10 Labor members. There were 5 Greens, 3 Independents, and of course 3 members of the Jackie Lambie Network. The Liberal Party and their 14 members, well, they found the support of the Jackie Lambie Network and an independent, David O'Byrne. Christy Johnston, the independent, also agreed to pass the government's budget, and that meant Premier Jeremy Rockliff could remain in office. But we all know we're here today. This Parliament didn't last all that long in that shape, and here is the Parliament that we have today in the starting line for this election. 14 Liberal members, 10 Labor, 5 Greens, and the Jackie Lambie Network disintegrated. 2 members expelled from the party. Jackie Lambie then basically calling it quits on state politics, saying, we're not running candidates again with that party. So those 3 Jackie Lambie members we're now calling others. One of them is running in this election as an independent. 2 of them running with the Nationals, trying to gain a foothold in state politics.
Now, Casey, you're starting off as our Chief Elections Analyst with an election under the Hare-Clark system. For mainlanders watching on and for Tasmanians who might need a refresher, how does that all work?
There's a lot that's unique about Tasmanian elections, Sabra. The tally room, for one, there's wonderful space we're in tonight. The randomisation of candidates on the ballot, the fact that there's no how to vote cards on election day, and the very electoral system, the Hare-Clark system. We've got 5 electorates, I should say, in Tasmania, the same that are used in federal elections. Bass and Braden in the north, Clark and Franklin in the south, and Lyons across the rest of the state. And each of them elect 7 members. 7 members roughly in proportion to the share of the primary vote that the parties get in those seats. And that means, well, it's a system that tends to produce governments when major parties are getting, vote figures in the 30s like they do these days, tends to produce either minority governments or, if they do get to majority, very slim majority governments. So we'll see where things land today. Both parties start a fair way short of a majority. To get a majority, you need 3 seats in every electorate, a 4th in 3 of them. And I don't think there are many people that expect that to happen tonight.
Thank you, Casey. We look forward to you crunching the numbers for us tonight. Now, let's introduce you to our panel. We're joined tonight by ABC Radio Tasmania's Leon Compton and the host of ABC Tassicast podcast, Airlie Ward.
Good evening.
We also have the Liberal member for Franklin, Erica Betts, and Labor member in the Upper House, Sarah Lovell.
And the former Greens leader and now the first Greens member in the Upper House, Cassie O'Connor. Welcome. It's great to have you all here. Now, the aim tonight is to ditch the political messaging and the talking points. I know that's going to be difficult for some of you, but we are looking forward to hearing your insights tonight. First to you, Leon, how do you see tonight unfolding?
How do I see it? What I'm hoping to see, Guy, is a level of political maturity that too often is hard to find in Tasmanian political life. If you think about where we are as a state at the moment, we've got a massive decision about energy infrastructure only days away for whomever forms government after this election. Billions of dollars, decades of involvement in what our power prices and our industry looks like. We've got a stadium that whomever forms government is need to get it built competently and quickly, if that's the will of the Parliament, and a health system that has challenges, requires more money than ever, and better outcomes seem really hard to find. This is all at a time when Tasmania, if we're not there already, is on the precipice of a fiscal cliff. And so the question is, will we see the maturity tonight to actually really start to grapple with those big issues in ways that are collaborative and that don't mean we're back here in 12 months' time?
Airlie, what are the key elements that you're looking for tonight?
Well, picking up from what Leon said there, all the polls there are suggesting we are heading towards another minority government. I'll be interested to see who's punished the most and who's punished the least. It's supposed to be grand final night, but by the looks of things, no one's going to be taking home the flag. I'll be interested as well in seeing, maybe at the end of counting, the number of informal votes and how many of those in fact are deliberate as opposed to accidental, because nobody that I have spoken to has gone, woohoo, we're off to another election. There is a bit of anger in the electorate. But on top of that, I don't think there are the concerns about minority government that there once was a decade ago. A lot of people are going, I'm not voting for them, I'm going independent or here or there or wherever.
Erica Betts, the Liberal Party currently has 14 members on the lower house. What does success look like for the Liberal Party tonight?
Well, getting the majority, or not the majority, but the most seats will clearly enable Jeremy Rockliff to consider the future, and that is what we're hopeful for. That's what we're considering, and I have every expectation that at the end of tonight, the Liberal Party will be holding more seats than the Labor Party.
But you don't think the Liberals will have a majority?
Look, we have campaigned for majority government. That is what we want. The Labor Party clearly would want the same. The Greens would want the same. Everybody that's in this context wants to be a majority government. The question is, if no party gets a majority, then who should form government? And I think common sense tells us that the party that wins the most seats should be considered as the first cab off the rank.
Right, Sarah, I'm interested to hear from you. What does success look like for the Labor Party and for Dean Winter?
Yeah, well, obviously success for us. We would love to see voters coming back towards Labor. We didn't see as much of that as we would have liked last time round, but I think we also know that there's a number of independent candidates running, and the independents that tend to put their hands up seem to be more on that progressive side of politics. There are not a lot of Conservative-aligned independents running, so there's more options for progressive voters out there these days. But I think, in terms of who wins the most seats, look, we're in a very different political environment than we have been, a number of elections ago, and I don't know that it's fair to say that the party with the most seats automatically gets to claim victory. I think that's making a lot of assumptions on behalf of the crossbench and who might be on that crossbench and decisions that they will have to make.
Do you think Labor can do better than 10 seats, what it did at the last election?
I think we can, yes. I would like to see us pick up some extra seats, and I would be expecting to see that tonight.
Cassie O'Connor, the Greens are the only established party that have been campaigning against a stadium. With the anti-stadium sentiment throughout Tasmania, you must be expecting the Greens vote to grow tonight.
Well, I think it will grow. Obviously, for us, success looks like holding the 5 seats, winning back Braden. And, you know, I think we're in the chase for a second seat, potentially in Bass. But certainly on the doors, when you're talking to people, there's a couple of things that are coming through really strongly. Voters have lost the ability to tell the difference between the Liberal and Labor parties. They're furious about this unaffordable stadium, and for the first time in my experience of door knocking, people are talking about the state budget in an informed and deeply worried way. And so that's the backdrop for this election. And I mean, you know, I'm no psophologist, but I really can't see us heading anywhere except into a minority government, and that means it's on all of us to take responsibility and to make it work and to behave like grown-ups in the interests of the people of Tasmania.
Well, we're here about 3 years earlier than expected. Tasmania has 4-year terms, but a no-confidence motion brought an end to Jeremy Rockliff's minority government just 16 months after the last state poll.
State political reporter Adam Langenberg explains how we ended up back in the tally room so soon after the last time.
Just last year, Tasmanians headed to the polls for an early election.
I look forward to the next 4 years.
The Liberals were hoping for another 4-year term, but that's not how things played out. So how have we ended up here at another election night so soon? Let's walk through it. Last year's election night here at the tally room was at least a little bit confusing. Returning Premier Jeremy Rockliff claimed victory.
An historic 4th consecutive win for the Liberal Party of Tasmania,
despite falling 4 seats short of a majority. And Labor leader Rebecca White wasn't willing to concede defeat immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot that's unclear about tonight.
The Liberals eventually formed a minority government in April, but a fair bit of wheeling and dealing was needed to secure the support of 4 crossbenchers, required to keep the Premier in the top job for another term. Jeremy Rockliff first signed an agreement with the 3 members of a party new to state politics, the Jackie Lambie Network.
We're not career politicians, we're just normal people that have just want to try and make a difference.
A pivotal confidence and supply agreement was struck with independent David O'Byrne, a former Labor MP, while independent Christy Johnston also agreed to pass the budget. Meanwhile, Labor went through change as well. Rebecca White stepped aside after her 3rd straight election defeat as leader.
Ready when you are.
Making way for Dean Winter to take on the top job. The House could finally settle, and its 35 residents started to get down to business. But a few months in, things started to get chaotic. In August, Jackie Lambie kicked Rebecca Pentland and Miriam Beswick out of her network.
Let's try to give ordinary Tasmanians a go in politics. That has obviously not worked.
The long-time senator claiming they were too cosy with the government and didn't represent the party's values. The 2 now independents quickly signed new supply and confidence agreements with the government. Andrew Jenner remained with the JLN and didn't sign a new deal with the government, leaving its numbers in Parliament 1 vote short. Another political storm was brewing. The Spirit of Tasmania replacement project began causing huge headaches for the government, even leading to international headlines.
A brand new ship which should be sailing to Tasmania.
Spirits 4 and 5, being built in Finland, were almost ready to start sailing Bass Strait. But it turned out the new berth for them to dock at was years away and hundreds of millions of dollars over budget.
I have an important announcement to make.
In the end, Deputy Premier and Infrastructure Minister Michael Ferguson resigned over the saga, a day before a no-confidence vote in him was set to succeed. A year on, the Spirits are still a big issue for the government, with Spirit 4 soon set to arrive in Tasmania after a failed bid to lease it out. The other big feature on this political journey, plans for an AFL stadium at Macquarie Point.
Pro stadium.
I think the stadium's at the bottom.
Against the stadium.
It's the Liberals' pet project, and while Labor took an anti-stadium stance to last year's election, they're now in lockstep on the vision, under Dean Winter's leadership. MPs were set to vote on special legislation to allow it to be built just before Parliament came tumbling down. meaning whether the stadium and a Tasmanian AFL team go ahead is mired in uncertainty. The passage of the budget was also a challenge on the political landscape. The figures in May revealed a mountain of debt, projected to grow to almost $11 billion in 4 years' time.
This is a frightening set of numbers.
A week after that, Dean Winter took everyone by surprise, promising to move a no-confidence motion in the Premier. And he had the numbers. Jeremy Rockliff had long said he'd ask for an early election if a no-confidence motion in him passed. And he stuck to his word.
I will fight for my last breath.
Which brings us back to the tally room for the second state election in 2 years and the fourth in 7 years. The unexpected campaign has been much lower profile than usual, but there have still been some eyebrow-raising promises, like 10 bulk-billed GP clinics and a new government-run insurance company. But will the pledges be enough for either major party to gain a majority of seats? Or will Tasmanians still have to wait for weeks of wheeling and dealing before knowing what a new government could look like?
That was state political reporter Adam Langenberg there. Now we've hauled the big board back across Bass Strait and it's here with us in the tally room again tonight. Selina Bryan, take us through what it is and how it works.
That's right, Sabra. This is the big board and it helps us to see the big picture. And it also will help us tonight to answer the big question, and that's whether either major party will be able to form a majority government. Let's take a look at whether that's a realistic goal. In order to do that, a party needs to win four seats in at least 3 electorates, and they need to win 3 in the remaining 2. Let's first take a look at the Liberals' potential pathway to power. So they need to make gains. They're most likely to make gains in Bass and Braden, though they did lose votes there at the election last year. They have 2 new candidates, though, in Bridget Archer in Bass and Gavin Pearce in Braden, both former federal MPs. In Clark, that's the Liberals' Achilles heel. As you can see, they only have 2 seats there at the moment, and they're unlikely to gain a third tonight. And that's because it's an inner city electorate that tends to favour the Greens and Independents. In Franklin and Lyons, they already have 3 seats, and it will be a challenge to see them gain a 4th in either of those due to losing votes there last year as well. So what about Labor? In Bass, Labor picked that up at the federal election, and it's not out of the question to see them gain a 3rd seat there tonight, though they are losing long-standing member Michelle O'Byrne. If they're to pick up a 3rd tonight, it's quite likely to come from Rebecca Pentland's seat. She was elected last year under the Jackie Lambie network and is now contesting as an independent. Labor won Braden at the federal election as well, but it's much more of a challenge for them to pick that up at the state level. They'd need to see significant growth in their vote to get a 3rd seat in that seat. In Clark, they are hopeful of getting a 3rd seat in that electorate, but they face much the same challenge of the Liberals, that there is that strong minor and independent vote. In Franklin, independent MP David O'Byrne was a veteran Labor member. So if he's re-elected, it's almost impossible to see the Labor Party pick up a 3rd seat there. In Lyons, the Labor Party also really needs to get a 3rd seat. They're hopeful they can do that with another former federal MP, Brian Mitchell. So you can see Labor came into this election with 10 seats. Now that's a long way from the 18 seats that they need to form a majority government. And if based on the projections that we've seen during the campaign, they're actually more likely to finish closer to that 10 seats rather than the 18. So Guy and Sabra, it is possible we're headed for another minority parliament. We'll have to see how the results play out as the night goes on.
Thank you, Selina. Well, usually after elections, the Electoral Commissioner has time to evaluate how the mechanics of the last election worked and make any necessary changes for the next one. But with just 16 months between state polls, there's been no time for tinkering. Leon Compton has grabbed a microphone on the hunt for Tasmania's Electoral Commissioner somewhere on the tally room floor. Where are you, Leon?
I'm not far from where you are, Guy. Hello there. Hello, panel. And so behind the panel that you can see tonight, we're in a space that could reasonably be described as a ballroom, and it's the host of Tasmania's election count. the tally room, the last of its kind in Australia. And so over the next 4 hours, we're going to see people coming in here, members of the public filing down to say g'day. There's Jay and Julie over there. Hello, Julie. Hello, Jay. They've just filed in. Not got a dog in the fight. They just want to see a little bit of democracy in the raw. There's going to be parents bringing their kids in. Some of them will be dressed in their jammies so they're ready for bed when they get home. They'll be down tonight. And then, of course, as the evening goes on, we're going to see all three of our leaders stand at the podium behind me, leader of the Labor, the Liberal Party and the Greens, no doubt with different sentiments in their tones, and talking about the election. That means their supporters will all be gathered here live and together. It's a great part of democracy. Andrew Hawkey is Tasmania's Electoral Commissioner. Andrew, good evening to you.
Good evening, Leon.
It's a winter election. It will have been dark while a lot of Tasmanians voted, and the wind's been up today around Tasmania. What can you tell us from how things have played out at the polling stations around the state?
Yes, it's been a bit of a challenging day with the weather and the extreme wind and a bit of rain coming late in the day, and we did lose a few polling places for very short periods of time, but thankfully all were up before 6 o'clock, so we'll keep going with the counting tonight.
Right, the power went out at Zeehan for a little while.
Yes, around 5 o'clock, went out for about 20 minutes, I think, but it's all back and running, so everything's good.
Right. We're about to catch up with Alex Alvaro at one of our pre-poll counting centres today. She'll give us some of the numbers around the pre-poll. We know it's been large. But why, Andrew? Tasmanians are asking, why have so many of us voted early this election? Why?
It is a growing trend in Australia for people to early vote, but I think the school holidays really made an impact. So we ended up with about 20,000 more pre-poll votes this year than last year, but we can see most of that occurred in that first week before the school holidays. So I think people were doing the right thing, making sure they voted before they were heading off overseas or interstate.
Right, let's talk about the sort of timeframes. We've got Casey ready to start crunching the numbers as they come in. So when will they start to arrive? What can you tell us about how things will reveal themselves and from where throughout the night?
It's great that we can be the first Casey election event, so we're really happy with that. We should see figures coming in from around 10 to 7, and they'll be the small ones in small polling places in Braden and Lyons usually. They usually have about 150 to 200 votes, but then once we get past 7:15, we'll get a good run of them coming in across the mid-sized polling places.
Guy mentioned that this is Tasmania's, or rather Australia's, last tally room, and that, you know, we haven't had much time to evolve since last election, only 16 months ago. Are we going to hang on to it, Andrew? It's a wonderful thing to have. How do you see the presence of the tally room?
I think the tally room is a really important aspect of our elections, and so do the other members of the Commission. It's a great point of transparency where people from their homes or coming into the tally room can come and see democracy on the screens. They can see the results coming in and they can hear from the leaders. And I think that's the best way to keep the transparency and hopefully trust in a democratic process in Tasmania.
So it's interesting. You think it's got quite a sort of strategic or philosophically important role in how Tasmanians understand and can access democracy?
I do, and I think that with being a small state, we are closer to people, and a lot of people have a connection to politicians in their local communities, and this just keeps that local connection and that immediate response rather than all being in the digital world.
Are we going to know a result tonight? Will Casey have enough sort of gristle and meat to call it an election win tonight, do you think?
We will have to see. Many elections ago, we basically knew within an hour what the arrangements were because of the way the votes were divided. I doubt that's the case this time, but we'll see as we go. We'll probably know maybe 3 or 4 candidates within each division, but I'm sure we'll have to wait the full period to find out the last 1 or 2.
All right, Guy, Sabra, the space around me is about to start filling up and changing in nature as the night evolves. And I'll bring you down here for lots of interviews through the course of the night. But right now, Sabra, it's back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Leon. Now, Erica Betts, I'm very keen to get your views on this. Our political reporter, Adam Lagenberg, is reporting that senior party sources have told the ABC that the Tasmanian Labor Party will consider forming government if they win fewer seats than the Liberal Party in today's state election, even if it means governing with the support of the Greens.
Well, I think that unfortunately is on the cards, which will be a complete breach of what Dean Winter originally promised. Keep in mind that the Greens leader moved a motion of no confidence against Dean Winter, changed to a censure motion, which we as a government maturely rejected. But here we have the Greens on the one hand about what in April, saying no confidence in Dean Winter, a few months later saying we now have confidence in Dean Winter to form government. And that's the problem, if I might say, with Greens and minority and independents. One day they'll hate you, one day they'll love you, the next day they'll hate you again, and that's why we have this sort of instability.
Let's go for a quick response from both of you. Sarah Lovell.
Yeah, well, look, I think if Eric's going to point to losses of confidence from the Greens, then there's a much more recent example of that where the Greens and the crossbench lost confidence in the Premier, in Jeremy Rockliff. So I think that is a key part of what we'll be looking at after tonight. But we have to be mature about this. We can't continue down this pathway of demanding majority governments and demanding we go back to the polls when we don't get one. If the community continue to elect independent members and a bigger crossbench, we have to deal with that. And it's not as easy as saying the party with the most votes is the winner and they get to try and form government, because those independent members might not be aligned with that government. They might not have confidence in that leader.
That's starting to sound like a deal.
Well, it's not a deal, Eric. It's not a deal at all. There's a big
childish.
difference between a deal and accepting confidence and supply, or being offered confidence and supply, which is what your government did in the last term, weren't able to make it work. What Tasmania needs, if we are faced with another minority parliament, is a leader that can make that work.
So Labor will govern if the Greens give them confidence and supply. Is that what you're telling us?
Labor will work with the parliament that the people of Tasmania elect.
Let's
Just
see
before
from
we move on, Cassie O'Connor, has there been any overtures as yet? Or
No, there hasn't. But the issue here is, and stop looking sulky, Eric, the issue here is that we have to respect the will of the people. They seem to be forgotten in this equation about doing deals. At the last election, they gave you both a smack, and you deserved it, and they expected maturity in the parliament. Your party lined up with the JLN members and then couldn't make it work, didn't have the maturity to make it work because you're so arrogant. So as a party, and it fell apart.
All right, well,
so
the will of the people has been...
maturity.
The will of about a quarter of Tasmanian voters has been to vote early. Casey Briggs, what does it mean to have these record number of pre-polls, and how will that impact the count tonight?
Yeah, roughly a third of people have actually voted before election day, either through pre-poll or by post. 100,000 pre-poll votes cast in the past 3 weeks. There are so many of them. I think we're looking at a polling place now. This is a centre in Hobart that is currently sorting out pre-poll ballots for the seats of Clark, Franklin and Lyons. And there are tens of thousands of them that need to be sorted. They are unfolding them. That will be a process that takes several hours, and then they will start counting them. So the Commission has decided that they don't have the capacity to count every single pre-poll tonight. There will be some booths that they just don't touch, and that will include the biggest pre-poll booth in the state, the booth in Launceston. That has 14,000 votes for Bassinet and another 4,000 out of division votes. Also in Clark, the pre-poll booth of Hobart with more than 7,500 votes in it. We will not get them today. We won't get 4 other pre-poll booths as well. They'll all start to come in from tomorrow. We will get the bulk of pre-polls in Braden and Lyons, so we might get a clearer picture there. But if things are looking very close, if we're needing to see more primary vote counts to be sure of some of those seats, we'll be waiting beyond tonight. The other thing just to say about the count is, in a hair Clark system, Guy and Sabra, as Andrew Hawkey sort of hinted at there, it's pretty easy to call the first few seats based on the party votes. We might need to see preference flows for the last 1 or 2 in each seat. And if that's the case, they can't start distributing preferences until every single first preference vote has been counted. So that means not tonight, not tomorrow when the pre-polls come in, not later in the week, Wednesday, Thursday, when the postals come in, but when the postal vote deadline comes. And that's not for about 10 days. So we won't get that distribution of preferences until mid next week when it begins, and it takes a few days. So if things are very close, if they're the critical seats that are going to determine the next government, we're in for nearly a 2-week wait.
Buckle up. Thank you, Casey. Well, we've got reporters out across the state tonight. At Liberal headquarters, Jarno Gibson. At Labor HQ, Adam Langenberg.
And at the Greens headquarters, we've got reporter Scout Wallen, who's with us. Let's first go, though, to the Liberal Party headquarters. And, Jarno, the government hopes it can cling on to power tonight and potentially secure more seats. What are you hearing?
Well, I am outside the Liberal Party function room here in Hobart tonight. The balloons are up, the signs are up, but unfortunately we haven't been given permission to go inside, so we can only speculate as to the mood on the inside. But from speaking to some within the Liberal Party, they've expressed a mixture of anxiety and also quiet confidence about the election tonight. And we heard earlier from the Premier after he voted today, and he was certainly trying to convey a sense of confidence. He said the campaign could not have been run better. He described it as very disciplined. And it's a campaign that's focused on two key issues, one being cost of living and the other being health. And the Liberal Party has also tried to contrast its experience of 11 years in power against the inexperience of the Labor Party, which is run by a leader who has only been the leader of the party, Dean Winter, for just over a year. And the Liberal Party has accused him of being a wrecker and someone whose ambition, they say, has led to the successful motion of no confidence that's ultimately led to this election.
Jono Gibson, thank you. Well, Adam Langenberg is at Labor headquarters. Adam, there are high hopes for a Labor victory tonight, but what is Labor saying about its chances of winning enough seats to form government?
Guy, I've one-up Jono and got into the Labor headquarters, a very red room at the Grand Chancellor. No offence, Jarno. There aren't too many people here yet. It's going to get much busier as the night goes on. Labor currently holds 10 seats. Insiders say realistically their chances are to hold 10 or 12 seats. They're hoping to get hold of Lyons and Bass, the two seats held by those former JLN members. But the big question is, will Labor govern in minority even if they fall somewhere in that 10 to 12 mix? Senior Labor Party sources tell me that they will consider what Dean Winter ruled out a month ago, which was governing with the support of the Greens, and Sarah Lovell did talk a little bit to that just before as well. So it really depends on the size and shape of the crossbench, but don't be surprised if Labor does fall a couple of seats short of the Liberals, that they do try and have a crack at minority government. They argue that that's because the state of the budget is so bad that the Liberal government can't be allowed to continue. So it'll be a really interesting night. Labor might end up having a disappointing night on the seat front, but still end up in power.
Adam Langenberg, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to go to the Greens headquarters. Scout, the Greens were hoping that voter discontent with the major parties might help propel it into gaining more seats. Is that optimism holding after today or not?
Look, the optimism is definitely building here at the Greens headquarters. Now, the function room behind me is slowly filling up, and I'm sure it's going to get busier over the night. We are here at the where the Greens were born, here in Tassie, so I'm sure it's going to get busier. And the Greens are hoping to pick up 1 or 2 seats, and polls suggest that that could be likely. They came very close in Franklin last year. As the panel has said, a minority government is looking quite likely, so the extent to which the Greens will benefit from this snap election, I guess we'll see as the night goes on.
Scout Wallen, thank you. Well, Erica Betts, we've heard you say that you're basically lobbying for a first past the post, that if you win the most votes, that you be granted, or win the most seats on the floor of the House, that you be granted the opportunity to form government. Doesn't that ignore the fact that whatever crossbench we have is likely to be a left of centre leaning crossbench?
Look, that's hypothetical at this stage to try to determine how people will line up after the event, but I would have thought it stands to reason that the party that gains the most votes, the most seats in the House, should be the party that is seen, as I described it before, the first cab off the rank.
Erica Betts, your campaign slogan has been, let us finish the job. You've been in power for 11 years. How long does it take to finish the job?
Oh, well, it's pretty easy with respect. We were elected for a 4-year term only some 15, 16 months ago, and what we asked the people of Tasmania to do was to allow us to finish the job
the two
of this
prior
term.
Elections,
of this
you
term,
chose
of this
to go
term,
early.
Of this term, and I think that has resonated with the people because Dean Winter and Labor are seen as being the wreckers in relation relation to this and blowing up the Parliament for no good reason. And might I add, if the budget was that bad as is being asserted,
It is that bad.
where was the alternate budget from Labor? And the reason Labor didn't give us an alternate budget last time at the election, Labor promised $1 billion worth of promises greater than we did.
Your party delivered a budget. Your party delivered a budget that showed a particular debt, and a month later, the Treasury came out and said, "No, it's $3 billion worse than that." That's what the pre-economic financial outlook said.
Am I allowed to finish or not?
Well, you're defending something that few people see as credible, and that the Parliament lost confidence in the Premier.
Leon, I'm stating a fact that if Labor would have put their extra $1 billion in the budget, there would have been a further $1 billion blowout, or they would have had to have broken their promises. Either was unpalatable to Labor. So what did they do? Not deliver an alternate budget, something which, might I add, the Parliament actually voted and asked Labor to deliver an alternate budget, and they squibbed it.
No opposition in the country delivers an alternate budget.
Peter Gutwin did, and he did it very successfully, as did the Greens. Even the Greens were able to do it.
It's a thing that the Liberals look for. It's not a thing, Eric. I know you're desperate for it to be a thing, but it's not a thing.
It is a thing. Peter Gutwin, the Shadow Treasurer, did it. Even the Greens can do it. Why can't Dean Winter and Josh Willey?
Your government handed down the worst budget in Tasmania's history, and then we found out a month later it was much worse even than you'd said.
All right, we're going to take a pause just here. Well, we've been talking a little bit earlier about pre-polling, so let's go now to a counting centre in Hobart where reporter Alex Alvaro joins us. Alex, have they actually started counting there?
Yes, Sabra, the count is well and truly underway here in Moona. There are about 100 counting staff here in this centre. Upstairs, they're counting votes, well, pre-poll votes from the electorates of Franklin and Clark, and downstairs here, pre-poll votes are being counted from the sprawling electorate of Lyons. And we've also got cameras in counting centres in the north on either side of the Tamar River. So in Invermay, we've got Braden pre-poll votes being counted, and Bass pre-poll votes are being counted in Riverside. So staff are very busy. It's all happening here in Moona. I'll just skip to the side for a second so you can see behind me. At 6 o'clock, ballot papers were spilled onto the table. Staff have been dividing them into each division or electorate. Then they'll be divided into each party and then into each candidate. Staff will be incredibly busy tonight. They'll be here until 10:45. They'll take a break overnight and then they'll be back at 9 o'clock, hopefully a little bit more fresh, and they'll continue that count, and hopefully we'll start to see the first results flow in at about 6:45. Now, Tasmanians showed up to early vote in droves this year. A record has been set. 132,000 voters voted early at this election. That's 32% of voting Tasmanians, and it's a 20% increase on last year at last year's election. So a huge amount, and that impacts the vote. So not all pre-poll centres will be counted tonight. 9 of them will be counted tonight, and then the other 5 will be counted tomorrow morning. So a very long night, very long week ahead for Tasmanian Electoral Commission staff.
Alexandra Alvaro, thank you, and good to see you back in Tasmania. Well, as everybody has been saying, we are looking at minority government again tonight. Even Eric Abetz seems to have given up on the notion of majority government. Let's go to the big board with Selina Bryan.
Guy, Tasmania is no stranger to minority government and the often drawn-out negotiations that can entail. So let's take a look at how the minority agreement was reached last time around. This yellow line here represents the goal for the major parties. If they fill this whole side of the board, they've won 18 seats and they've secured a majority. These are the results of last year's election, and you can see that neither major party managed to reach that goal. The Liberal Party finished with the most seats, and they managed to form a minority government with support from the 3 original Jackie Lambie Network MPs and the key independent David O'Byrne. This time around, the polls suggest it's hard to see either of the major parties, even on a good night, gaining more than a couple of seats. So where might that minority agreement be found? Well, If we look at the Greens, if they manage to hold on to their 5 seats, as we've heard the panel suggesting, that could help to boost Labor's numbers. But Labor has been adamant, until potentially tonight, that they won't do a deal with the Greens. Now, so that would, if they hold to that line, that makes it hard to see how they could cobble together enough support to form a minority agreement. The Liberals have also been adamant that they won't work with the Greens. Last time around, they had support from David O'Byrne, but as a former Labor member, his support could go either way. Christy Johnston says she won't do deals and won't offer confidence. 2 of the former Jackie Lambie Network MPs have now turned Nationals. Now, in Tasmania, you can't automatically assume that the Nationals will side with the Liberals like you can perhaps at the federal level where there's that formal coalition. The National Party have said they have no set position about who they'll side with if they end up holding the balance of power, though they have said they won't work with a government that's done a deal with the Greens. That could be irrelevant anyway because the Nationals haven't held a seat in Tasmania's parliament since the 1970s. As for any potential new members, Peter George, the independent Franklin candidate, polled well in the federal election, and he has also said that he won't do any deals for supply and confidence. If we end up with no formal agreement, a party would have to go to the governor and ask to test the numbers on the floor of the House. So, Guy and Sabra, this election was designed to end the impasse in Parliament, but we could well end up back in a similar position to where we started.
Selina Bryan, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to cross to Felix Ellis, the Liberal candidate in the seat of Braden. He's at the Latrobe Speedway there tonight. I'm not sure, is the Speedway actually happening tonight? And Felix, how do you think you've gone today?
Yeah, look, g'day guys, great to be with you. No Speedway tonight, but certainly a very exciting race for those watching at home. But look, I've got to say we've had such overwhelmingly positive feedback from our community. Our community has really supported Jeremy Rockliff for decades now, and they know of his service and the service that comes from a government that really backs in rural and regional Tasmania. So look, we're hopeful for tonight, but it's in the hands of the Tasmanian people now, and we'll be watching closely.
Felix Ellis, it's Leon with you. Define success tonight. It was a big call. You chose to back in the Premier, the state go to an election rather than choosing another one and governing on. Define success for the Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, this is an election that Tasmanians didn't want, and neither did we. Dean Winter forced this on Tasmanians. So really, we're looking to increase our seats tonight. We want a majority, and of course, we want to ensure that we can deliver stable government for the people of Tasmania. So we're really optimistic and hopeful that we can deliver a majority of seats here in Braden. We have the best ticket Braden has ever seen, and that's been really encouraging. The feedback that we get from right across the community is they're really seeking certainty and stability. So, as I mentioned before, it's in the hands of the Tasmanian people, but we're hopeful that we'll increase our seats and that we'll secure a majority of seats in Braden, and then we'll see how the count goes.
Felix Ellis, will the next government, whether that's yourselves on the government benches or the opposition, need to do a better job of acknowledging that Tasmania is heading towards a financial crisis and actually doing more to start fixing it in the budget?
Well, look, our budget has a pathway to surplus. It's modest and manageable.
With respect, your budget's been blown up because it's $3 billion worse than even you said. That was from Treasury only 4 weeks after it was delivered. Now it's $3 billion worse. Like, what are you going to do about it rather than tell us that solutions are out beyond the forward estimates?
Yeah, so Leon, I mean, you have to understand Tasmania's debt is actually lower than most states per capita. It's lower than the national government as well. So our debt is modest and manageable. We have a more than $40 billion economy. And really one of the problems in the past in Tasmania is that we haven't backed ourselves and we haven't backed the people of this state with the kind of infrastructure investments that they want to see for the next generation. Now, our government has changed that. We've delivered projects that have been on the to-do list for decades. We're talking the Bridgewater Bridge, the Royal Hobart Hospital, upgrades to the Mersey Hospital that for the first time since it was built, new schools that were once falling down around our children's ears are being constructed around Tasmania and refurbished.
Okay.
So I think when
that's
you
a long
look at
laundry list.
Tasmania's
Can I just jump in
economy,
for
it is
one more
strong.
question? Felix Ellis, you put out a press release only a couple of days ago and it said, quote, key independents who could hold the balance of power are Greens, but worse, unquote. Aren't they exactly the people that you're going to go and need to negotiate with after tonight's election if you're going to return to government?
Well, look, it'll depend on what the Tasmanian people return. So we're hoping for a majority. We also see that there are potentially sensible independents that might be elected. But let's be really clear, there are single-issue radical independents who are seeking people's votes tonight who have a very sketchy track record. People who are opposed to jobs and development across large swathes of our state and our economy. People that want to lock out Tasmanians from the places that they love, doing the things that they love. And we want to ensure that we can deliver stable and certain government for the people of Tasmania. We're hopeful it will be with a majority, but if we do need to work with others, just as we have in this parliament, we're hopeful that it will be people who have Tasmania's best interests at heart, who want to grow our economy, who want to back in action on health, housing and cost of living, and people that really see the need for a government to continue through the full term.
Felix Ellis, thanks for talking with us tonight.
Great to be with you.
You're watching Tasmania Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at the Tally Room in Hobart. I'm Guy Stayner.
Hi, and I'm Sabra Lane. Counting is underway, and we've got some first figures coming through. Let's get the details from Casey Briggs.
Yeah, we have a few tiny booths that have come in. Let's look at Braden first of all. The circular head vote has started to come in from the polling booth in Irishtown. We have a very small number of votes here. I'm just going to say that. And I think it's a very inflated Liberal vote, unless the Liberals are about to have a phenomenal night, Eric. But it's going to let us explain, first of all, how we talk about the figures tonight. Let's actually start, before we look at the figures properly. These are the sitting members in Braden. This is the Premier seat, Jeremy Rockliff, Felix Ellis, who we just heard from, and Roger Yench. There are two Labor members. There is the independent Craig Garland from the Northwest and the ex-Jackie Lambie member, now a candidate with the Nationals, Miriam Beswick. These are the party totals. So, yes, the hair clerk system is about candidates, but we can get a pretty good sense of how many seats each party will win in electorate by looking at the group totals. And on this single booth, the Liberal Party have the vast bulk, 3/4 of the votes. I suspect that will come down through the evening, 75.9%. And the word that you're going to hear me say a lot all night is the word quota. You win a quota in Tasmania, you win election. A quota in a 7-member seat is an eighth of the vote, 12.5%. So that 75.9% for the Liberals translates to 5.7 quota. If that number held up, I suspect it won't, but if that number held up, the Liberals would win at least 5 seats in Braden, 5 of the 7. On this, the independent Craig Garland, this is an area of the state that is one of his strongest parts of the state. He's got 8.4%, the Labor Party 7.2%. Don't pay too much attention to those numbers because they will change. When we get more figures, when we get more meaningful figures, we'll start to look at this graphic as well. This is the individual vote for the candidates because it is not just about the party groups, it is also about the candidates in hair clerk system, and we'll start to unpick the orders people are finishing in, how they are relative to each other, and that will help us unpick these results.
Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Erica Betts, the Liberal Party campaigned pretty heavily on majority government matters. If voters haven't delivered that tonight, does that mean that you failed?
Oh, look, I'll stick with the figures that Casey's just announced to us. 75.9% will do me, but I happen to agree with Casey that I doubt that those figures will last.
How many people are you related to in Irishtown, Eric?
Well, I think the Premier and Gavin Pearce in particular very, very popular in that area, and it's traditionally been a Liberal voting area, and well done to both of them. But from those figures, I'd be a bit concerned if I was Labor, but very early to tell at this stage. But look, we'll see how the night unfolds, but those figures are encouraging. I wish I had the figures for Irish Town for the last election to see if there's a swing to the Liberals or whether it's steady. So I unfortunately don't have that comparison to be able to make any assertion whether there's a swing for us or against us, or whether it's steady Eddie.
We'll know soon enough, no doubt.
That we will.
But getting back to that point, if it's not a majority for the government tonight, that is surely a blow to you, because that's been what the whole campaign has been about.
Oh, look, that was the campaign last time as well. It stands to reason that any party worth its salt would seek to have the confidence of the people of Tasmania for majority government, and that is why each of the three parties run tickets of 7 candidates in each electorate in the hope that they might be able to achieve majority.
Erica Betts, one of your signature policies from the past were 2 new Spirit of Tasmania vessels. One of them should be just about now applying those waters of Bass Strait in Braden. They're not. One big fat red reminder of the parlous position of the finances of TT Line is soon going to be in Hobart's River Derwent. You yourself, I think, described it as a debacle. How do you explain that?
Look, you can either go back and trawl over the coals, or as I did as soon as I became Transport Minister, I said, it is what it is, how do we fix it? New chairman of the board, a new CEO, a new project manager. We've got the show back on the road. The recovery process is now completed, and Labor is unable to say what they would be doing differently than the Premier and I have been doing since this situation arose. And I think the Labor opposition's promise is to have the ships here by Christmas. Well, one's already on its way, so it's hardly a promise. They would be not doing anything different.
As a reminder of the $1 billion that it's cost Tasmanians will soon be in Hobart's River Derwent.
Oh, well, I'm not sure that figure's right, but look, what occurred is unacceptable, and that is why substantial changes were made in relation to the TT line. But I'm one of these people that looks forward rather than backwards, and when I became Minister, I drew a line and I simply said, how do we fix this? And with the Premier, I think we've done that exceptionally well within 12 months.
Sarah Lovell, looking forward, not back. It is what it is. Do you buy that?
Well, not when Eric only at the start of this evening was talking about looking back at past behaviour as an indicator of future behaviour. So now he's all of a sudden wanting to draw lines in the sand and look forward, not back. But if we look back at what happened and what Labor would have done, we wouldn't have spent millions of dollars storing our ships in Scotland, not refusing to bring them home when they could have been brought home.
Which is cheaper than having them here.
We wouldn't have had cost blowouts on the port because it wouldn't have happened in the first place. That absolute debacle, which, correct, you described it as a debacle, and it was, biggest infrastructure stuff up in Tasmania's history, happened because there was no ministerial oversight of those government businesses. They were left to have that play out the way that it did in a way that's completely unacceptable, and nobody was watching that. Nobody had an eye on that. They're government businesses. Ministers are responsible for them, and that was where Tasmania was badly let down.
Sarah Lovell, what I don't understand is that with this ferry fiasco, which is one of the greatest political stuff-ups in Australian history, you just said within the last half hour that Labor's goal tonight is to win 10 to 12 seats. If you can't win this election with this kind of background, what election can you win?
Well, we're seeing a trend across the country, and probably across the world, of more independent members being elected to Parliament, more minority governments being elected to Parliament. People are not as afraid of that as they used to be, and I don't think they need to be either. Minority governments can work really successfully.
OK, but if you win 12, then it's likely that the Liberal Party will actually have more seats than you. So with an appalling budget situation that Saul Lestlake describes as the worst in the country, and with this incredible political stuff up with the ferries, spending $1 billion on ships with nowhere to park them, Labor is still not planning to win more seats than the Liberal Party, and they've been in power for 11 years.
Well, Guy, of course we would love to win more seats than the Liberal Party, but remembering that the independent candidates that are out there are on the progressive side of politics. People who are looking for a progressive parliament have a lot more choice than people who are looking for a conservative parliament.
So you don't agree that this should be a drover's dog election?
No, I don't. What I believe is that we need to wait and see who's elected to the parliament, see where those crossbench members sit and who they think can command their confidence in the parliament, treat them with respect, work in a mature manner to have a parliament that's functioning. We've had Jeremy Rockliff take us to 2 early elections now because he could not make that work. We haven't seen a full term from this government, from the Liberal government, since 2018. We've had 3 early elections. 2 of those were called by Jeremy Rockliff because he couldn't make a minority parliament work.
Can I quickly indicate, Guy, that Irishtown, last election it was 60% to the Liberals, this time at 75.9, so a 16% swing to the Liberals at Irishtown. I suspect it won't be carried through other polling booths, but it's a little glimmer of hope for us early in the evening.
Who would have thought that Irishtown was so much in favour of the stadium?
Exactly, exactly.
Well, we do actually have Labor's Shadow Treasurer Josh Willey standing by in the seat of Clark. Josh Willey, you are the Shadow Treasurer. You've talked up budget repair, but Labor is ignoring Treasury pleas to actually try to increase revenue and increase taxes. Is Labor really serious about budget repair?
Well, one of the things I've picked up in the campaign is there are Tasmanians that care about the budget because they know it pays for the things that matter for Tasmanians, schools, hospitals. And if we don't manage the budget well, it's going to impact future generations. And that's exactly what this government has done.
Yeah, so
look, we've outlined a very strong fiscal statement in the campaign. It was backed by business, it was backed by unions, and it was backed by the community sector. And there is a significant pathway through to budget repair through budget roundtables. We need to bring the whole Tasmanian community with us on hard decisions that this government has kicked down the road for far too long.
Josh Willey, it's Leon here. It's Leon here. So what does that really look like? You've promised the unions that you won't reduce the headcount and you'll need to keep an eye on pay because they're behind with the mainland. You promised business that you won't increase taxes. Where does that leave you in terms of the real issues with the Tasmanian budget challenge if you're the Treasurer after tonight?
Well, I think you need to listen to their commentary. Business, unions and the community sector have said that they will walk into these roundtables clear-eyed and know that they won't get everything that they want. And what we need is for Tasmanians to work on this challenge together. That's the scale of it. I don't think a lot of Tasmanians fully understand how reckless this government has been with the budget. They came into government in 2014, there was no net debt. It's projected to be $13 billion by Treasury. And for your listeners' context, there's a $700 million interest payment. That's not to pay the debt down. That's just to service the debt in the last year of the forward estimates. Now, for context, you could pay for all the emergency departments and all the ambulance services across Tasmania for that.
Josh, it's your mate Erica Betts here. Why didn't you put out your costings? Why didn't you put out your costings during the election campaign?
We submitted all of our costings to Treasury and I welcome the scrutiny. We put our fiscal plan out well ahead of the legislated requirement. We opened ourselves up. We put $1 billion savings plan forward. We also put things forward like a debt reduction fund to pay off your debt. We're serious about this challenge and that's why Saul Lestlake challenged you to match our fiscal statement, which you ignored those calls. You've got a leader who is in complete denial about the situation, claiming there's some pathway to surplus when there's not. People like Saul Westlake have said the only pathway that they can see is if you turn the charts upside down, and he's right.
Josh Willie, it's Airlie Ward here. We can talk about what Saul Westlake has recommended that you also haven't adopted, which is the revenue-raising measures. But Tassie Doc is one of your signature policies. There is a real concern from the AMA, amongst others, A, where your doctors are going to come from, and B, the potential impact on other businesses, that there simply aren't the GPs to go around.
Yes, well, the AMA was also concerned about the urgent care clinics that the Federal Labor Party's rolled out, and they've been a huge success, to the point where now communities are begging for an urgent care clinic in their community. This is a really smart policy from the potential state Labor government that leverages the Medicare system, and I think we need to do more policy like this as a poor revenue state, where we can underwrite some of the costs, but then leverage significant federal funding through existing systems.
Josh,
and what it will do, Airlie, what it will do is deliver better healthcare across Tasmania for free. It's very obvious to me here in the northern suburbs that this policy has cut through. I was knocking on doors in the campaign and people were telling me about this policy that they'd seen on the news.
Josh Willie, I don't think anyone doesn't want to be able to access their GP. That's obviously a major problem, not just across Tasmania, but across Australia. But you seem to be cherry-picking from Saul Westlake in terms of the policies that you will implement in terms of budget repair, and one of the big ones, which Leon touched upon, is the revenue raising. Why won't you introduce royalties for salmon, for argument's sake, or increase mining royalties? That would do a lot to help the budget bottom line. Why can't you prosecute that case?
Well, we do need to increase our revenue, and what you do that is through economic growth, and that's why we've outlined policies like Renew Tas to get development happening that's stalled under this government. We need to increase our revenue. 67% of our revenue comes from the federal government. If we're going to be in charge of our own destiny, we need to grow the economy so that we have more revenue coming into the government books to service the public services that all Tasmanians rely upon. We need to grow the economy significantly in Tasmania.
Josh Willie, thank you.
You're watching. You're watching Tasmania Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at the Tally Room in Hobart. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stayner. It's 1 minute to 7 and we've got 788 votes counted. Let's get the latest on that count with Casey Briggs.
I assure you it will speed up from here, but let's take a look at the seat of Bass again. This is a single booth. We're going to Flinders Island and to the Lady Baron polling place. First of all, a reminder, here are the sitting members going into this election. 3 Liberals, including the former Deputy Premier Michael Ferguson, Rob Fairs and Simon Wood. We have 2 Labor members, Janie Finley and the outgoing retiring Speaker Michelle O'Byrne. The Greens, Cecily Rossell, and another ex-JLN member, Rebecca Pentland, who's running as an ungrouped independent in this election. Here are the party totals on the Flinders Island booth, and the Liberal Party is fairly popular on Flinders Island, 45.7 for Eric's benefit. That is slightly down on last year by a couple of points. But again, our first booth, we're going to wait for a bit more before we do anything significant. And again, 45.7 translates to just over 3.5 quota. If that vote stayed like that, which it will shift, you would expect three guaranteed Liberals in Bass, but we need more than one booth to be certain about that. The one thing I just want to say about some of these seats, and Bass is a good example of it. Look, Bridget Archer, the former federal member for Bass, is very popular on Flinders Island. She's got 1.7 quota from that single polling place. If they're the kinds of numbers we're looking at, it could end up being the case. We've got several electorates across both major parties where we could well see sitting candidates who are not currently in Parliament enter Parliament And because of the hair-clerk electoral system where candidates are competing against even their own party colleagues, we could see Bridget Archer enter Parliament at the expense of another Liberal MP. So it's possible that in some seats we could see the same number of candidates for a single party, but the individual people might be different. So that's one of the things to watch for tonight. And on this first booth, Bridget Archer would be pretty happy.
Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Erica Betts, I'm interested to pick up from you. We've been talking about the chances of a minority government, and the Liberal Party might well be in that position where it's first cab off the rank, as you say. Do you acknowledge that there is a structural change, though, happening in the community towards voting towards the traditional parties? Your primary vote has dropped.
Look, in general terms, the two major parties have got two-thirds of the electorate behind them. So that is a substantial figure in anybody's language. That said, I think there's no doubt that Liberal and Labor could do better to garner their votes and to appeal somewhat more broadly to attract more votes to themselves. But let's not forget in this discussion that two-thirds of the population are voting for the major parties.
Interesting, though, isn't it, that you see yourself as one and the same in so many ways, which is the way the electorate... It is the way the electorate views.
That's a good attempt at spin, Cassie, but no.
No, but it's not spin.
It is.
I've been door knocking, and people really struggle to tell the difference between the Liberal and Labor parties on issues like the stadium, logging native forests, fish farms, poker machines, the spin, the constant spin. It is very difficult to tell the difference, and the electorate smells it, and they're voting accordingly.
Cassie, there is also something that I would have thought you would like in politics, and that is a degree of consensus about what ought to be happening for the men and women who gain gainful employment from the mining, forestry and fishing sectors. And running a negative campaign and being a protest movement will always attract a degree of votes.
That's so insulting to all the people across the island who vote Green for a whole range of issues or vote for independence. And most of those people are voting that way because they're pro-Tasmania. They're pro the forests. They're pro our inshore waters.
Cassie, what was on all your posters around Clark and Franklin? Nothing to do with environmental matters. It was yes team, no stadium.
No new stadium?
Yeah, you were opposed to a new stadium. That was the big ticket to ride for the Greens, and all those matters that you've just raised weren't front and centre. Indeed, the Advocate newspaper had a banner advertisement, I think it was on Friday, for the Greens candidate there, saying no new stadium. It is a protest movement. It's no dams, it's no forestry, no hydro, no fish farms, no stadium. You go through it, it is negative, 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 whereas the major parties actually do see a need for a positive future.
Can I just jump in and talk about one of the issues that is only days away for whomever forms government after Saturday night? Can we talk about Mariners? So it's a second interconnected to the mainland. The transmission network in Tasmania alone will cost $1.14 billion. It'll be $4 billion for the cable. How many days until a final decision needs to be made by your party, by the Labor Party? Has the decision already been made?
No decision's been made, and we are continuing to work through these things, and as the people of Tasmania would rightly expect us, we are doing that very methodically, carefully, in a considered manner to make sure that wherever we land, it is within the interests of the people of Tasmania.
So how many weeks until a final decision needs to be made?
I'm not going to give you a timeline tonight, Leon, as you might imagine. One, I'm not Energy Minister, but two, we are in caretaker mode at the moment as a government, and in the event any decision were to be made, it would need to be shared with the opposition, and we aren't at that position.
All right, well, we have David O'Byrne, the independent member for Franklin, standing by to talk to us. David O'Byrne, you are the only sitting independent who is actively pro-stadium. Is that issue going to get you over the line and get you re-elected tonight?
Well, who knows? We'll find out when the votes are counted, Guy. I think in terms of my position for the stadium, I've been very consistent about this. From day one, I've said that good governments need to do more than just one thing. They need to deliver on health services, education, public housing, public transport, but they also need to take advantage of these kind of opportunities. And I've been very clear, and I've argued the case uphill and down dale for the last 2.5, 3 years, and hopefully people have seen me as a pretty straight shooter who understands the issues and can respond as best I can.
David O'Byrne, it's Leon here. Can you tell us the question on a lot of people's minds? If you've got to choose blue or red team, who will you choose after tonight's election if they ask for your support to form government?
Well, I think we need to see where the major parties land. Whoever gets the most seats will obviously be in the box seat to have discussions with the crossbench. I'm one of 35 members. We'll see where the numbers lay. I've made it very clear, as I did after the last election, that I would talk with both parties, both major parties, to see if we could form a government, allow Parliament to work, allow ministries to be sworn in and decisions to be made. And that is a consistent position that I've had. So let's see where the numbers lay, and I will talk to whoever picks up the phone to me that wants to work with me, and that's always been my commitment. Last year I didn't have the luxury of a choice of two. I had a luxury of one.
Can you confirm that? And you've mentioned before, it's been a long time since you've spoken to the Labor leadership. Can you confirm actually you might have had constructive chats in the last 24 hours to at least open that door to conversation?
No, I've not heard from the Labor Party.
You haven't spoken to the Labor Party at all about your possible support after the result, assuming they win 10 or more seats tonight?
David O'Byrne?
No, I've not heard from them.
David O'Byrne, Airlie Ward here. A lot of people would find that eyebrow-raising and surprising. You're a former Labor leader. You're seen as very closely aligned with the Labor Party. In fact, I believe the panellist member from the Labor Party, Sarah Lovell, once in fact campaigned for you. What does that mean? Does that mean you can't work with Dean Winter? There has been some tension and you've expressed some dismay about comments that he's made.
Well, I suppose the issue is you work with people who want to work with you. I'm open to working with any other member of Parliament, be it Dean or be it Jeremy or whoever on the crossbench wants to work with us. I've made it very clear, but at the end of the day, if the leader of the Labor Party doesn't pick up the phone, that's a matter for him. He needs to work out what he wants to do in terms of trying to form government. At the end of the day, I will always work with other members of Parliament. I got up and spoke against a no-confidence motion that the leader of the Greens moved in Dean Winter. I said it was a stupid idea, and I supported Dean on that point. So I'll play it straight. My focus is about ensuring that I deliver and I show true value to the people of Franklin and allow Parliament to form, allow a government to form and to get on with the job. That's always been my focus.
David O'Byrne, if both parties come knocking, will you have particular points that you negotiate on? I will support you in exchange for. What are those conditions you might place on your support?
Yeah, well, I suppose last time around, a number of other members put conditions on their support if they would back Jeremy for certain outcomes. I didn't want to deal with that because I think that becomes transactional. If you have a list of 10 issues that you want to prosecute, what happens if those 10 issues are resolved? Then there'll be different issues in months, in years to come. My relationship with whoever wants to form government will be around making sure that I deliver for the people of Franklin. We make better decisions for the people of Tasmania, and it's not a shopping list. It's about a relationship, and I voted for the government and against the government. I removed my confidence in Michael Ferguson on the basis of his performance as Treasurer and Infrastructure Minister. So it's not a shopping list of issues. This is about the issues that confront the Tasmanian Parliament. I will play an even hand, and I will be very clear about trying to get better outcomes. I won't make the perfect the enemy of the good. I'll allow a government to form, and I won't be supporting frivolous no-confidence motions, regardless of who forms government.
David O'Byrne, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, we've got some more figures coming in. Let's go over to Casey at the touchscreen.
Yeah, we thought we might have a look at the statewide picture for the first time, and I will say this is very much a sample that's heavy on the rural parts of Tasmania. So we are still waiting for these figures to settle down a bit. First, I'm just going to show you the raw figures. These are the actual counts coming in from the Electoral Commission, with the Liberals on 45%, Labor on 23%, the Greens on 12.7%. Now, we can factor in what we know about the history in the booths that have reported so far to come up with a prediction of where we think this vote will, where we think these totals will end up at the end of the count. So these are the raw figures. When you factor in what we know about the booths that have come in, the Liberal vote does come down somewhat to just under 40%. Labor sitting about where they were on the raw count, 24, the Greens up. So the Liberals are currently overperforming where we think they'll end up. The Greens may be underperforming because of the booths that we've got. But again, I'm going to caution you, we're only at 1% counted. It's very early. We don't have anything in Hobart. We don't have really much in any of the urban areas, well, none of the urban areas yet. So that's just a very broad picture of where we're at the moment. A couple of comments about the northern seats of Bass and Braden, the two on the Liberal tickets in particular, the two former federal MPs running in those seats, Bridget Archer in Bass, Gavin Pearce in Braden. They're both doing very well on these early figures, well enough to get elected if those figures continue. And you'll notice here we have our first seat coloured in. We are pretty happy at this point to say, given he's got about half the Liberal ticket at the moment in Braden, that's not going to shift markedly enough. The Premier Jeremy Rockliff has definitely been elected, probably the least controversial call we'll make tonight, but we are off and running. That's our first seat we can clearly give away.
And I think that tells us something about Jeremy Rockliff and his popularity and how inappropriate it was for Labor and the Greens and Independents to try to target him personally, not no confidence in the government, but no confidence in him as a person. His electorate has shown huge confidence in the Premier.
Was it a mistake to be so personal in that no confidence motion, Sarah?
No, I don't believe that it was. I mean, you can be a popular Member of Parliament, you can be a popular guy, a nice guy in your community. It doesn't mean you're going to be a good Premier. It doesn't mean you're going to be capable of making a minority parliament work and retaining the confidence of a bigger crossbench than we've had in the past, and that's where Jeremy Rockliff failed.
But why didn't Dean put himself up as an alternate?
Because we hadn't had an election. It would be disingenuous for us to try and take government at that point. Why didn't you put yourself up as an alternate?
Because we were supportive of Jeremy Rockliff.
There was an opportunity there for a reset. There was a no confidence in the Premier because the Premier was the one responsible for those confidence and supply agreements with the crossbench, and he lost confidence of those members. There was an opportunity there for an alternative leader of the Liberal Party to step up and say, OK, we've heard the concerns of the Parliament, we've heard the concerns of the community. We know Tasmania is opposed to our privatisation plan. We can see the state of the budget. Let's have a reset. We'll go down a different course. It could have been you, Eric, if you'd had the numbers, maybe. I guess we'll never know.
You guys would have done exactly the same to me 3 or 6 months later, to Guy Barnett
or
whoever.
Not if you'd been able to change course and maintain the confidence of the Parliament, because Labor couldn't have done this on our own, regardless of who the leader was. There were crossbench members that voted with us because they had lost confidence in the Premier because he had fallen down in those agreements.
But Sarah, the casting vote on this was cast by the Speaker, and if you heard her speech...
But even with the Speaker, we wouldn't have been able to do it. The numbers were not there, Eric.
She did it with an exceptionally heavy heart.
The numbers were not there without the crossbench,
knowing
Eric,
it was not the right thing to do, but she had promised to always vote with Labor. As a result, she did it, but with a heavy heart, and that speech by Michelle O'Byrne should have sent Dean Winter and the Labor Party into an absolute shame.
It doesn't change the numbers, Eric. It does not change the numbers.
I'm interested to pick up on one point that Michelle O'Byrne did make in her final speech. She talked about if minority parliaments are the way of the future, that there needs to be a complete different mindset across the Parliament towards those, towards those kinds of Parliament. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, and what Michelle O'Byrne said, and I think she was absolutely spot on, just because you can doesn't mean that you should do it. And Dean Winter, like the dog that caught the car, the chase was exhilarating. All of a sudden he had something between his teeth that he had no idea what to do with, and that was now resulted in an election. But what Michelle O'Byrne said, just because you might have the numbers doesn't mean you need to exercise them in such a manner as Dean Winter, the Greens and some
Michelle
independents
could have been
did.
talking about all kinds of things with that comment. She could have been talking about the plan to privatise Tasmania's assets.
Oh, Sarah,
just
really?
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
She
could have been talking about all kinds of things.
It was very pointed.
But regardless, the numbers would not have been there if the Premier hadn't lost the confidence of the crossbench.
All right, now we're really starting to see some early figures come in right now. Casey Briggs, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're starting to see the numbers at the bottom of your screen starting to grow. What we're doing now is going through the seats one at a time and able to call the really obvious ones at this point, and then we'll start to dig into the candidates more deeply. So let's look at Bass first of all, where we've been able to call at least 3 members. So the Liberals on 3% counted have got 3.3 quota, Labor on 1.9 quota, Greens on 1.37. Now, we're still being a little bit cautious because it's an early count, but there is no way that the Liberals win less than 2. So Liberals at least 2 in Bass, Labor at least 1, and importantly, one of the Liberals in the seat of Bass, if I take a look and show you the Liberal ticket, Bridget Archer's on 1.5 quota. You don't start, that strong and fall back behind to the point where you're not elected. So Bridget Archer will be elected. She was a member of the federal parliament just a few months ago, was defeated in the federal seat of Bass, becomes another one of the very many members of state parliament who have previously served in the federal parliament. We don't know many of the people yet, but we know Bridget Archer's one of them.
And I think Gavin Pearce will be another, and it'll be interesting in lines whether Brian Mitchell will be one of them.
As well, now that you've brought it up, because we can also make a couple more projections there, I think. Let's have a look. Half the vote with the Liberal Party. Look, we're being very cautious again because it's very early, but there's no way that comes down below 2 quota. So the Liberals have won at least 2 in Braden. Craig Garland's doing very well. We're projecting that will come down as the rest of the votes come in. Labor's on more than 1 quota. We're projecting that will come up as the more votes come in. So at least 2 Liberals, at least 1 Labor. And if we have a look at the Liberal ticket here, we've already said the Premier's been re-elected. Gavin Pearce at the moment is sitting on more than 1 quota. We might just keep an eye on a couple more moves before we lock that one in. But Gavin Pearce very well placed for election to enter the parliament after, again, he was the federal member for Braden just a couple of months ago.
Thank you, Casey. Well, we've got the Leader of the Greens, Rosalie Woodruff, standing by at the Franklin Wharf Function Centre. You are the Greens candidate in Franklin, Rosalie Woodruff. How are you expecting the vote to play out tonight?
Can you repeat that question again? Hi.
Hello, Rosalie Woodruff. How are you expecting the vote to play out tonight? And there's been a lot of speculation about Labor already extending an olive branch to the Greens. Are you expecting that there's going to be some horse trading done when things are done and dusted tonight?
It's been such a strong mood in the streets, talking to people throughout this campaign. So we've certainly got a very positive vibe from people in the community about the things we've been offering to fight for. And, that's something we're going to go into the next parliament to fight for. We are going to pile on the pressure to stop the stadium and to invest money into health and housing and to protect the environment. That's the promises that we've made, the commitments we've made, and we're not going to stop when we go into the next parliament. So whatever the result of the election tonight, whatever Tasmanians choose, then we will be working with those people on those issues.
I'm interested in that, Dr. Rosalie Woodruff. It's Leon Compton. I'm interested in what you're going to fight to stop. In a more constructive parliament, do you see the Greens as having a responsibility to thinking about what they want to fight to improve rather than fight to oppose?
Well, we are fighting to improve the investments that are going into health and housing. So it's not about stopping a stadium per se for us. It's about the money that will go into that, the terrible wastage and the warped priorities. And we know that people really want money to go into health and housing and schooling and all the other critical services. So that's what we're fighting for. And we're fighting for an environment that is here with us into the future, one that's not polluted, one that's not logged and burned. And that we're fighting for that. And that is a beautiful thing. Tasmania is a globally unique place, and we are fighting for our futures, for our children's futures, and for everyone here today who's having a really hard time and needs help.
Dr. Rosalie Woodruff, the results are only just starting to come in, but firstly, what are you seeing as your chances of picking up a seat in Braden to accompany those that you hold in Lyons, Bass, Clark, Franklin?
Well, we worked really hard to return the sitting members, the 5 sitting members in the lower house, and I am so excited about Vanessa Bligh, who stood for us in Braden. She is an incredible person. She would be an amazing advocate and fighter for people in Braden. So we're very hopeful. You know, she's just been new as a candidate for Braden, but she's been stood for us in the Senate, and she's got a long history of environmental justice defence as a lawyer. So we feel very excited about the possibilities of having a Greens member in Braden.
And another one, I get the feeling that Labor might not be too comfortable talking or being honest about whether or not they've reached out to you. From your side, can you confirm that people associated with the Tasmanian campaign have actually reached out to your party to start a dialogue, open a channel about what might happen after tonight's result? Has that happened today?
I know nothing about anything like that, I can say, and it's been what we've been doing is just working really hard. I did, as I've said many times, speak to Dean Winter to try and avoid this election happening in the first place, but I would really encourage Dean Winter Dean Winter to have a conversation with the Greens, with crossbench members, to talk about the next Parliament, because there is an opportunity here for a new government that will put the interests of Tasmanian people first, and we will obviously be fighting to stop the stadium and put money into health and housing and protect the environment. That's what we're going to go and do with this next Parliament.
Dr. Rosalie Woodruff, thanks for talking with us tonight.
Thanks a lot.
Now, ABC election analyst Casey Briggs, you've got an update for us on Lyons.
Yeah, let's have a look at Lyons. We're still just doing our first pass through the seats and calling the absolutely clear ones. Very quickly, the members in Lyons, we have 3 Liberals, Jane Howlett, Guy Barnett, the Deputy Premier and Treasurer, Mark Shelton. 2 Labor members, including Casey Farrell, who's only been a member of State Parliament for a very short time. He replaced Rebecca White, who has entered Federal Parliament for the same seat. The Greens, Tabitha Badger, and the Nationals, Andrew Jenner, who was elected as a Jackie Lambie Network MHA in the first instance. Let's have a look at these party total figures. The Liberal Party on 42%, with more than 3/4 at this stage. Labor on just over 2/4 at this stage. The Greens sitting on 1. Quite a large shooters, fishers, farmers, but as I keep saying, we've got a lot of rural vote still, and not much less of the urban and sort of peri-urban vote that sits in Lyons. And let's have a quick look. So from those party totals, it's pretty clear the Liberals have won at least 2, Labor's won at least 1, and potentially more for the major parties there as well. Of interest on the Liberal ticket, Jane Howlett, we are projecting to finish just ahead of the Deputy Premier and Treasurer on the current count, so actually performing stronger than the Deputy Premier.
Yeah, Jane's doing very well there. Yeah.
Very well indeed, and more than a quota. Guy Barnett would have no trouble being re-elected, but from the second spot on the ticket. The Labor ticket is far more spread. Rebecca White was the top vote getter for Labor in this seat last year, and that vote has sort of spread across the entire ticket. So Jen Butler, one of the sitting MPs, on 0.6 of a quota. Brian Mitchell, the former federal member, running in second. We're going to take a bit longer to sort out the order of these ones here, but that is 2 Liberals, 1 Labor minimum, quite a bit more to come. And I just want to show you Clark as well. This is a much earlier count, and I will say a count that is coming more from the Sandy Bay area. It's quite strong for the Liberals, so we're projecting that that will come down. At the moment, on these figures, we're projecting every group in Clark will end up on less than 30% of the vote. The Liberals just under 30, the Greens, Christy Johnston and Labor all sitting at around 22-ish. So Christy Johnston, if she can achieve 22% of the vote, that's quite an achievement for her. That one will become quite an interesting contest if we do have this very vast spread of votes.
Thank you, Casey. Well, let's check how all of those results are playing into the big picture on the big board with Selina Bryan.
So now that we've seen that detail from Casey, we wanted to see those seats given away and how they look on the big board. We can see, as Casey said, that the Liberals have gained 2 seats in Bass, Braden and Lyons, and the Labor Party has 1 in each of those. Now we can see that Bridget Archer has successfully made the move after being defeated in the federal election. She's now moved to state politics. And we've got the Premier Jeremy Rockliff there, has been re-elected. Now he's typically has had a very high personal vote, so it's no surprise to see his face as one of the first to pop up in the Braden electorate. Now it's one of the kind of standard things with a Tasmanian Hare Clerk election that we quite frequently see that we can comfortably decide that a party has won a certain number of seats in a particular electorate, but we don't yet know who of those candidates from that party has won that particular seat. But as the results continue coming in through the night, we are going to see plenty more faces and colours filling up these spots. It's not uncommon to see potentially the 6th or 7th harder to decide as the night goes on, but we'll see how far we can get tonight.
Selina Bryan, thank you very much for that. Now, Leon Compton, you're out there somewhere on the tally room floor.
Too far from you. Hello to you. How are you, Sabra? And I'm surprised. It's a winter's night, a winter election, a surprise election. I wasn't sure how many people would come out tonight. I think it's busier than this time last state election, and we might have a couple of hundred people plus who have made their way in here tonight. And always early, there's younger people that have made up the crowd. Hello, Henry. How are you?
Good, thank you.
What's brought you along to the tally room tonight?
Just interesting to see how everything is done behind the scenes and democracy in action.
Yeah. Did your dad, Tim, have to twist your arm much to get you down here, or was this your idea?
Kind of my dad's idea, but I was happy to go along with it.
And what are you hoping to see tonight, Henry?
Don't know, just to see how everything works and see the numbers come in and see how all the parties are doing.
Yeah. And of course you get to watch the back of Sabra, a guy, a panel on the, does it look like what you thought it would look like when you walked in tonight?
There's definitely a lot more stuff than you think there would be, like all the wires and everything.
What's on for the rest of the night, Henry?
Probably just to see the numbers come in and then head home and go to bed.
Right, last couple of days of the school holidays, enjoy them. Nice to see you tonight.
Thank you.
It's really interesting here, so if you have a bit of a pan back, and no one can do that for us now, but just the number of people buzzing around, you can see a few young people through the crowd as we have a bit of a look around this evening. You can also see some T-shirts on people that clearly suggest they've been part of political parties, maybe part of campaigns that have come down to have a look early, and of course a bit later on tonight from the tally room floor. Things will really start to fill as the leader of the Labor and Liberal Party and Greens come in, so we'll have hundreds of politically affiliated people right now. But what I can see looking around is the place is filled with just people who have come out to watch democracy in action. Sabra, Guy?
Thank you, Leon. Well, votes continue to trickle in. We've now got some early polling from Franklin. Casey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, this is the last seat we're looking at for the first time, and we're starting to get a bit of a picture of what's happening here. This is, of course, Erica Bett's seat alongside Nick Street and Jackie Petrusma, the Labor leader, Dean Winter, along with Meg Brown, the 2 Labor members in this seat, the Greens leader, Rosalie Woodruff, and the independent we heard from earlier, David O'Byrne. Now, I'll say this is not the best sample. This is a far less progressed count than we've seen in some of the other booths, in the other seats, I should say. And that's not working for me. Let's go back to... Oh, now it's working for me. This is a vote that's come in from exactly the parts of Franklin you would expect Peter George to do well. So that's the first thing I would say. But on this early count, these, I think, 4 booths it is, he is appearing number 1. I'm having a little issue with the graphics there. Why don't we just go back to the beginning? Open up... Let that one animate on. It's not going to work for me. Peter George doing very well. More than 2 quota on what we've got at the moment. Not playing well. More than 2 quota on what we've got at the moment. David O'Byrne, I should say, is performing about as well as he did last time. We're projecting a very, very small swing toward him. Can this work now? Here we go. Peter George Group, more than 2 quota. We'll see how that goes. I expect it probably will come down as the night goes on. The Liberals on 2 quota, Labor with 1.74 and the Greens on 1.25. I'll just say that the new independent candidates, Peter George in particular, but also the Nationals, we have a less of a handle early on about how they're going to go because they've not run before. We don't have any history for them. it's harder to make predictions. So these are all raw counts, and I can't really tell you how he'll do in the count to come. So we'll be a little bit more cautious on people like that. But I would have thought his supporters would be very happy to see that number, not just beginning with a 1, but beginning with a 2 this early.
Can I say David O'Byrne's vote surprises me? I was anticipating his might be a bit more elevated, in fairness, but let's wait and see.
But Casey, just to clarify that, these booths are likely to be from the Huon Valley?
They are. We've got Middleton, Southport, Woodbridge and a mobile booth at this point. So they are from where you'd think Peter George would do well,
Heartland,
and where he did well. This is George country.
Casey Briggs, and we're also confident enough to say that Eric Abetz is...
Look, if these numbers, I haven't actually looked at the... Let's have a look quickly. So Peter George at the top, Rosalie Woodruff, Eric Abetz is at the moment just under a quota. I would have thought you'd have no trouble if that number remains, Eric, but we'll just keep...
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Need a few more booths than 3 to formally put that tick next to your name, but I think you're in a pretty good position.
Thank you.
Eric Abetz, it may be premature of me to congratulate you. However, Peter George appearing to do very well. He did poll very well in the recent federal election. Very different political side to you, very strong views on salmon farming. Could you work with him?
I think it'd be pretty difficult to work with Peter George, but you never say never. But yeah, as I said during the campaign, Peter George is as green as a seasick boatie. He was asked during the federal election, was there any policy where he disagreed with the Greens, and he stumbled and stalled. And I think it was on your program, Leon, that he was asked that question, and he could not differentiate himself from the Greens. So he was a Greens candidate in disguise, but I think provided comfort for some who didn't like the idea of
But I think Eric Abetz, what we see here from, and these are super early numbers, but if Rosalie Woodruff has her vote tally added to by Peter George, so it's not just replacing a Green voter, but in fact adding to that tally and perhaps a lot of those perspectives in Parliament, it'll be not insignificant for how the next Parliament looks.
There's no doubt about that. I think on those figures Peter George will be elected, and he will have to be talked to, negotiated with like any other independent or crossbencher, but his policies are as green as the Greens, and therefore that I think would provide a bit of a stumbling block.
We'll pick up this conversation in a tick. Casey Briggs, I think you've got some statewide figures that you want to bring us up to date with.
Yeah, I think it's time we had another look at the statewide figures. Let's again just go back to the current count and show you those figures first. Liberals on 42.6, Labor 22.2, the Greens on 14. When we factor in what we know about where the vote has come from so far, we project the Liberal Party just short of 40%, Labor just short of 25%, the Greens on 16.2, and what's of particular interest is the Nationals here have just bombed. 2.4% is our current projection for where they'll land. Nowhere near winning any seats in any of the 3 electorates that they're running in. And I'll just show you the change in vote as well. On these figures, what we've started to see is a swing on primaries away from Labor, a small swing to the Liberal Party, but also a swing toward the Greens. Obviously, the others are down. That's the Jackie Lambie network, a big part of that. But on these figures, we're also seeing swings towards some of the more high-profile independents, including Christy Johnston and Peter George. So that's sort of offsetting the fact that there is sort of 7% of the vote that was with the Jackie Lambie network that is now elsewhere. But that national vote is far, far lower than they would have hoped for.
Okay.
Thank you, Casey. Well, let's go to Janie Finland, the Labor member for Bash. She's at the Riverside Golf Club in Riverside. Janie Finland, we've just heard from Casey Briggs that the Labor Party's basically looking at a 5% swing against them at the moment. Who's to blame for this Labor vote going backwards?
Well, I think up here in Bass, some of the early numbers are really out of our smaller, more regional towns. And so I think right now these early numbers are an indication of what's happening in those smaller regions, but I'm feeling confident, particularly here, that we'll come on through strong in the end.
It's Leon Compton here, Janie. Confident of what? That you'll get 2 seats, Janie? Is that the best, or how it looks for the Labor Party in Bass tonight?
Well, I actually think as a team we've worked really hard to push for that 3 seats in Bass. It's been really interesting when we've been out on the doors, the feedback that we're getting from our community. We clearly will be able to get those 2 seats, and I'm really hoping that we can bring home a third.
So when did you know that Michelle O'Byrne was actually going to retire from Parliament? How much notice did you have? Because replacing her and the support that she brought to the party was one of, the big challenges this election.
Look, I want to acknowledge the work that Michelle O'Byrne's done, not only in our parliament here, but in our federal parliament as well, and right across our community. There's no doubt that she's been formidable. One of the things that I'm really proud of is that the team of candidates that we've been able to deliver into Bass have got really great credibility and can help us as we move on that pathway to form government in actually being a credible government. We've got this really great array of candidates here, and I'm hoping that we do bring 3 of them across. So while it is a big hole with Michelle leaving, and we wish her really well with the things that she does in her future, we've got a really great group of people coming through.
Janie Finlay, you just didn't have time to build a higher profile group of candidates for this election. On reflection, was it a strategic mistake to not try to form government with 10 when the chance was presented to you a month or so ago?
So in Bass, yes, it did take us a little while to actually bring the team together, but once we've got the team together and we're out on the doors, we're getting a really great reception. We've got a marine engineer and an economist, we've got a deputy mayor, we've got a young person, we've got a community member and a nurse from the LGH. The community's really responded well. I think that once we see these more central seats come out, you'll see the results of our team working really strongly here in Bass.
Okay.
Janie Finlay, Airlie Ward here. You had an AFL game there down the road today, Hawks v Port Adelaide. The Hawks won. How hard has it been to convince the electorate of an AFL stadium in Hobart?
I think early on, definitely the issue of the stadium was on the doors, but as the weeks progressed, we got back to the core issues. I know that the Tassie Doc policy that we put out into the community really resounded not only in our city areas in terms of relieving that pressure off the LGH, but really strongly in our regions. So I think the community actually warmed into the core issues, the cost of living pressures and our health policy. So while the stadium has been a feature of our conversations, people are understanding that the outgoing Liberal government have really put us in this financial circumstance and signed us up to that deal. But when we talk about what a Labor government can offer going forward, and when we talk about our fiscal repair, they've actually been really open to the policies, particularly the Tassie Doc suite of policies that we've presented.
Janie Finlay, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
You're watching ABC Tasmania Votes live from the Election Centre at the Tally Room in Hobart. I'm Guy Stayner.
And I'm Sabra Lane. It is now nearly 20 to 8 and we've got 7% of the vote counted. So let's get the latest actually on that vote count with Casey Briggs.
Yes, let's have a look. I mean, quickly, let's just consider Clark. We've just called a few seats there, one for everyone. One Liberal, one Green, one Labor, and we're pretty confident Christy Johnston is re-elected as well. This one might become a little bit messy as we go along, but definitely 1-1-1-1. Why don't we bring up a chamber for the first time in a little while, which I can do by hitting that button. So here's what we've got so far. The Liberals sitting on 10. 2 in every, 2 in Lyons, in Franklin, in Bass, 3 in Braden, 1 in Clark. Labor with 5, 3 Greens and Christy Johnston. Just a couple of comments. The Liberal Party is doing very well in the north. They could well get a 4th seat in Braden on the figures we're seeing at the moment. Labor is, in some cases, struggling on the early figures we're seeing to even get its 2nd seat in a couple of electorates. So that's the shape of thing. We saw those figures earlier. Why don't we bring the primary votes up one more time? These are our projected primary votes. This hasn't really shifted. The Liberals just under 40, ALP 24.4, and it's still looking like a 4.6% swing away from Labor toward the Liberal Party and the Greens. These figures, we're still only at 7%. These figures are taking a little while to come in, but at the moment, the Liberal Party would be, feeling pretty good about what they're seeing.
Thank you, Casey. Sarah Lovell, They say that once the swing is in, the swing is in. It's looking like the swing is going against Labor. You must be pretty worried right now.
Look, we're not too worried at the moment. There's still early figures. We're also getting some information through around preference flow that's showing that around 50% of preferences from non-Liberal candidates and non-Labor candidates are flowing to Labor. So we're expecting to pick up quite a bit through preference flow there. I don't see much of a pathway for preferences to flow to the Liberal Party. And it's still not looking like a Liberal majority either. So we're still faced with that situation at the end of all of this of a parliament that is not looking like a majority of either major party, and who's in the best position to navigate that.
Based on those figures from Casey Briggs, 3/4 of Tasmanians aren't voting Labor.
Yep, but not half of them are voting for the Liberal Party either. So of course we'd love to see a stronger vote towards
That's
Labor.
a pretty positive spin. Well, 3/4 of Tasmanians aren't voting for you, and you're putting a positive spin on it.
Well, this is the parliament we're left to deal with. The voters never get it wrong. We would, of course, love to see a swing towards Labor, but as we've talked about earlier, there are more progressive candidates to choose from across the ballot papers, with independents, with the Greens are running. We've got a number of independents who would be left of centre, more progressive, or centre. People have more options. This is the Parliament in the modern world. The idea of, who has the most seats or majority party parliaments is pretty old school these days. That's not what people are delivering.
It's easy to dismiss early votes as coming from rural booths, but we've already seen in Clark there is also a swing against Labor in Clark.
Well, again, early figures, particularly in Clark, but no big surprises there either. You've got Christy Johnson, who's been in the Parliament now for a number of years, has really cemented her base there. We'll wait and see what comes through in those preferences.
Are we already seeing early evidence that Labor's getting smashed on both sides of the stadium debate? That people who are anti-stadium don't want to vote Labor. People who are pro-stadium don't want to vote Labor either, despite what Labor has had to say in this campaign.
Look, there's no doubt the stadium is an issue for some people in this election, but it's not the number one issue that's been coming through in most of the polling that's been done, and certainly not in the conversations that I've been having out in the community. I've been out door knocking and campaigning with a number of candidates across a number of electorates, both in the south and in the northwest, and the stadium comes up very rarely. The issues that are first and foremost in people's minds are cost of living, access to health services, and the budget, surprisingly, probably for the first time in a long time.
But if we look at, say, a website like the Yes Team, Yes Stadium, it was largely... It was kind of apolitical prior to the announcement of this election. Once the no confidence motion passed, that website has become hyper-partisan and very much an anti-Labor website.
Well, it has, but I think if you go back a little further, it's never been particularly non-partisan, that site. It's run by some people who are fairly politically engaged and have always had a lean one way or another, particularly before the last election. That was a very political page, and there were some quite personal posts on that page. But I think it's always risky when you try to name up one issue as being the one issue that decides an election, and I just don't believe that I don't believe it was the stadium last time. I don't believe that it's the stadium this time. No doubt it's an issue. It's not the number one issue, and I don't think it's really translating into votes.
Cassie O'Connor, I'm keen to get your view on a couple of things.
Yeah.
Early days, but we're seeing a jump in the Greens vote and the Liberal vote.
Yep.
What's your interpretation of that? And I also want to give you the opportunity to respond at the point that Erica Betts made early on about Peter George saying that he was pretty much a Green.
Well, look, Peter George obviously has some very environmentally attuned policies. The thing about independents, though, is that quite often they either don't have a policy platform or they have a very thin one. And so while Peter George may align with us on many environmental issues, we can't know how he will vote on any other number of issues. So to say he's just a Green by any other name is absolutely false. But what Sarah has said about the stadium, first of all, neither the Liberal nor Labor parties wanted to mention it during this campaign because they know it's political poison. And it is right across the state. Wherever you go, it's highly unpopular because people realise it represents a political choice. to fund, you know, a big fancy stadium down here at Macquarie Point and not put enough money into health, housing and climate action, for example. What we're seeing here with these votes, though, is that Dean Winter's decision to force this early election is costing him, because voters recognise this is Dean Winter's election. We didn't have confidence in Jeremy Rockliff. That's why we voted no confidence in Jeremy Rockliff, because we didn't have confidence
But
in
here
him.
we had, if I might say, Labor and the Greens voting no confidence in the Premier, and some from the crossbench, you're
former
right.
allies.
And if we have a look at the figures, and sure, they're still early figures, but what's showing is that overall, the Liberal Party has gained in confidence in the Tasmanian electorate. The Labor Party has gone back considerably. And so they who brought on the no confidence motion are suffering no confidence from the people of Tasmania.
But that, sorry Sabra, but that is partly because Labor offered nothing to the electorate apart from not being the Liberals. They didn't make the case on the state's finances, even though your party's going to have us at $13 billion net debt within 3 years. We had nothing from Labor.
I'm just going to stop here. We'll pick it up, no doubt, in a couple of seconds. Casey Briggs, I understand that you've got some more figures for us.
Yeah, we're going to look at the seat of Bass one more time. I want to show you the party totals first of all. This is starting to settle down a little bit more. The Liberal Party on 3.3 quota, and we're projecting the party to end around about there. Labor on 1.86 quota. We're projecting Labor will grow a little bit from there. The Greens on 1.5. The Shooters and Fishers on 0.46. So that is a definite 3 for the Liberal Party, a definite 1 and probably a second for Labor, though we've not yet made that projection. That's 5 seats. A definite 1 for the Greens. That's 6. That leaves 1 more seat. And it's a little bit difficult to work out where that would go. The Greens, we're projecting what that number will fall a little bit through the rest of the count, so they would be in the hunt for that 7th seat. Potentially the Liberal Party could be in the hunt for that 7th seat. Probably unlikely that Labor would be gaining a 3rd seat in Bass. There's one other thing, though, we can tell you for sure. If we look at who's elected, well, actually, first of all, let's say who's defeated. We're sure that Rebecca Pentland, the ex-Jackie Lambie Network member, now independent, we're certain that she has been defeated, so she will not be a member of the next Parliament. But we are also sure that we have 5 members here. The Greens, Cecily Rossell, Janie Finlay is re-elected. Bridget Archer enters State Parliament. Michael Ferguson, the former Deputy Premier, is re-elected, and Rob Fairs is re-elected. Just on the Liberal Party ticket, one last thing. If I show you the leaders and I filter this one down, that is Bridget Archer, Michael Ferguson and Rob Fairs. Simon Wood is in pretty deep trouble here. It's not out of the question that a 4th could be won by the Liberal Party, but Simon Wood is in pretty deep trouble.
All right, Casey.
I think the Liberals will get a bit of a boost from George Razay and the national preferences, so we'll see how that goes.
I'm glad Dr. George Razay got a mention in this. He's a serial campaigner. He always gets out and puts his name on the ballot. So I'm glad to see that he's made it onto the screens tonight, and maybe is a slim chance.
All right, we're going to get an update now from the big board with Selina Bryan. Selina.
So we're certainly seeing a lot more of these squares filling in now as these results. Now we can see that the Liberals have got 10 seats. They've made a really strong start on the board compared to Labor's 5 seats, 1 in every electorate. We're finally now seeing some of the crossbench on the board as well. We've got 3 Greens members, including the Greens leader Rosalie Woodruff, and our first independent in Clark and Christy Johnston being returned as well. So, when you look at the spread of this here, it does look like the Liberals are performing strongly at the moment. So let's take a look at how that looks on our pathway to power graphic. So as you can see, the Liberals, while no one is quite close to that goal of a majority government with that yellow line, 18 seats just yet, and it may still not happen tonight, but the Liberals are well out in front. And if we have a look at the numbers, we've got 10 for the Liberals and 5 for the Labor Party, and then 4 on the crossbench. So even if we added the 4 crossbench members to the Labor side of the House, the Liberal Party is still well out in front. So I think it's fairly safe to say that the Liberals are feeling much more confident about the results compared to the other party at the moment.
Selina Bryan, thank you. Well, Cassio, Connor, just going back to the figures in Bass there, seeing that you're at about 1.5 quotas, what are your chances, do you think, of actually pushing for a second?
Well, wouldn't that be wonderful? I don't know at this early stage of the evening, but it's so great to see our wonderful Bass MP Cecily Rossell re-elected. She's been an excellent advocate for the people of Bass, working really hard on the ground and focusing on health and children and young people. But I tell you what's resonated in Bass again has been the toxicity of the stadium as an issue and the political choices that it represents. And a lot of people in Bass would really love to see the Devils playing at York Park, which has just had a $130 million taxpayer-funded upgrade. So I think that is resonating in Bass.
Erica Betts, how much are you looking forward to Bridget Archer being in State Parliament?
Oh, look, Bridget Archer will be a fantastic asset. Not only was she a mayor of Georgetown before entering federal politics, she made a mark for herself in the federal parliament, outspoken, and I think that's the sort of authenticity. Might I add, same as Gavin Pearce from the federal seat of Braden, now coming into the parliament. So I believe that will provide renewal, enrichment for the parliamentary party. That said, bitterly disappointed if Simon Wood were not to make it. He was a fantastic whip, a hard worker, and somebody that I think everybody in the parliament enjoyed his company. That's and his goodwill, bonhomie, etc. So it would be a matter of regret if he were not to retain his seat. At the moment, it looks as though he's in for a tough ride because of Bridget Archer, but she's been a great asset to us in garnering the vote.
Airlie, I'm going to let you have a go in a tick, but Cassie O'Connor, you were agreeing on that point about Simon Wood.
Oh, Simon Wood's an absolute sweetie in the parliament. We all love him. He's got no malice in him whatsoever. But I will just say about Bridget Archer, it's interesting that the people of Bass have rewarded a courageous and outspoken small L Liberal who caused you and your colleagues no end of pain when you're in government last, because she was prepared to cross the floor to do the right thing. So it's really good to hear you saying, Eric, what a great asset Bridget will be to the parliament.
See, that's one of the great things about the Liberal Party, and I exercised it as well, and that is we are allowed to cross the floor and to show an independence of thought. And might I say, I've never seen that with the Greens splitting their votes on the floor of the parliament. They always vote as a single cohort, bit like Labor.
We agree.
And we are.
We agree. I've never seen a Tasmanian Liberal cross the floor of the Tasmanian Parliament on all manner of good legislation or motions. I mean, seriously.
Casey Briggs? Casey Briggs, you've got an update for us in Braden?
Yeah, let's have a look at Braden one more time. Just to say again, we're still, I'll keep saying it, very rural areas. We don't have anything in Devonport. We don't have much from Burnie, but the Liberal Party is sitting on more than 4 quotas, so they are a good chance of winning 4 seats in Braden. Labor on 1.5 quota, so a definite 1, but there is a risk for Labor that they fall back to 1 in Braden on these figures. Craig Garland is having a very good night on these numbers. Let me show you the change in vote, actually might be instructive. Labor down 3 points, Craig Garland up nearly 7. Now these are very good numbers for him. We're just being a bit cautious because of the fact that we don't have any of the urban areas in yet, so it's possible that that number will come down a little bit, and it maybe once we get into some of the more urban areas, maybe the Greens end up picking up some of that sort of third party, minor party vote. So a little bit unsure here, but certainly very good numbers for Craig Garland and pretty poor numbers for Labor, and the Liberal Party potentially in a seat that was their best seat last election, in a seat that's traditionally been one of the better seats for the party. It's often been the difference between a minority and majority government. I'm not saying that's on the cards here, but a chance for the Liberals to win 4.
There's a great vote of confidence in the Premier in his home electorate.
Casey, we're just about to have a chat to the independent member for Clark, Christy Johnston. Can you just give us a snapshot of how she's performing in the polls?
Yeah, very well. In short, 1.5 quota, nearly 18.2% of the vote. If I just have a quick look over here, sorry for turning my back to you, Guy. We reckon that, where am I? Leading groups. I'm looking at the wrong seat. Sorry for this
It's all right,
prolonged
Casey.
back
Why don't you
turn.
grab those numbers?
18.4. Look, that's starting to settle down. So we're pretty confident Christy Johnston's been re-elected. Looks like she's being re-elected with quite a surplus as well. There's 0.46 quota sitting here. So the question will be, she is a ticket of one. Where does that vote go after her? Does it help one of these two potentially get over the line?
And I'm pretty sure she was short of a surplus last time round. So obviously improving her vote there. And Christy Johnston is standing by on the tally room floor with Leon Compton.
Yeah, she is indeed, Guy. Just made her way through the rain on a wintry Hobart night. Christy Johnston, what you haven't heard Casey Briggs just say is it looks like in early counting you have pulled 1.46 of a quota, a big boost from last time. Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you very much. And so in those figures, it's really pleasing. It's great to see the people of Clark have turned out and have called out the major parties and are willing to put a more accountable parliament in.
How do you explain that level of performance, what seems to be an increase in your vote in Clark this term compared to last?
Look, I think it's symbolic of a frustration with the major parties. Certainly on the streets when I'm talking to my constituents right throughout this term and indeed over the last 6 weeks, people have expressed a frustration. There's not a real difference in policy between both Labor and Liberal. They're looking for someone in Parliament to hold them accountable and they're wanting a strong independent voice who's really prepared to call out the issues.
It's interesting, Casey was actually speculating then about where the 0.46 of the quota that you don't need will go, given that you're a party of one. Where do you hope it goes?
Look, I'm not sure. Obviously, the people get to decide the kind of parliament that it's made up of, and obviously where my preferences go. Look, I really hope that whoever is ended up in parliament is very accountable. Make sure they listen to the community, and at the end of the day, every elected representative needs to listen to what the voters have said this election.
And so, how will you approach, let's work on the assumption you've been strongly elected, how will you approach any conversations that you have with the Liberal Party or indeed the Labor Party from here?
Look, as I said, voters have been telling me that they can't tell the difference between the Labor and Liberal Party policies. So what we want to see and what the community have said to me they want to see is a real change of behaviour and attitude, or one where there's maturity and respect in the parliament, where either major party or preferably both major parties are prepared to listen to the community and listen to the crossbench and work more collaboratively. So I want to be seeing in the coming days a change in attitude. We can't have a minority parliament where the governing party tries to pretend that they're a majority. That does not work. We need to see a respectful, mature parliament where we're respectful of everyone's voices. A
stadium, of course, would be in your electorate. How do you balance the fact that you are strongly opposed to a stadium at Macquarie Point with the government of the day, whomever they are, being strongly in favour? They've been tasked with delivering that stadium. So how do you manage that issue?
Look, again, I would hope that both the major parties listen strongly to what the community have said tonight. Certainly, I think my strong vote so far is an indication of the objection and the opposition to the stadium in Clark, where the stadium would be. They need to be listening to that. They need to be talking to the community. It's all about priorities, Leon, and certainly what my community have been telling me is that the stadium is not a priority. We can't afford it. We don't need it. It doesn't fit. And so both the major parties, after tonight, need to take a long, hard look at themselves.
Christy Johnston, good to talk to you. Guy, Sabra, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Sarah Lovell, the votes continue to come in and the narrative is not looking good for Labor.
Well, we're still getting information through, or the information I'm getting through from scrutineers is that we're still confident of holding 2 seats in every electorate. But the other interesting piece of the puzzle that is not a measure that we normally use in a Hare-Clark election, but looking at the two-party preferred projections, it's got Labor on over 50%, 53.4% of the two-party preferred. I know it's not normally a measure that we use in these types of elections, but when we're in this new environment where we're not having a majority, a major party holding a majority, but an indication that more than half of the population would prefer a Labor government, then that's, something that might need to be considered as well.
So you say you're hopeful of holding 2 in each seat. Are you saying the best case scenario for you at the moment is 10 seats?
No. What I'm hearing is we're hopeful of holding at least 2 in each electorate.
And where do you think you can gain any more than 2 in any electorate?
Well, we're still looking at Franklin and Bass in particular, I suppose, would be the 2 where there's more of a pathway. But again, it comes down to those preferences and the preference flow, which we're seeing come through to Labor. But until we've got those figures in front of us, it's hard to say definitively.
Cassie O'Connor, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but is Sarah Lovell in denial?
Well, I mean, Sarah's it's a really difficult position to be in when you're on the panel and you're having to explain a bad vote. I mean, I've been here in 2014.
So you're saying it's a bad vote for Labor?
Well, it is. I mean, it clearly is, and we're seeing a trend statewide, and I think that Labor went too early to an election, didn't make their case on budget repair, presented a weak budget prepare response, sort of not much policy depth, and also, you know, when people were making choices between the major parties, there wasn't enough from Labor. They went obviously a bit to the Liberals and to us.
I'm going to stop you there. Casey Briggs has got some breaking news for us.
So it's become clear to us at this point that in the next Tasmanian State Parliament, the Liberal Party will be the largest party. They came into this election with 14 seats, 4 seats short of a majority. They may end this election with more than 14. That's not quite clear yet, but the statewide vote totals tell us a pretty clear story. At the moment, with 14% of the vote counted, we're projecting the Liberal Party to end up on under 40% of the vote, 39.1. The ALP has about a quarter of the vote, the Greens 15.3%, and the Nationals have bombed 2%, really not performing anywhere near as well as they would have hoped. So let's have a look at the change in vote to tell this story, because it is the story of this evening. Labor's primary vote is down 3.9 percentage points. The Liberals are up 2.4, the Greens are up 1.4, and there's a small swing away from others. That is largely about the Jackie Lambie network not contesting this election. These are the figures we've got in the chamber at the moment, but there are still a fair few seats to be determined. The Liberal Party on 11, Labor on 5, the Greens on 3, and one other. At this stage, the Liberal Party is looking well placed to retain virtually all their seats. They may even gain, as we've been talking about, a fourth in Braden, while Labor is at this point battling to keep its 10. They could gain, but they're not going to gain anywhere near enough seats to see them become the largest party. So the Liberal Party, once again, the largest party in state parliament. Let's see how the chips will fall. Let's see how the rest of the night goes, because there are still a fair few seats in doubt.
Thank you, Casey. Erica Betts, at the start of the night, you said the measure of success for the Liberal Party was to be the largest party in Parliament. Congratulations, that's happened.
Well, look, thank you very much. And what I think these figures show is that this vote of no confidence, as personal as it was against the Premier personally, has been repudiated by the people of Tasmania. The Liberals have seen an uplift in their vote. The Premier has got a huge personal vote in his own home electorate, and I'd be very interested to see what the personal vote is for the Labor leader in my seat of Franklin, to see where he is on the leaders board, because in the past Mr Winter has been a popular figure in the electorate of Franklin, and I suspect just from my door knocking and campaigning that his personal vote will have substantially diminished, despite being Labor leader. So at the last election he wasn't Labor leader. This election he was. You would have thought he might have got an increase in his vote. I suspect he might be falling back.
Just quickly, what does that do to his authority as party leader?
Oh, well, depending on what the figures show and what my hunch, but on my hunch, I would have thought his leadership was untenable if his vote has collapsed in Franklin and he has seen his own party's vote collapse.
Sorry, I'm meaning to Jeremy Rockliff's.
Oh, Jeremy Rockliff's leadership is absolutely secure, and he has been endorsed by his own electorate, by the people of Tasmania, with an uplift. And all the negatives that Labor and the Greens threw at us as a party, as a government, what have we seen? An actual uplift in our vote. And I think that says something about the negative of Labor and the Greens, and the people of Tasmania did not warm to that at all, and they've given us a tick.
You're not in majority.
No.
You're not in majority, Eric. You're still going to come in with too few seats to form government. You know that the Governor will ask Jeremy Rockliff first on the convention whether or not he can form a workable, stable government on the floor. So those independents which you and some of your colleagues and us potentially that you've been bagging out may be needed for you to do that. Are you going to sort of deal with the reality of it and stop pretending that you're a majority, which is part of the reason you were kicked out last time, because you couldn't hold the JLN members?
Sarah Lovell, is there still hope that Labor could actually pull something out of the bag?
Well, Jeremy Rockliff also campaigned on majority government and hasn't been successful in achieving majority government. That was a very strong message from Jeremy Rockliff right through the campaign. He hasn't been successful in achieving that.
Dean Winter didn't? Of course he did.
No, he didn't.
He wanted majority
Dean
Labor
has
government.
been very clear that we will work with the parliament that is elected by the people of Tasmania.
You said you wouldn't talk to us initially.
Sarah Lovell, the numbers are not looking good. You accept that. Are you being punished for flip-flopping? You've flip-flopped over, the party has flip-flopped over its stance on the stadium, the approach to a stadium, which stadium. At a previous election, you had a policy about no pokies in pubs and clubs, and then you ditched it. Do you lack conviction?
Well, I think we've been really clear, particularly in the last 12 months since Dean took over as leader, about our position on things like the stadium. Dean was very clear. That was one of the first things that he spoke about as leader, was being more clear about our position on things. I know we get accused of flip-flopping, but often those things, you know, the pokies was a policy that we took to an election and we weren't elected. It's not uncommon for parties.
Like a hot potato.
It's not uncommon for parties to change their position when those positions are not supported by the electorate.
All right, now we're going to go to Bridget Archer, who looks like she's won her seat in Bass, but first we're going to get an update from Casey.
Yeah, Sabra, quickly, 41% of the vote with the Liberal Party, 3.3 quotas. That's sort of been roughly steady for a little while now. Labor on just under 2 quota, the Greens on 1.5. Let's have a particular look at that Liberal ticket because of your next guest. Bridget Archer is, nearly double the next person on the ticket. So
very
Bridget
well
Archer,
done.
very easily elected. She's got 1.5 quota at the moment. Michael Ferguson and Rob Fairs will join her in Parliament. There's still a question mark over Simon Wood and whether he will be returned, but Bridget Archer easily in the next Parliament.
And Bridget Archer now joins us from Launceston. Congratulations. It looks like you are the new member for Bass in the State Parliament of Tasmania.
Well, thank you very much, Sabra, and it's nice to be with you this evening.
What do you put your success down to tonight?
Look, I think it has been a really positive campaign the last 6 weeks. I've been really proud to be part of this team that has worked right across not only the electorate here in northern Tasmania, but indeed our team has worked right across all of Tasmania. The Premier has been to all corners of Tasmania, right out into rural and regional Tasmania, and I think we're seeing those results borne out tonight, and we're seeing the Labor vote falling away in the regions and our vote strengthening because of that hard work of listening to our communities right across the state in the last 6 weeks.
Bridget Archer, it's Leon Compton here. I like your motley background with Rob Fairs and Nick Digan in the background there.
Not at all motley.
Yeah, it's a good-looking bunch. How hard was it? I mean, if they were listening to what you were saying at the last federal election, you were against the stadium. Obviously, you're for it as a state candidate. I mean, how challenging was that to negotiate as a shifting narrative?
Look, I don't think it is challenging at all, Leon. I have got a strong record of being a person who says what I think, who stands up for what I believe, and who takes a pragmatic approach to things because you have to, because you need to move forward. And that is very much the case with the stadium, and I think you need to be honest with people. It would be a lot easier, probably, to just pretend that you don't think the things that you do. But that's pretty off-brand for me. I'm someone who says what I think and stands up for what I believe in, and that's what I've done throughout this campaign. There is a bigger issue at stake. We cannot continue to fight on these single issues. We need to have demonstrated, and what we have tried to demonstrate over the last 6 weeks to Tasmanians, is that we have done an enormous amount of work in the last 10 years. We have taken Tasmania forward incrementally and strongly over that time. We know that there is more work to do, and we have a strong plan to do that, a strong team to deliver it and
Bridget
strong
Archer,
leadership to take it forward.
What you've also done is take the state progressively towards what seems to be a $13 billion deficit. You would have heard people talking about through the course of your campaign. How materially will you get your party to address that and start the process of fixing it?
Well, I think we have also been very clear about that. We understand that there has been a level of debt for many reasons, and we've been clear about the reasons, including a pandemic. But we have also laid out a plan to surplus, and what we have said is that we could get there sooner, but we understand that Tasmanians don't want us to take the type of harsh action that would be required to do that sooner than what we have laid out. And what we have seen from Labor, I might add, is that they haven't taken a coherent plan forward. They haven't taken through a strategy that says how they were going to achieve that outcome any sooner, despite the fact that they have created this enormous chaos and dysfunction by taking us to this election, ostensibly their view on that debt, but really because of self-interest.
I know Airlie Ward's got some questions for you, but here's one. Are you ministerial material, Bridget Archer?
I have spent 15 years of my life, Leon, both in local government and then at the federal level, because I believe that public life is an act of service to our community, and it has been the greatest privilege of my life. It is a great privilege to have the opportunity to continue to do that, and I will serve in whatever capacity that I can do that in a useful way, and to continue to make a contribution to the people of northern Tasmania.
Thank you, Bridget Archer.
Well done.
Thanks, Leon.
Well, Casey Briggs has got the latest figures in Lions.
Yeah, these figures are starting to stabilise a little bit, Guy. We've got the Liberal Party sitting on 3.3 quota, so that is 3 seats for the Liberal Party. Labor with 2, the Greens with 1, so that is 6 seats determined. Might step through the tickets in a second. Who could the 7th be? Well, the Liberal Party sitting there with a third of a quota in surplus. The Nationals coming down quite low here, 0.41. That spells trouble for Andrew Jenner, the current MP running with the Nationals. We're not going to declare him defeated just yet, but he's in some trouble there. What's interesting is this shooters, fishers and farmers candidate running at 0.65 quota, so there'll be a bit of a question mark over where those preferences go, and if that candidate can stay in the count for long enough, they might be a shot at picking up the 7th seat in Lions. I think this one's going to take a little bit longer for us to sort out, but 3, 2, 1, a mystery 7th that could maybe be a shooter, fisher or farmer, or some combination of the 3. Let's look quickly at the 3 tickets. The Guy Barnett and Jane Howlett are both re-elected. We've seen these two jostling for first and second place on the ticket now. Guy Barnett, the Treasurer and Deputy Premier, is currently topping the Liberal ticket. So those two, and then a third, Mark Shelton, most likely, but, you know, there's less in it in those lower candidates. On the Labor ticket, Jen Butler and Brian Mitchell are the top 2, so you would favour them to be elected. Brian Mitchell, if he is elected, would complete this sort of parliamentary switcheroo where Rebecca White left State Parliament to run for the federal seat of Lions. Brian Mitchell left federal Parliament to run for the state seat. They'd be the two favoured at the moment, and if note is Casey Farrell, the MP that has only sat in Parliament for a few months now. He's currently in 4th position on that ticket. So again, we're not quite declaring him defeated. They're all quite close together, so we're just waiting a little bit longer on that one. But Casey Farrell's in trouble, and those two would be favoured. And just quickly, I'll mention the Greens as well. Tabitha Badger re-elected in the seat of Lions. So that's 6 seats determined there. 3 Liberals, 2 Labor, 1 Green, and a 7th.
All right, Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Now, for a snapshot of the whole picture across the state, let's hear from Selina Bryan.
Now, I don't have a touch screen, so I've enlisted the journalist's favourite tool, the trusty notebook, to help me through this one. We can see on the board that the Liberals are well ahead in the numbers, but what we're not seeing through this picture here is that they're also, every seat here, they have a quota in surplus of what they need to get the numbers that they've got there at the moment. So in Lions, we can see that they've got 3 seats, but they have a quota of 3.32. As Casey just said, that seat could go to the shooters, farmers and fishers, but the Liberals are still in the running there. In Franklin, they've got a quota of 2.47, so above the 2 seats that we're seeing there, so they're also still in the running. In Clark, the inner city electorate is a little less likely, but they're on a quota of 2.26, so sitting above the 2 seats that we've already seen that they've got. In Braden, that's looking very strong. Their quota at the moment is 4.07, so we're expecting to see that they will pick up the 4th seat in Braden. And in Bass, they've got 3 seats there at the moment, but they're on a quota of 3.29. So in every electorate, their quota is above the seats that we're already seeing on the board. So it's possible that we're still going to see more Liberal gains as the night goes on.
And Bryan, thank you. Erica Betts, we spoke about Bridget Archer coming in. She was seen to be somewhat sidelined by Conservative factions in federal parliament. Is there the likelihood that something similar can play out in state parliament?
Look, the great thing about Tasmania and Tasmanian politics, at least within the Liberal Party, is we're a relatively small group, and therefore we are like family, and you deal with any differences that you may have. And look, Bridget might be a bit more small L than myself or whatever, but there's one thing that I always did with Bridget in federal parliament when I was there as well. We worked together effectively, and just during this campaign, in my role as minister, she reached out to me and I was able to help and answer and deal with some issues for her. So we've had a good working relationship, and I expect that to continue for the benefit of the people of Tasmania, because one thing that the people of Tasmania don't want is to see sort of factional brawling that I think is about to emerge within the Labor Party, because we now see Dean Winter having had his the strings pulled by somebody who was Premier 15 years ago.
Erica Betts, can we talk about the Liberal Party? Can we talk about the Liberal Party and factional...
Thanks for interrupting, Airlie, but your show.
We've all got to have a dip at times, Erica Betts.
Yeah.
Gavin Pearce going to be joining the Liberal Party room. He reportedly quit standing as a federal member because of Bridget Archer standing in Bass. Can they work together in the party room?
Well, of course they can, and those sort of reports are always interesting, make for headlines, make for printed column inches in newspapers, and fill up time on Talkback and other programs. But at the end of the day, Gavin Pearce is a standout candidate member. In fact, in a losing election for us federally, he got a 6% swing to him personally. So Gavin Pearce, standout member in his own right. Bridget Archer, similarly a standout member. They will work together for the benefit of the people of Tasmania.
All right, Casey Briggs, our analyst, has got an update for us on Franklin.
Yes, we've been debating a bit about
be interesting.
Franklin, but it's a very interesting contest. It's a patchy seat, so we're being due care on this one. The Liberal Party at the moment is on 30.6% of the vote. We're projecting them to end a little bit higher, more like 35%. So 2.5 quota at the moment. I will just say we don't have any history for the Peter George group of candidates, and they're on 20% of the vote at the moment. That may be causing some difficulties with our projections, because you don't normally have a sort of first entrant like that just appear with 20% of the vote. So we're just being a little bit cautious. But the Liberals on 2. The Liberals are at risk of losing the 3rd seat in Franklin here. The Labor Party on 1, tending toward 2, you would think. Peter George, we're going to call a likely at this point, probably elected. Again, patchy electorate, we're just waiting on a little bit more. Remember that started at 2.5 quota earlier in the night. It's come down to 1.67, so it's been dropping quite a bit through the night. The Greens on 1 quota, so you're looking at, if we have a look at the people we've got elected here for the moment, first of all, the opposition leader, Dean Winter, he's clearly been re-elected. The Greens leader, Rosalie Woodruff, has clearly been re-elected. I'll just jump down to the Liberal parties first. Erica Betts, congratulations, you're re-elected. 2 Liberal members, Jackie Petrusma and Nick Street, are battling for the 2nd, and one of them is at risk. It's unclear if the 3rd one can be retained there. An independent will almost certainly be elected in Franklin. Peter George will probably be elected. David O'Byrne is also a shot if we go back to these these party totals. David O'Byrne 0.82, so that has come up through the count. Peter George will have potentially some surplus to offer someone in this count. It's messy, but we're looking at 2, 1, potentially 1-1. Could be, quite a split in the vote in this.
Do we have
seat.
the individual votes?
Yeah, I wanted to show you Labor's ticket in particular. This is the Labor ticket in Franklin. Dean Winter on under a quota, 0.83 of a quota. Meg Brown, the other MP seeking re-election, is in second. Jess Monday, running in third place in that seat. She's got 3% of the vote in that electorate. Not as high as I think the chances are of her performance were being talked up in that one. And Peter George at the top of the ticket.
Interesting analysis. Do you agree with the analysis that Casey, the numbers that Casey's given us so far?
Look, it will be tough for us to hold 3 seats in Franklin. There's no doubt about that. The lift in David O'Byrne's vote does not surprise. The reduction in the Peter George group doesn't surprise as well. But what I think does surprise is that David O'Byrne, the former Labor leader who got dumped by Labor, is level pegging with the current Labor leader, Dean Winter. And I would have thought for the Labor Party and for the leadership of the Labor Party, that will send shockwaves through the whole Labor Party infrastructure.
Well, we'll go to Sarah straight away. Sarah?
Not at all. I'm not concerned about Dean's vote or David's vote at all. I think if you compare...
The leader's got less than 1 quota.
Yeah, but if you compare Dean Winter to Jeremy Rockliff, Jeremy Rockliff had the luxury of being the member for Braden for a long time before he was the Liberal Party leader. When you're the party leader, you're naturally out of your electorate a lot more than other members of the electorate. You're campaigning across the state. You don't have the ability to be campaigning at the same, to the same extent that you would do if you were just the member for Franklin. Dean hadn't been in Parliament long before he became the member. I'm not concerned about his vote at all. David, again, another comparison. David is not the leader of a party. He can spend all of his time campaigning in Franklin. That's where the votes are. That's where the votes are coming from. I don't think you can compare the two, and I'm not worried about Dean's vote at all.
But what about the Premier and Jeremy Rockliff?
Well,
Surely
Jeremy Rockliff
he was all around the state.
Yeah, but he was the member for Braden for what, was it 22 years before he became the leader of the Liberal Party? So
but
he had 22 years.
Before that, he was Deputy Premier.
Not for 22 years,
and Dean Winter was a Mayor of
so
Kingborough.
He had a number of years of being able to be the member for Braden and campaign locally in his seat.
Sarah, if you're happy with his vote, so am I. We can agree.
Mr. Abetz,
we can agree.
I'm just keen to hear from Sarah here. Even on the primary vote, it doesn't really look good for Labor tonight. Your primary vote is down to 25.1%. On these figures, at this time of night, that's nearly a 4% swing away from the Labor Party.
Yeah, well, as I said before, obviously we would have preferred more of a swing towards us. I am getting information from people out in the booths, which I can only take on face value and rely on, that we are seeing our primary vote lift and that swing is coming down. We also had some polling to show that there was a strong Labor vote amongst the pre-polls, and we know not all of those are being counted tonight as well. Look, it's not none of us, are getting the result that we really wanted. It's not a strong result that we would have loved to have seen, but it's not a surprising result either. We're not giving up hope yet. We still think those figures will improve, and it doesn't change the fact that there is still not a majority Liberal government. That two-party preferred figure of 53% towards Labor indicates that more Tasmanians would prefer to see a Labor government than a Liberal government.
What?
There's still going to be a crossbench. A leader will still need to negotiate with that crossbench, and we haven't seen Jeremy Rockliff be able to do that for the last 2 goes at it that he's had.
Cassie O'Connor, just those figures in Franklin, we're likely to see 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Green, 2 independents, 1 independent fiercely anti-stadium, 1 independent fiercely pro-stadium. Is Franklin a microcosm of Tasmania, hopelessly divided?
Well, I don't think it's hopelessly divided. I think that's just a representation of the diversity of views in the electorate. And it's interesting because in the polling that I saw, Franklin was where there was the strongest vote potentially for the stadium. But what our scrutineers are telling us is that about a third of Peter George's vote is flowing on to the Greens, which is great. We're certain that we've got our second seat in Clark locked in, even though it hasn't been called yet, and I'd love to have a look at Clark at some point soon. But we've held all our 5 seats. We're still in the hunt in Braden. We've had a really strong campaign because we've campaigned honestly about the things people really care about.
Okay, you might get your wish to hear about Clark in just a moment. And he's got Casey Farrell with him from the Labor Party, who's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, indeed. And as you well know, Sabra, Casey Farrell made his way into Parliament a few months ago after Rebecca White announced she was stepping down and making a run for federal politics. So Casey Farrell's been representing Lions now for a few months for Labor. And it's interesting because I'm standing here almost watching Casey watch his future play out on the screen in front of us. Casey, good evening.
Good evening, Leon.
So we just had Casey Briggs say that things are looking a little bit difficult for you at the moment. How are you feeling about the way the vote's playing out?
Oh, look, I'm really relaxed about it. We've run a fantastic campaign. We've been out on the doors. We've talked to 15,000 voters in the electorate. Obviously, a short amount of time for me to be in the Parliament, an electorate like Lions is massive, so getting around the whole electorate is a challenge. But, you know, the numbers are looking all right, I think.
I know that a few people were just showing you their phones who look like they might be part of your team before we went on there. Were they showing you figures that might be a little bit more hopeful than what we've got coming through in the early stages?
I've heard a little bit of scrutineering from booths in the Derwent Valley where I'm better known, and they look pretty, decent for me. Also seeing some information from scrutineers about the vote against the government generally. You know, there's a fairly big swing against the government, and when you start looking at where those preferences are flowing, we're starting to see that on a two-party preferred basis, Labor are over 50%. You know, we're looking 53, 54 on a two-party preferred, which is showing that the state is really, this is a really big vote against the government. And, despite, as you've said, despite not necessarily all of that vote coming to Labor, we're seeing that there is a massive progressive vote compared to the last election.
Casey, that's an interesting analysis. I want Casey Briggs to be doing some diagnosis on that and interpretation. Casey versus Casey, indeed. Can I ask you, though, given the performance of the party widely, it looks like you might be lucky to have as many seats as you went into this election. Have you reflected on the strategic direction to take this path to get us to an election and not try to govern with the 10 seats that you had only a month ago?
Oh, look, I think it's much too early to be making those calls, Leon. You know, we're looking at, about 20% of the vote coming in. The pre-polls haven't come in yet, and particularly, a lot of those pre-polls they've been people voting for 3 weeks. What we've seen from them is that they're coming our way a little bit as well. So we really need to understand what the makeup of the whole parliament looks like before we can look at that. And realistically, even looking across the board, even looking at the Liberal vote, we're looking at a much more progressive parliament than what we've had, a few weeks ago before the election was called.
Casey, it's been good to see you down here this morning and deciding the tally room's the place to watch the turnout of the vote and potentially your future unfold on the floor here.
Thank you.
Back to you in a moment, guys, but what I can tell you from the floor of the tally room, and as I look around me right now, there are maybe 250, 300 people, maybe more, who have made their way down here. People of all stripes and colours, and it seems an increasing trend that people are starting to dress up and to make a little bit of an event of it, which is interesting to watch as well. But we'll bring you more colour from the floor of the tally room in just a moment.
Thank you, Leon. Well, Cassie O'Connor asked for some more figures in Clark. I think Casey Briggs has got them.
Yeah, Clark is firming up a little bit. It's actually probably the clearest of the electorates at this point. Let's just take another look at the figures with nearly 30% of the vote in. The Liberals on more than 2 quota, the Greens on just over 2 quota, Labor on just under 2 quota, Christy Johnston on 1.4 quota. This is looking like a status quo result in terms of the party breakdown. 2, 2, 2 and 1. We're pretty happy to say that at this point. So the party breakdown in Clark will look very similar to, identical to the last Parliament. The one thing that we are looking at there potentially being a change is in the Liberal representation. Marcus Vermey, the butcher, is running top of the Liberal Party ticket there, 0.85 quota. He's been elected to Parliament. So Marcus Vermey is elected. Simon Barakis and Madeleine Ogilvie are in competition for the second seat, and they are relatively close together at this point, so we're not going to determine which one has been re-elected at this point, but one of them will be defeated. So the Liberal situation, the situation in Clark is status quo, except one Liberal swapped out for another at this point. While I've got you, can I just do another quick look at the statewide totals? And I just want to make a couple of points about this. Liberal 39.1, we're at 25.6% of the vote counted. Liberals 39.1, Labor 25.2. Since about 2% counted, that gap has been very steady. This has settled down. This is a 14-point gap between the Liberal Party and the Labor Party, and that has been constant. So this is an election in which it's become pretty clear we are seeing a shift away on primary votes from the Labor Party, a shift toward the Liberal Party. The Greens are modestly up. The Nationals have only got 1.7%, and others are actually relatively steady because we're seeing people like Christy Johnston and Peter George get very high votes indeed. At this point, it's very hard to see Labor gaining any seats. They may well retain the 10 they have. It's hard to see them gaining any more. And we're getting to the point where it's hard to see even the Labor Party plus the Greens being larger than the Liberal Party. So the Liberals, Jeremy Rockliff would be very happy with these figures he's seeing. We're not saying the Liberals have got a majority, but they are certainly the larger party and by quite some margin.
Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Your take on that, Erica Betts, and also the fact that Marcus Vermey looks like third time lucky running in Clark, but you look like you might lose either Simon Barakis or Madeleine Ogilvie.
Marcus Vermey ran a fantastic campaign. He's an exceptionally personable character. You can't run a butcher shop without knowing how to deal with the public, and he has done that exceptionally well. And as more people got to see him campaign after campaign, the more they've warmed to him. So congratulations to Marcus Vermey, well done. In relation to Simon and Madeleine, both of them very good, strong performers, and it looks as though one of them may not be rejoining us, and that'll be a matter of regret. It would have been good to have three, but I have detected there has been a lift in the Clark vote, and it may well be because of Marcus Vermey. So well done.
Just to be clear, the two sitting members, Simon Barakis and Madeleine Ogilvie in Clark, watched their votes go backwards. And I don't know what that says about both of them, but their personal votes on the material I have on the screen is that they've gone backwards.
Oh, Marcus Vermey has run an exceptionally strong campaign, and with a Hare-Clark system, that is what occurs. And I would imagine in Franklin, for example, and we'll have to have a close look at the figures, but Rosalie Woodruff's vote has also gone back, as I understand it.
Polled very strongly in the face of Peter George.
Well, there you go. You're making excuses for her. And I'm saying Marcus Vermey has polled very strongly, and therefore in those circumstances you can expect a decline in other people's votes. So it is one of those things in the Hare-Clark system when you have a popular candidate like Bridget Archer, like Gavin Pearce, that it will impact other people's votes from the previous elections.
Sarah Lovell, you'd have to be disappointed in Labor's polling so far in Clark.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're disappointed, of course, but we're not giving up yet. We're confident that we've held our 2 seats in Clark. We're confident that we will hold 2 seats in every electorate. There was polling throughout the campaign that showed that there wasn't going to be a huge changes in the number of seats that anyone held, but it was potentially the makeup of the crossbench that would change. I'm still yet to see a pathway for the Liberal Party to form a functioning parliament from the crossbench that we're seeing likely to be elected currently. And we'll be very keen to hear what Jeremy Rockliff says later tonight about his intentions around that, whether he acknowledges that that's something that needs to change.
Are you ruining the opportunity that you had only a matter of weeks ago for Jean Winter to have gone to the governor?
No, we're not, because we made that decision knowing that this was always a risk. You never know the outcome of an election, and being so close to last year's election, it was highly likely that the numbers weren't going to change a great deal, particularly with a 5-week campaign. That's a very short period of time to be able to put your case forward. If we had tried to take
take government before the election, we wouldn't have had credibility to do that.
Let's go now. Sorry, Sarah. Let's go now to Leon Compton, who's on the tally room floor with Labor candidate for Clark, Luke Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Guy. And for people that might not know Luke Martin, who obviously came out of representing the salmon industry, representing the tourism industry, had spent time on Glenorchy Council. And the minute he announced that he was going to work in Labor leader Dean Winter's office, I thought he'd probably be running sooner rather than later. It turned out, Luke Martin, it was sooner. How are you feeling looking at the figures tonight about how you have gone in Clark?
Look, I mean, ours was a strategy to try and get to third for Labor and hope that we would be in a position to win a third seat. I think the Glenorchy boost is still to kick in, so I'm still semi-confident I'll end up in that result, but in a dogfight with John Crummer, who's done very well. But I think the reality is we're going to fall short of any third seat, so that's the reality of the math.
And that was also the reality of a pathway really towards improving on your vote, was to pick up a third seat in Labor. How do you explain the way the party's gone, or the way it seems the party's gone, Luke Martin?
Look, I mean, the reality is I spent pretty much the last 4 weeks in the streets of Glenorchy and Moona and Claremont, and I think one of the fundamental problems we had is we didn't present enough of a compelling reason for people to change. I think people understood the reasons for the election. I think people were looking for an alternative, and I felt that we hadn't done enough, frankly, to be able to convince them to shift over to Labor. I think they felt safe parking their vote in independent. And obviously there were some significant issues that hovered away in the back of people's minds that we weren't the answer to.
It's been much discussed on the floor tonight that when it came to the stadium, which has no doubt come up on the doors, people looked at Labor, looked at the Liberal Party and thought, well, at least we know the Liberal Party will be consistent if they're going to have the same position.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, the stadium wasn't the issue that people were raising. It was certainly... People were just frustrated about the lack of services and access to services, so our messages around health and access to GPs and cost of living relief did actually resonate with people, but certainly the people who ranked the stadium as their issue, whether it was for or against, didn't look to us as a solution. The people who are very positive about the stadium, which certainly in the northern suburbs there were a lot of them, they didn't see us as an option. And obviously I've got a history of that project that's quite extensive, so I had a number of people who said, look, I'm pro-stadium, you're pro-stadium, but I just don't trust you, and that's, I understand that. And similarly, I think with the people who were very opposed to the stadium, they saw that as their reason not to shift their vote to us, and I think park their vote with Independent or with Christie fundamentally in the northern suburbs, and I think her vote tonight shows that.
Can I ask how you're feeling? Like, it's obviously draining. You've run a six-week campaign. You've been out and doing a lot of that. You've seen the Labor Party now it looks like either having to try and form government with 10 seats, maybe 9, or another term of opposition. How does that feel?
Yeah, look, I mean, I obviously did this for a reason. I've said a couple of times, the last 2 or 3 years dealing with this government in my professional roles has been really difficult, really frustrating. I feel like they're just a government that had just run out of energy, and behind, I guess, the social media construct of Premier, we'd actually scratch the surface. It's very difficult to get any outcomes from him. And obviously when you look at things like the Spirit, when you look at the budget, when you look at so many areas of investment that are falling away, as someone who's sort of worked for business, I felt time for change, and I thought this is the most constructive way I can contribute to that. Obviously the timing of the election, probably hasn't helped, being so quick after the decision, but again, it is what it is. We'll see a parliament formed, and I think on the floor, and obviously I think that resonance for change, which is certainly out there, and I think if you look at the majority of people who in Tasmania today voted for parties other than the government, so...
look, we've got to go, but can I just ask you, if the Labor Party do end up with 10, should you try and form a government?
Well, I don't think that'll be a decision. Yeah, well, based on the results tonight, Leon, I don't think they'll be part of that decision making. That'll be a decision for the caucus, and of course the Parliament that'll have to make that decision. So we'll see.
Luke Martin, thanks for talking with us tonight. Guy and Sabra from the floor of the tally room, only a few metres away from where you're sitting. Back to you.
Thank you, Leon. Time now to check in with Casey Briggs, who's got an update on both Bass and Braden.
Yeah, let's start with Bass, Guy. First of all, here are the party totals. Once again, might actually start with Labor and then come back and look at the overall picture. Labor's got just over 2 quota. They will win 2 seats in Bass. But I just want to show you the Labor ticket because it's quite an interesting picture. Janie Findley's got basically a quota. She will be re-elected. Labor does not have Michelle O'Byrne in this seat this election, and it's feeling that. Labor's vote is down in Bass, and there is really no clear second place. In fact, everyone's basically getting a roughly random, even amount of the votes. So Janie Finlay is elected. I could not tell you who the second person is there. Take your pick of, maybe Jess Green or Jeff Lyons, but really, who knows? Let's come back and look at the party totals in Bass. So that's 2 for Labor, 3 for the Liberals guaranteed, 1 for the Greens. That adds up to 6, which means 1 seat left over. So let's look at what's left. You've got the Liberal Party with 0.39 of a quota. You've got the Greens with 0.37 left over. But then look further down. You've got the Shooters and Fishers with 1/3 of a quota. You've got George Rosé with 1/4 of a quota. It could well be that we see the people at the bottom of the ticket eventually feed in and help the Liberal Party. The Greens may well stall out at that 1.37. We're not calling this seat yet, but the Liberals are a decent chance of a 4th in Bass based on this overflow that we've got. And the Liberal Party, if I just jump quickly to Braden as well, is also a chance of a 4th in Braden. They're actually on more than 4 quota. And again, we've got this similar situation where you've got Nationals and Shooters and Fishers and Farmers sitting on, about 0.4 of a quota. Some of that may end up coming back and helping to shore up a 4th seat for the Liberal Party in Bass. They may not need the shoring up if they remain over 4, but there's more help as well beyond their primary vote. So that could well end up being a 4. Labor could fall back to 1 even, but maybe 1 or 2. Craig Garland's vote, I think we'd say he's likely elected at this point, but that has been falling through the evening, so we're not calling that one just yet, but he's in a very strong position. A little bit to work out still here, but potentially the Liberal Party, the government, could gain a seat in Bass, gain a seat in Braden.
All right, Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. And it's timely that we've got Craig Garland with us now, independent candidate in Braden. Craig, you're looking very strong. You haven't quite got a quota in your own right just yet. How confident are you that you will be able to manage to get across the line?
I'm a bit more confident than I was last year, but still not overconfident. I'll just let it run its course and see where we end up.
Craig Garland, it's Leon Compton here, and so it sounds like there's still a lot of work to be done. How do you explain, as you've watched the campaign unfold, how do you explain what seems to be a falling vote for Labor in Braden from what you've heard out and about on the doors?
I can't, Leon, to be honest. I have no idea why people have gone that way. You'd have to ask a few of those voters, I think.
Craig, you've talked about, and you and I have talked about how it took maybe 8 months to a year to actually get your feet under the desk and learn the ropes of Parliament. How will you approach this new Parliament and any new deals that you need to do if you're returned with whomever seeks your support after the weekend?
Well, it'll all come down to who gets elected and who's willing to form government and the numbers at the end of the day. So I'll just have to wait and see where it falls before, I guess, the discussions will start. That's how I see it at this point. I'm not getting carried away. I've got a better result at this stage than where I was last year. But as you know, under Hare Clark, anything could happen from here. So I'm not counting my chickens by any means.
Craig Garland, there's a lot of maybes in all of that, but I mean, are you suggesting that you might have a different approach to negotiating with the Labor Party compared if you approach with what seems more likely, the Liberal Party for support?
No, the discussions I've had with the Labor Party, they're more than willing to work with me, and the discussions I've had with the Liberal Party, there's no grey areas. They know the areas that I feel strongly about, and I've learned a lot out of what's just happened. Nobody expected us to be going to another election. The view I had, it was a no confidence motion in the Premier, not the government. So next time around, I probably will do things a little bit different. I understand now the reason why they need a written agreement going in to form government, so I won't discount that idea, but really I'm not going to get too carried away until the results are final and I know where I stand and also who will be putting their hand up to form government.
Craig Garland, it is an interesting point, though. I mean, one of the reasons that we're here is because you supported a vote of no confidence in Premier Jeremy Rockliff. Can we press reset? Like, if the Parliament goes back and he calls you and asks for your support again, can you have confidence in him now, given the vote that you took against him only a month or two ago?
Look, I'm sure Jeremy has learned as much out of this as I have and everybody else. You know, the expectations of the people of Tasmania are we're elected to form government and we have to work together in a collaborative manner and sit at the table and discuss our differences and agree on where we can go. Those areas that we all agree on, let's get to work on them. Let's show that we can make this government work. That'll be my approach if at the end of the day I do get elected. And if Jeremy's the Premier, we've already had discussions. We've tried to push things along. It didn't work, but now we have to make it work. There is no other choice than to make it work. And like I've said right from the outset, I put my hand out to work in a collaborative manner with the government, and that's what I'll be continuing to do so if I get re-elected.
And Craig, can I take a punt? You will get re-elected on the back of the Green preferences, as you did last time. You've got a higher primary vote this time, and I think we might be seeing each other in the Parliament again, so good luck and well done.
He got elected
thanks, Eric, but I might remind you.
You go, Craig, and then we'll wrap it up. What did you want to say, Craig?
Well, last year, Eric, I think if I recall, you said I had no chance.
That's right.
Yes, that's right. And I think we had Felix Ellis, who's your next-door neighbour, describing you as worse than the Greens, if I'm reading the subtext of his press release of a couple of days ago. Right, but there we are. Craig Garland, good to talk to you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're watching Tasmania Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at the Tally Room here in Hobart. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stayner. It's 8:45. We've got 34% of the vote counted, which is about the same number of votes that were cast in pre-polling. Let's get the latest on the count with Casey Briggs.
Yes, I'm just studying a table as I come to talk to you, just to check that the thing I'm about to say is correct, and it is. So, first of all, I want to take you quickly to Franklin, where we can take a look at the party totals here. The Liberals on 2.5 quota, Labor on just under 2, Peter George 1.5. That's remaining high. Peter George has been elected. Peter George will be a member of the next Tasmanian Parliament. We have one Green. David O'Byrne is in with a shot as well. He's not defeated, so we could end up in a situation where the Liberal Party loses one seat in Franklin. Labor may be trending toward 2, so there'll be 2, 2, 1 Green, Peter George and David O'Byrne. That may be the shape of Franklin by the end of this count, so that's quite an interesting result in its own right. Now, let me just say a couple of bigger, broader picture things as well. This is remaining, as it has been much of the count. Liberal Party 39.3% of the vote, 14 points ahead of Labor. Labor has brought this election on through its no confidence vote. Its vote has gone backwards. Labor's vote is the worst it has been in Tasmania since the hair clerk system began in 1903 in its history. So this is the worst Labor Party vote in Tasmania ever. Yet, there is still a way Labor could form government. That is the peculiarity of hair clerk. Now, it will be a very difficult government. You'd much rather be the government. I want to show you the chamber we've got at the moment. Let's go. These are the seats that we've given away. Liberals 13, Labor 8, Greens 5 and 2 others. Colour in a few we think are likely. I think that gets us up to 13 Liberals, 3 others and then 8 and 5. Let's say Labor get to 10, they retain their seats. There are 5 Greens, that gets you to 15. Can Labor then manage to work with Christy Johnston, Peter George, potentially David O'Byrne, potentially Craig Garland? Well, maybe. It's a very difficult parliament. It's a parliament that Labor has to navigate with a bunch of people who are opposed to the stadium in particular. But on the other side, the Liberal Party may get to 15, maybe. Let's say 15 for argument's sake for the moment, only needing 3 votes, but you need those same independent votes that, again, have the same views. There is a question mark about what this next government will look like. We've heard from our reporter Adam Langenberg earlier that Labor's prepared to consider trying to form a government with 10 seats. It'd be a very messy, complicated-looking government. And it's just an extraordinary situation we're in, where Labor's vote has gone backwards in an election that Labor instigated. It's had its worst result ever, but we're not quite sure who the next Premier will be still.
And Casey, just to jump in there, my understanding is the admin committee of the Labor Party met this morning and decided 10's the number. From there, we will try. And I've got more than one person telling me that. So 10. Give it a try to form government one way or the other, which ironically, of course, is exactly what they didn't want to do only after the no confidence motion and the governor got involved, and indeed after the last state election in which Rebecca White was bumped before she had a chance to try.
But Leon, what a perverse result that would be. Labor on its lowest vote ever since 1903 in 122 years, and then claim victory and government out of that. That would be a perverse result and something which the Tasmanians would not accept.
Claiming victory from a low base. What it's about is a parliament has been elected by the Tasmanian community, and we need to make that parliament work. Now we're looking like we're going to have a crossbench that is much more closely aligned with the Labor Party than they would be with the Liberal Party. Who is better positioned? This is where the crossbench will really be critical, and those decisions that will need to be made by those independent members in particular will be critical, and they need to think long and hard about who they want to support into government, because do they support a Premier and a government who they don't closely align their values with, or do they support a government who they are more closely aligned with? We're not in the world of black and white in the parliament anymore. We're not in the world of Labor and Liberal, left and right. We're in a world where we have minority governments that are elected by the people more than once, twice in a row now, and we need to make that work. And so it's going to be up to those independent members and that crossbench as to how they want to make that work and who they think can make it.
But will you have the personnel to even form a ministry?
Well, the ministry is not just made up by lower house members. There are 3 Labor members in the Legislative Council too, Eric, don't forget. And in fact,
one's the
the Liberal government had to do the
president.
same thing. The Liberal government had to do the same thing in this last parliament. If Labor take government...
Sarah, can we confirm that you'll give it a go? Like, is it on now for 10 seats?
That we will see the makeup of the parliament at the end of tonight. We might not even know by the end of tonight too, by the way, where there's still a lot of pre-polls to be counted and preference flows to be distributed. We want to wait and see who's elected and have conversations with those people. But I will be very clear that we won't be making deals. It will be a Labor government with a Labor agenda, and if there is a crossbench who is willing to support that, we will absolutely work with them.
Surely with the lowest vote in Tasmanian history for the Labor Party,
Eric,
shouldn't Dean Winter be getting on the phone and conceding defeat to Liberal Party
I know that you would
headquarters?
love things to be the way they were 50 years ago, Eric, but they're not. That's not the reality
This is
of today.
120 years ago.
You'd love it to be 120 years ago, I'm sure.
No, it is the lowest vote ever. It is the lowest vote ever for
Can I just jump in for one tick as well, Sabra? Sorry, I know you want me to move on. I'm told the Premier is going to be speaking. If you hadn't mentioned this, sorry, I was out on the floor a bit earlier, but the Premier is due to come down and speak as early as 9:30, so not too far away.
All right, now, and it's a timely occasion right now to go to someone who definitely has been elected to the Tasmanian Parliament. Peter George, independent candidate in Franklin, joins us now from Lindisfarne. Peter George, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Sabra. I tell you what, it's this has been a very happy, joyful campaign, and I've got some very, very loving supporters.
Oh, well, Peter George, I'm sure those volunteers behind you will be happy you don't have them out on the side of the road raising placards as they have been for the last 6 weeks. How did it feel, Peter George, hearing Sarah Lovell say if we form government with, say, 10 seats, 11 seats, 9 seats, it'll be a Labor government with a Labor agenda? I mean, what does that mean? Well, how does that sound to someone like you who might want to have your say and have some of your agenda injected there as well?
Let me say that I've been watching the ABC broadcast a bit, and I can already hear the squabbling between Labor and Liberal. Honestly, we have got to get a much more mature Parliament than a bunch of squabblers. We've got 35 members of Parliament, and I will be a member of the crossbench. And if neither of the parties can speak to the crossbench, that is their problem. It is not the problem of the crossbench, nor will it be the problem of the Greens. We need some maturity from those two old parties to negotiate a way through that gives us 4 years of stable government for the benefit of all Tasmanians, not for party political interests.
And so, Peter George, if you offer that, what would you like in exchange? If you offer that 4 years of stability, I mean, that could well require you to do some hard work as well. If you're offering 4 years of stable government, what would you want in response?
What I would want for stable government is a real focus on better education outcomes that benefits young Tasmanians and helps teachers to achieve what they can do. Better housing outcomes, including reducing the 5,000 people on the waiting list to get proper shelter over their heads. Rebuilding our health system so that it actually helps Tasmanians. But my bottom line is this. Let's face it, we cannot afford a stadium that will end up at $2 billion. We don't have the ability to build that now. We cannot be bullied by the AFL. We can have two teams, men's and women's teams, without a stadium. And especially as we're paying $130 million at York Park in Launceston to improve the facilities there. It's just ludicrous. Secondly, we have to stop the decimation of our waterways by the multinational salmon farms. We have to stop supporting them, and we have to stop the expansion into our waters. And thirdly, we all need to agree on a properly financed integrity commission that is able to do its job and restore Tasmanians' faith in their government, their bureaucracy, and in public life.
Wow, that is a big agenda, given that's the will of a lot of the crossbench that we're hearing from today, Peter George. It'll be interesting to see how the Labor or Liberal Party manage that conversation. Have you spoken to both parties in the last 24 hours? Have they reached out and spoken to you, to your team?
All I've heard from the party so far is abuse that I'm apparently a radical, whereas in fact my politics in any other part of the world would be considered so much middle of the road that I'd probably be run over. The silence from the parties is not unexpected, let's face it, but I tell you what, they need to start getting their act together. They need to start talking to the crossbench, because the truth of the matter is this election has shown, like the last election, and they should get used to it, never again in Tasmania will there be a majority government. Minority governments work well around the world. So I call on Minister Betts and I call on Sarah Lovell to, hey, stop trading barbs, start talking to each other and start concentrating on the betterment of Tasmania, because if you can't do that, you don't deserve to be in Parliament.
Peter George, Sabra Lane here. Do you have confidence in either Jeremy Rockliff or Dean Winter in being able to negotiate with a large crossbench?
I'm sorry, you'll have to say that again.
I'm sorry, Peter George, it's Sabra Lane here. Do you have confidence that either Jeremy Rockliff or Dean Winter can negotiate with a large crossbench?
Do I have confidence that Jeremy Rockliff or Dean Winter or whoever leads the parties after this election can negotiate with a crossbench? No, I don't. They have shown an incapability to do anything apart from being self-serving and looking after themselves. Let's be really serious about this. There are going to be 35 MPs in the lower house, and they need to focus not on their own interests, not on the top end of town, but on ordinary, everyday Tasmanians. That's something I can do. If they want to sort of accuse you of being radical and sort of, what am I? I think I'm as green as the C6 sailor as far as Eric Betts is concerned. That's a clever insult, great. But hey, let's put the campaign in the back burner now. The campaign is over. Let's collaborate collaborate. Let's show some real maturity. These are two old parties. Let's hope they can grow up.
Peter George, thanks for joining our coverage tonight, and again, congratulations. Now, we're going to go to Selina Bryan for a big overview of what's happening across the state.
So we can see that the Liberals have no doubt had a good night tonight, and they are going to finish as the party with the most seats in the parliament. But as we heard the panel just discussing a little earlier, there is still a chance for Labor to form a government with the support of the crossbench. If we look at the crossbench as it is now at the moment, the Greens have retained all of their 5 seats that they came into this election with. If we move them across to the Labor's side, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We can see that they then have come up to the same amount of seats as the Liberals, and there are still some independents on the crossbench that they could work with as well. Christy Johnston there, she did offer supply to the Liberals at the last election, in the last parliament. Leading into this election, she said that she wouldn't do any deals and she wouldn't offer confidence, but that question of supply is still on the table as well. And she is in parliament more closely aligned with the Labor vote and the way they vote in parliament than she is with the Liberals. So she could come down to there as well. We've just heard from Peter George that he wants to see stable government for 4 years. So if he was to see that Labor offers the most potential for a stable government and a stable minority parliament, that he might align with them too. So who else is in the mix? We also have David O'Byrne as a potential MP retaining his seat. He was a veteran Labor member for years. He is an independent now and he's contesting as that and again, but he could potentially fill another spot on the Labor side. So you can see, and then we also have Craig Garland too as a potential independent getting re-elected. He could potentially side with Labor as well. Then they're only 1 seat short of forming a government that could work on the floor of the House. So while the Liberals are in front at the moment, we can see that they're well ahead, and that's unlikely to change at this point given the number of seats remaining. There is still a question of who will form the next government.
Selina, thanks for that. Casey Briggs, you've got an update for us on the touchscreen.
Yeah, we've talked a bit about Labor's numbers and, you know, what are the possible pathways for Labor to cobble together some kind of government. We should probably balance the ledger and talk about the Liberals' path as well. We've got the Liberal Party on 13 seats at the moment. We think there are a pretty good chance of getting, well, at least 14 or 15 even. Best case scenario, let's say outside chance, I don't think this is the most likely scenario, but outside chance is 17. You know, if the Liberals are getting that higher number, well, they're walking into government, you would presume. If they're sitting on a number more like 14 or 15, the scenarios become a bit more interesting, as you've all been discussing. So there is actually still a fair bit of variability and a number of scenarios before us, let's put it that way. So that's the thing I'll say about the Liberal Party. The other thing I just want to say is bring your attention to some defeated members. We've got 3 defeated members of the last parliament that will not be in the next one, and they are the 3 former Jackie Lambie Network MPs. Rebecca Pentland has been defeated, Miriam Beswick has been defeated, Andrew Jenner has just been, we've just marked as defeated as well. And I'll show you the seat of Lyons to demonstrate why that is. In the seat of Lyons, here are the party group totals. The Nationals are sitting on 0.33, so just 4%. It's very hard. They're at nearly half the figure of the Shooters, Fishers, Farmers candidate, and even within the Nationals ticket, let's have a look at it. There are 5 candidates here. Andrew Jenner is sitting on half the vote of John Tucker. So Andrew Jenner would have to both beat John Tucker and then beat the Shooters, Farmers, Fishers party. That's just not going to happen. So Andrew Jenner has been defeated, and frankly, John Tucker isn't really in with a shot either. But the 7th seat there, we've still got this 0.6 with the Shooters and Fishers that could become very interesting as the count goes on. You know, there could be a Shooters, Fishers candidate being elected that would presumably help the Liberal Party return to government if they end up in one of the better scenarios for the government. So a lot still to play for.
And timely figures, Casey, because standing by to talk to us now is Andrew Jenner, the former member. Andrew Jenner, Casey Briggs has just announced that you have been defeated. What are your reflections on the Jackie Lambie Network experiment and your 16 months in Parliament?
Oh, look, it's been great. It's been such an experience. I wouldn't have changed it for the world. And look, if I've been defeated, that's great. I was hoping to get John over the line this time, but you know, politics, it's a funny old game.
Andrew Jenner, it's Leon Compton here. Do you regret supporting a vote of no confidence in Jeremy Rockliff? Ultimately, it led to where you find yourself tonight, which is no longer with a job in Parliament.
No, not at all, because that wouldn't be who I am. I'd rather do what was best for what I felt was for Tasmanians at that time. We were talking about the ferries, the GBEs, and obviously the budget. So, and I've been fairly vocal on those things, so I couldn't not vote for it. So, no, not at all. No, look, as I said, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm great. I'm really pleased Craig's in. I'm pleased Peter George is in. So, and Christie, they'll hold them accountable.
Andrew Jenner, Airlie Ward here. Can I just ask what your advice would be then to newcomers? You had a very steep learning curve 14 months or so ago. What would you not do, or would you advise others to do if they're coming in a similar situation, not belonging to a major party?
I think the most important thing is not to rush into a supply and confidence agreement. You know, find out what you want, what's best for the people that you represent, and work forward with that. And you know, the rest of it is just mechanics. It's just learning how the actual Parliament works. And yes, it does take, as Craig said, at least 12 months to get your feet under the desk. But you know, that'll always be the same when you're new into politics. But definitely to make sure your supply and confidence agreement, if that's the way you're going to go, make sure it suits you as well as it suits them, because there's nothing worse than getting halfway through, because that doesn't also set for a stable government.
Andrew Jenner, commiserations, but thanks for your time.
No, thank you very much.
OK, Erica Betts, can we now say that the Nationals tilt has well and truly failed here? And your thoughts on the possible option of 17 seats?
Look, the National Party has tried to get a foothold in Tasmania year after year and failed year after year, and hopefully they will desist in the future. That said, Andrew Jenner, John Tucker, Miriam Beswick, all good people that I know well, but we differ on a few things. Look, the possibility of 17 seats, can I confess, when I joined the panel tonight, everything was crossed for us to get a majority government, but the suggestion being made now that with the increase, and I stress this, the increase in the Liberal vote, that we might be on the cusp of 17 seats is, I've got to say, beyond my personal expectations, and it's a wonderful result. And might I use this opportunity to pay credit, one, to Jeremy Rockliff, Sam McQuestion and the Liberal team in headquarters, and if I may also to my campaign manager Heath Michael and Christy Johnson, who, a different Christy Johnson might I add, who helped me very much during this campaign.
The message that we heard from Peter George, whoever is in the position to be in Parliament, to be negotiating or running in a hung Parliament, a minority government, that they needed to take a more collaborative approach with the independent crossbench.
Yeah, look, of course you do, and when I was Senate leader, that was something that I did on a daily basis, so I know what Peter George is talking about, but can I say, with the deepest of respect to Peter, that it's not all a one-way street, that whoever that he wants to deal with has to concede everything that he wants, and when he says stop the name calling and grow up, well, calling others zombies is not exactly a mature approach to this. The good news is the campaign's over, and I think there is a mindset of people now to work collaboratively and get the Parliament underway, whatever its form might be. But the name calling has been coming from both sides with respect to Peter George, and
so you're not just a bunch of squabblers?
Oh, absolutely not.
It might surprise Eric.
And look, the vast majority of the stuff that goes through Parliament goes through without a division because everybody is agreed that that which is being put forward by the government, or, as in the last Parliament by David O'Byrne on one occasion, that it went through on the voices, nobody objected. So there has been a lot of collaboration, and as Leader of the House, can I say I dealt, I thought, very well with Vicar Bailey from the Greens, Shane Broad from Labor and the crossbench, and we made it work. The Parliament work, that it was the policies that blew
I wanted to say, it might surprise you and probably a lot of other people, but I agree with you on a point that you made there, and I think Andrew Jenner made it really well as well. And also, I do want to recognise Andrew and the other members that have lost their seats tonight. This is tough, and it's none of us enjoy seeing anybody lose
Been
their
there,
seats.
done that, so I know what it's like. Yep.
But I agree with your point, and the point that Andrew made is that we need cool heads to be making decisions. And you know, Peter George is obviously caught up in the excitement of his election campaign and his success tonight, and well done to him. But it is incumbent on every single member that is being elected to this Parliament to act with maturity, and he might find himself having to make some decisions that will require some kind of compromise, as will every member of Parliament, I suspect.
He will have to deal with one of the zombies.
We do need cool heads in Tasmanian politics at the moment, and there's no cooler head in the tally room at the moment than Casey Briggs, who's got an update on Braden.
I've got to say, with all the people in this room, it is starting to get a little bit warm in here, but we're trying to remain level-headed. Let's look at Braden. You'll have noticed, you'll have seen, we've only got 4 seats that we've called there and 3 still in doubt. I'm going to say this seat is firming up. I'm going to talk you through what the likely result is here, but we are leaving a little bit of uncertainty in it because of a few peculiarities and because of the large pre-poll vote, and we haven't got any of that. So let's talk through the most likely scenario. The Liberal Party, this has been tracking down a little bit. They were on over 4 quota at the start of the night. It's coming down below 4. Having said that, we still think they are likely to win 4 at this point in Braden, so that would be a gain of 1 for the Liberal Party in Braden. Labor is trending just below 2 quota. That would probably be enough to see them hold the 2 seats they've got in Braden. Craig Garland is probably trending toward election. He's retained that sort of nearly a quota level for quite some time. So that would become a result that is 4 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Craig Garland. The Greens are sitting here on 0.58 quota. They're not really. There's no friends for the Greens in the candidates that are remaining, so it's very hard to see that getting much higher than where it is. So really the only hope for a group like the Greens at this point is there's something coming in the pre-polls that will look substantially different, that's going to sort of upset this cart a little bit. But really it's looking like 4-2-1. You know, if I bring that up on the chamber, it'll just show you where we're trending toward in Braden. If we haven't quite got there fully yet, this is where we are on the numbers on the bottom of your screen. 13 Liberal, 8 Labor, 5 Greens, 2 others. And if I add those 3 likelies in Braden, it gets you to 14, 9, 5 and 3. So that's the addition of Craig Garland, 1 Liberal and 1 Labor MP. That's where Braden's going. We're just waiting on a few more votes there to firm that up.
All right, Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to go to Leon Compton, who's on the tally room floor. Leon, who have you got for us?
I've got Jamie with us tonight, Sabra, and we're actually just behind you at the moment. You might be able to notice in the background shots some waving of slogans and placards and people in T-shirts starting to gather, which I'm not sure I'm so keen on. But Jamie's been good enough to have a chat to us. He is one of the younger Liberals who's been out on the campaign trail. Jamie, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Now, tell me about the campaign. You've been volunteering. Who have you been volunteering for?
Well, so I'm in the electorate of Franklin, so I've been volunteering for all of the candidates in Franklin, as well as Clark, because they're nearby as well. We've got some good candidates.
You look like you're pretty strong on the wobble board. Have you developed some fitness with that over the course of the campaign?
Definitely, I reckon my arms are getting pretty strong. You learn how to do it pretty well at 6 o'clock in the morning out on the streets, so...
Jamie, you're also president of the UTAS Young Liberals. Tell me about how you've seen the figures as they've come in tonight. What are you seeing out of the result as it's revealed itself so far?
Well, the results so far are looking good for us, for the Liberals, but it's still hard to say. It's only early times, and as we've seen, that it can change pretty quick, so we can only hope for the best so far.
And just a quick one, how would you describe the vibe of the tally room here tonight?
Depending on which area you're in, it can change. corner of the blue. It's we're feeling pretty good, but again, it's hard to tell. So everyone, I think, is just happy to be here and all taking part in the democratic process.
For people that may not, thank you, Jamie, for talking with us, by the way. Thanks for having a chat. For people that might not understand what's going on here tonight, our coverage is coming to you from the floor of the tally room. Think of a very large ballroom with the ABC's panel all set up in one corner. But if you have a look out beyond me at the moment and we zoom out there, you can see literally hundreds of people gathered to take in what's going on. Now, you might notice a growing number of people, Sabra and Guy, who are gathered in front of the podium. And what we believe is that at about 9:30, so in about 15 minutes from now, Premier Jeremy Rockliff, or Liberal leader Jeremy Rockliff, will come down and address the crowd. So we're expecting that. We'll also have Labor leader Dean Winter give his interpretation of what the results mean for tonight, and Dr. Rosalie Woodruff as well. But there's a wonderful vibe. You might be able to see kids and young people, hello there, winding their way through. We've got a young superstar, hello there, mate. Can you come and have a look at this gentleman here with his star glasses on? So it's a couple of days of school holidays left, lots and lots of people here to enjoy democracy. And it's all fun and enjoyable. We're proud of the fact that we have the last tally room in the country. But what's also significant, when we asked Andrew Hawkey, the Electoral Commissioner, about this a little earlier tonight, you know, we're the last. Are we like the dinosaurs? Are we on our way out too? And he said, no. In a time of politics being challenged, of integrity in politics being questioned, the tally room is a critical part of letting people feel like they have a part in watching it unfold and a say. So it looks like it's here for a while yet. Back to you, Guy. Back to you, Sabra.
Thank you, Leon. We're about to get an update on Bass with Casey.
Yes, there's a lot going on here in the tally room. Let's go and have a look at Bass. This final seat in Bass is one of the more tricky ones at this point. Don't be surprised if we end the night without that 7th seat clear. We've got at the moment 3 definite Liberals, 2 definite Labor members, a definite Green. That's 6, so there's a 7th seat up for grabs. And what you've then got is, look at what's left over. 0.3 here, 0.2 here, 0.34 here, 0.37, 0.37, 0.27, 0.16. There's a lot of people in the mix there. You would think, given where Labor is behind all of these, you would think this is most likely a contest between the Liberal Party and the Greens. The Greens don't, again, just like Braden, don't have that many friends down the bottom of the ticket, so that may advantage the Liberal Party. We've got all the on-the-day votes in Bass. We're waiting on pre-polls still. You might think that also might slightly advantage the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party tended to grow its vote in the north on pre-polls last year. The Greens fell back a little bit on pre-polls, so you might slightly favour the Liberal Party picking up a 4th, which is, you know, they've only got 3.3 quota. They're a chance at winning a 4th seat in Bass, but it's unclear, and we're probably not going to know the result of that one tonight. But a very interesting battle there. It's plausible that in both northern seats, Premier Jeremy Rockliff will return 4 seats in those.
Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Erica Betts, 4 seats in each of those northern seats.
That would be a great result, and having a look at the Bass figures, George Razay, shooters and fishers, you would expect that the majority of those preferences might come to us. The other ungrouped of 0.37, I'm not sure who those people are, so it's hard to predict where those preferences would go, but I don't think...
Casey's just got a point he wants to make.
One thing I just wanted to say as well, Bridget Archer's on 1.5 quota in Bass. She's a very high-profile candidate. There can be a tendency for high-profile candidates to have their votes leak out of the group into other groups, so that would be maybe something working against the Liberal Party there. So another reason it's a messy, complicated contest. We could have the potential of some leakage out of the ticket there.
Well, look, that's a fair observation, and those things have happened in the past, and it may happen as well with Jeremy Rockliff's high vote in Braden, that there might be some leakage because they like him as Premier, but then sort of bit of insurance, they start voting for somebody else. But I would have thought on the trend, generally, it's looking relatively positive, but I'm not going to start counting chickens.
All right. Sarah Lovell, are you counting chickens?
You spoke earlier tonight about the high number of pre-polls, and you expressed some degree of confidence that they might favour you. We saw in the federal election crazy swings back and forward on pre-poll votes. What is it that gives you any slim degree of confidence that those pre-polls might favour Labor?
So we had some polling in the last week of the campaign that showed that people that had voted early were more likely to have voted Labor than Liberal. So that's what that's based on. Our projections are showing now status quo, basically, for the Labor and Liberal Party in terms of numbers, 10 to Labor, 14 to the Liberals, and obviously that crossbench with some different faces than we've had in the previous parliament.
And 10 being the number that you started the night with, where there was the discussion that 10 would be the number perhaps that you might look to form a government with support of the Greens.
Well, what we said, we didn't really put a number on it. What we said is we'll have a look at the makeup of the parliament once we know what that looks like, and we will work with whatever the parliament is that's elected. Now,
I think Leon said that his intel was 10.
I didn't have that same intel, Leon, but you did this to me last year too.
I did do that to you last year as well. The same people.
The number's not important.
No.
What we've said is we will see the makeup of the parliament once it's all determined and all the pre-polls are counted and all the preference distribution is done, and we will have a look and see what we've got to work with.
Sarah, can I just tell you my reflection on what happened last year? You're referring to the fact that when you won 10 seats, the people that were getting in touch with me saying under no circumstances should Rebecca White try and form a government from here. That was the information I was getting. It was a real attempt to sort of end her leadership, to not give her a chance. It's the opposite this time. So people are saying to me, if we get 10, we've got to try. We don't want another 4 years in opposition. We've got to have a go this time. Now, notwithstanding you didn't do it 15 months ago, notwithstanding you didn't do it 6 weeks ago, but there's a real perception this time that you're going to try as hard as you can to make it work. Is that fair?
There's a couple of things that have changed in that, Leon, and I think the first thing, first and foremost, is that we've seen Jeremy Rockliff as leader of the Liberal Party fail to make a minority government work twice now. We've gone to 2 early elections because he made that decision, and he made the decision the first time round. Second time it was because he lost the confidence of that crossbench. We don't have confidence that he can do that again. We don't want to give him another chance at doing it because we don't want to be back here again in 12 months. Nobody wants that. The other thing that's changed is that this is the second election where there's been a minority parliament elected and a large crossbench, and we have to respect that. That's the will of the Tasmanian community.
There's just been an announcement on the floor of the tally room that Jeremy Rockliff will be talking to the tally room in about 10 minutes, and you can probably hear behind me that there are some exuberant Liberal Party supporters that are chanting Rocky, Rocky. In the meantime, Casey Briggs has got an update on Clark, I believe.
Yeah, let's look at the 2 southern seats. First, Clark, just to refresh where we're at on that. Half the vote's in now, and it's looking a pretty status quo result. 2 Liberals, 2 Labor, 2 Greens, and Christy Johnston as the 7th. So let's have a look at who's elected. It's a very similar looking ticket at this point. Christy Johnston, Vicar Bailey and Helen Burnett, the 2 Greens members for Clark who were elected last time, are re-elected. Ella Haddad and Josh Willey, both Labor members, re-elected. Now, what's interesting, though, is if I go, and in fact, why don't we do this by looking at the Liberal ticket in particular, because the one change in Clark will be in the Liberal members. Marcus Vermey has been elected, although his vote, that quote, has come down a little bit since we've seen it earlier, but he's well on track for election there, I should say. Simon Barakis or Madeline Ogilvie could well be the casualty there, or one of them will definitely be the casualty there. So status quo in party terms, but there is a change of one member of Parliament in Clark. Let's look at Franklin as well. We've still got 2 seats in doubt there. Remember we said the Liberal Party has a chance of winning 4 off 3.3 quota in Bass. Well, here they're a chance of winning only 2 off 2.65. It's the peculiarities, the vagaries of Hare Clark sometimes, because that 3rd Liberal seat is at risk. So we could see the government go backwards here. Labor would be hopeful of 2, but a definite 1. Peter George has definitely elected Greens. Definitely, this is a sort of quite a messy race for the last couple here. You've got 2 seats left. If that's 2, 1, 1, 1. You've got 2 seats left. You've got David O'Byrne in the mix for it with 0.9 quota. You've got a Labor candidate with 0.82 quota. You've got a Liberal with 0.65 quota, and then there's really no one else down there. So a little bit of a messy contest. 3 candidates racing for 2 seats there.
Casey Briggs, thank you very much for that. Cassie O'Connor, Tasmanian voters have spoken tonight. What do you think they've said?
What they've said is that they want some change. They're not particularly stoked with either party, notwithstanding the increase in the Liberals' votes. There's been a very strong endorsement of the Greens and some of the independents, obviously. But it takes us back to something that Sarah said before. If Labor's attitude, if they're going to seek a path to government, is that this will be a Labor government with a Labor agenda, it is doomed to fail, because you cannot have a stable arrangement that will do justice by the verdict of the Tasmanian people if you swan in there like you own the joint, and particularly if Labor comes in with the depressed vote that they have. In a power-sharing parliament, it's exactly that. And part of the reason we're here is because the Liberals with JLN promised a review of the budget, the S-Lake review, and then they ignored it. A review of the stadium, the Gruen review, then they ignored it. They promised to beef up the Integrity Commission to Andrew Jenner and ignored that as well. So you've got to do this stuff in good faith.
Well, looking at the leadership of both the major parties then, is either leader capable of being collaborative?
Well, if they're not, they have to go. You know, it's that simple. If either of the leaders can't find it in themselves the courage and the maturity, they're in a majority because the Tasmanian people made that choice, then they will have to go and let someone else who can deal with the complexities of a crossbench, can cooperate, collaborate and sometimes compromise.
Cassie O'Connor, would a condition of power sharing with the Greens be Labor relinquishing its support for a stadium?
I'm not going to sit here tonight and put words in Rosalie or the party room's mouth. Obviously, we regard the stadium as a massive folly, something the state clearly can't afford. We know that people are with us on that. But I'm not going to get into sort of a horse trading discussion before we've had the discussion as a party room.
But obviously the only potential member on the crossbench that could be in favour of the stadium would be David O'Byrne. All other members of the crossbench would be anti-stadium.
Well, any smart Premier in that circumstance will understand the reality, you would think. Walk away from the stadium, fight for the team, base the team at York Park, and if there's a conversation to be had another day about a new stadium, when we can afford it, well, let's park that for another day. But a smart Premier coming into a minority parliament will drop the stadium.
All right, we're going to get an update.
70% of the members to be elected in general terms are in favour of the stadium. So why would you deny 70% of the Tasmanian population?
We might return to the possibility of the Liberals power sharing with Labor at a later moment, Erica Betts.
We're going to go to Casey Briggs. Casey, you've got an update for us on the touchscreen.
Look, anything's possible in Tasmanian politics, isn't it? Let's refresh ourselves. Let's refresh our memory of where things are at as we wait for Jeremy Rockliff to speak. I'm going to start with the change in votes statewide. The Liberal vote is up 3 points. The Labor vote is down 3 and a bit points. The Greens are up a modest half a percentage point. The Nationals have only got 1.5% in this election statewide. Not a very good result for them, but also not a very good result for the Labor Party on the primary vote. Just over a quarter of the vote. That is the worst Labor primary vote since Federation, since the Labor Party has existed in Tasmania under the Hare-Clark electoral system. The Liberal Party is on 39.6. That has been a remarkably stubbornly even number that has not shifted in a very long time. The Greens have 14.4 and, as I said, Nationals on 1.6. I'll show you the chamber one more time. Here are the seats that we've got as clear victories for one party or the other. Liberal 13, Labor 8, 5 Greens, others 2. I want to colour in some of those likely seats, including the ones we talked about in Braden. That gets Labor to 9. Labor could win a 10th. That would be the second seat in Franklin. I can't see Labor getting beyond 10. I think 10 is the maximum for Labor at this point. The Liberals have 14. They could continue to grow from there by another 1 or 2 potentially. The Greens have 5. We said earlier they were in the contest for a 6th, maybe. In Franklin, the seats are bleeding together, and there are 3 others in those likelies. That's Christy Johnston, Peter George, and a likely Craig Garland in the next Parliament. These numbers pretty similar to the last one at this point, pretty similar to the election that we saw just 16 months ago. So I guess there might be some people asking the question tonight, what exactly was the point?
Yep.
Casey, thank you. We are just a couple of minutes away for what we're expecting will be Jeremy Rockliff to talk to the tally room here. Just before we get to your leader's speech in the tally room, across the aisle in Parliament, based on these numbers, the party and the MPs that are going to be most closely philosophically aligned to you are likely to be the Labor Party members. Is there any way that you can actually govern and cherry-pick support from whoever you need with legislation as it comes up?
Oh, I would have thought that with the stadium that should definitely be the case. When over 70% of the Parliament reflects that, one would hope that Labor and the Liberals could cooperate to ensure that that ambitious project is delivered. It's a game changer for our economy. Even the Lord Mayor's own economic consideration of it showed that it would be a boost to Hobart of over $100 million per annum. So that is something that we simply cannot let go of. But look, Liberal and Labor forming a government together, I've got to say, I think it's unlikely, but never say never.
I think
One of my favourite phrases.
It would be the messiest, most unstable Parliament Tasmania has ever seen, and I don't think they're ready for that.
I tell you what, they vote together 90% of the time. In the Legislative Council, when a bill or an issue comes through, it is Labor and the Liberals voting together 90% of the time.
So, Cassie O'Connor, does that mean that you're saying it makes sense for there to be a coalition between Labor and the Liberals?
They're perfect for each other. You know, the grand coalition. Stop the pretense that there's any difference between you both.
That statistic is completely inaccurate. It records divisions only. It doesn't record anything that we all agree on. And it can record 30 votes for one bill. If someone wants to call a division on every clause in a bill, that's how you record
Guy, I can assure you that we're waiting for a phone call from Dean Winter to concede defeat, not to form a coalition.
What guarantees can the Liberal Party give if it manages to get across the line with support from independents that we're not in this position again in 18 months' time if that falls away and we've got another vote of no confidence and a Premier calling an election again? Do you think Tasmanians would stomach another election so soon?
No, and tonight we've seen them punish the Labor Party for being the instigator, and the figures show that Labor are now on the lowest vote ever in the Hare-Clark system, and despite having suffered a vote of no confidence, we've actually seen a growth in the Liberal Party vote, a lift in the Liberal Party vote, which means that more people have confidence in the Premier and the government than they did in 2024. So you've got to ask the question, what was the actual motivation, and what a gross misread of our fellow Tasmanians by the Labor Party and Dean Winter and the Greens and some of the independents to jump onto that bandwagon. And if you want a mature independent that was able to deal with us in a mature, sensible way, it was in fact David O'Byrne, the former Labor leader, who's, as I understand it, is now out-polling the actual Labor leader.
Do you think he'll have his vote? So the question to that point is, will you get his vote this time around, his support this time around? You got to deal with him last time. Do you think you can do it this time?
Look, Jeremy Rockliff was exceptionally good and proper in his dealings, I believe, with the crossbench, with each and every one of them. Sure, some of them didn't like what occurred, but of course that's the difficulty with a crossbench, that you had some against the stadium, some in favour. And so then how do you deal with a crossbench when there is that differing view on the crossbench? But it looks as though we might be getting somebody important.
I'm being told that might still be a couple of minutes away.
Oh, right.
Cassie O'Connor, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I'm being told that, in a personality sense, the Greens prefer dealing with Jeremy Rockliff to Dean Winter.
Is that true?
Well, I can't speak for all of the Greens. But, I mean, Jeremy...
I like how long you're thinking about it, though.
Yeah, no, I am thinking about it. Jeremy has a lot of nice qualities. He's kind. He's a good listener. He hasn't covered himself in glory in this past term of government, or necessarily one before. He's been quite dishonest about the stadium, so that's a qualified statement. Dean is a sort of shut-off character, and he can be a bit hard, I think, to talk to. Yeah, he can, but that's sort of irrelevant, the personality stuff, isn't it? You just have to get through that, because you're dealing with 35 different characters. So whatever the result after tonight, everyone is going to have to be talking to each other, and whoever are the leaders or the Premier, they're going to have to build trust across the Parliament and potentially with their partners in government.
Cassie O'Connell, we've got an update on some numbers with Casey Briggs.
I thought we might actually have a look at the complexion of the new Parliament, some of the members that are going to be entering Parliament. We can focus so much on quotas that we forget about the people sitting on the benches. So a quick look at the new members, the defeated members, and who's still in the race. We have 3 new Liberal members of Parliament in the next Parliament. I think that might be the Premier coming out. He's about to come out. Let's proceed until we get that. Bridget Archer, the new member for Bass. Gavin Pearce, the new member for Braden. So we've got 2 federal members of Parliament entering State Parliament. Now, the Premier Jeremy Rockliff.
Sorry.
No worries. Jeremy Rockliff there, and his wife, 3 daughters, and his mum.
Johnny. Well, thank you all. To all of Tasmanians, I'm very humbled by tonight's result. A little over 6 weeks ago, the Leader of the Opposition forced this unnecessary election on the Tasmanian people by moving a vote of no confidence. Well, tonight, the people of Tasmania in return have said that they have no confidence in the Labor Party to form government. And they have voted to re-endorse our Liberal government. It is our team, the Liberal Party, who will achieve the most seats in this election with a significantly increased vote, and I thank you. And I want to thank all Tasmanians. On that basis, there is some way to go at the conclusion of the counting and the return of the writs. But I intend to visit the Governor and ask her to recommission my government so we can get on with the job for Tasmania. Tasmanians have spoken, as I always have and will continue to do so. Now is the time for those who have had and will have the great honour of being elected to Parliament to work together with goodwill across the chamber in the best interests of all Tasmanians. Each and every one of us who have been elected cannot expect to get 100% of everything we want. We must work together, respect the will of the people, be mature, be pragmatic, but most of all, work in the best interests of all Tasmanians. I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Tasmania for the great privilege that you have provided me in being a Member of Parliament, a Minister in the Government and Premier of Tasmania for the last 3 years. I also want to acknowledge and thank every single one of the 160 candidates that stood at this election for your courage and your conviction, all of whom have stood to try in their own way to make a positive difference to this wonderful state. To see your name on the ballot paper for the very first time in many cases is a moment I know you will never forget as you become part of Tasmania's very rich democracy. I would especially like to thank all of our Liberal team and our 34 candidates. Thank you so very much. Well done. It has been such a privilege to work with you as I have travelled in every corner of this beautiful state to be with you and alongside you at this election. I am humbled by the loyalty. I'm truly humbled by the loyalty of our parliamentary Liberal team and all of our candidates. Your dedication and your commitment to your community and our Liberal team is extraordinary. Your support has given me enormous strength in what has been a very challenging time, and for that I say thank you. You and all your families can be enormously proud. I also want to thank the people of Braden for putting your trust in me and electing me for my 8th parliamentary term. Tomorrow, July the 20th, will be the anniversary of my first ever election in 2002, some 23 years ago. So to all the people of Braden, from Latrobe to Burnie, to Smithton, to Queenstown, and my beloved King Island, I thank you for the great privilege that you have given me to serve your community. Being a Member of Parliament and to stand for election and to serve, this is a tough gig. It is tough on families. And I want to acknowledge Dean Winter as Leader of the Opposition, his wife Alison and family. I know, and especially the people behind me know, how tough this is for our loved ones. Thank you. But this campaign was about building on what we have all achieved together over the course of the last 11 years. One of the strongest economies in the nation, the lowest unemployment on record, 3.8%, and the lowest of any state in Australia. The highest participation of women in the workforce, more people employed than ever before. We have worked so hard to achieve this. The new schools, the upgraded classrooms, the upgraded health facilities across our state, essential infrastructure, cost of living relief, and keeping our communities safe. This has been the focus of our team, and this will continue. I have learnt in public life to make it my job to always stand for something and not against something. Because when you stand for something, you build Tasmania's future. Finally, can I thank my wonderful campaign team, the President of the Liberal Party, Michael McKenna, State Director, Sam McQuestion, my Chief of Staff, Ned Whitehouse, all our wonderful volunteers, and I want to thank each and every single person that has not only worked with me and our team in government, of course, on the campaign as well, but every single person that's worked alongside me in employment for the last 23 years. I'll never forget you. You have provided me with great support, great wisdom, great encouragement, and for that I will always be grateful. Our campaign team, our volunteers, and our Liberal Party members, I say thank you. And finally, to the greatest strength that one could ever have, to my mum, Jerry, to my incredibly supportive wife, Sandra, to Sandra's parents, Terry and Margaret, and to my beautiful daughters, Ruby, Lucy and Holly, I'm so proud of you. Thank you. And to Lucy, who has just turned 18. And voted for the very first time. I do hope you gave your dad number 1. But if you didn't, that's okay, darling. And to my extended family, you have sacrificed a lot in the last couple of decades, especially the last few years. You've been with me through the highs and the lows and everything in between, and I love you all. Once again, let's get on with the job. Let's work together and do the very best we can for this magnificent state of Tasmania. Thank you very much.
The Liberal Premier. All right, that's Liberal Premier Jeremy Rockliff leaving the stage there with his mum and his wife and 3 daughters. He says he's going to visit the Governor to ask to be recommissioned. Eric Abetz.
Look, a fantastic speech by the Premier. It was humble, but it was also stating the facts of an increased Liberal vote, his own personal support in Braden, and that he has every expectation that the Liberals will be able to form government. So a wonderful speech, and what's more, recognising the Leader of the Opposition, who, in fairness, must be in a world of pain at the moment, and for the Premier to reach out to him and make the comment that he did is indicative of Jeremy Rockliff's character.
Sarah Lovell and Cassie O'Connor also talking about respecting the result and being mature and pragmatic.
Look, he mentioned that towards the end, but he started his speech by saying he was going to the governor to be recommissioned as Premier, with no mention of a crossbench or a minority government. He did this last year, and here we are 16 months later back at the polls because he lost that confidence. I think the days of any leader claiming victory on election night like this, like they've done in the past where there has been a clear majority, are behind us, for now at least. And what I would have liked to have seen from the Premier is a recognition of the fact that the previous parliament failed and that there is still a long way to go before he or anyone is in a position to be able to claim to form government and be visiting the governor.
Another thing he said in his speech was that tonight's vote is a vote of no confidence in Labor to form government.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think he doesn't have a majority. He hasn't secured a majority of votes. And in fact, more people have voted for someone other than the Liberal Party than have voted for the Liberal Party. And we've seen that two-party preferred polling showing more Tasmanians would prefer a Labor government than a Liberal government. I don't agree with his characterisation, and it's arrogant to stand up and claim victory like that when you haven't secured a majority, and you certainly haven't secured any form of confidence or supply from any of the crossbench.
Cassie O'Connell, was it premature to claim victory?
Well, he did do the same thing last year, and I do agree with Sarah. There's a lot of talking, you'd think, to go before Jeremy Rockliff could confidently tell the governor he would have enough numbers on the floor to get his agenda through. I thought it was interesting that he said we have to be mature in this term of Parliament and work for what's in the best interests of Tasmanians. Clearly that stadium is not in the best interests, but we can't have a Liberal government that goes in there and does more of the same, because we will be at $13 billion in net debt by 2028 if we have a Liberal government that thinks it's got a mandate, even though it's not in majority, to keep doing what it's always done. Because while they might have picked up a seat or two or three tonight, you wouldn't call this a strong and ringing endorsement from the Tasmanian electorate. You just can't.
He said it was time to respect the will of the people. I'm taking that you have a different interpretation of what that might actually mean.
Well, Eric before tried to say because 70% of the elected members are in pro-stadium in the Parliament, that means 70% of Tasmanians are pro-stadium. Untrue. Completely untrue.
Stop pointing, Cassie. Not a good look.
Well, I will point because I'm going to point to Casey Briggs, not Cassie O'Connor.
I'll point
Casey
right
Briggs.
back at you. Look, just to join this conversation, the Premier has said there that he will go to the governor and ask to be recommissioned. He wants to meet the Parliament, essentially. He's entitled to ask that. Now, if the governor gets advice from other parties saying, well, the Premier will not have the confidence of the House, the governor doesn't have to accept his advice, but also the Parliament doesn't have to accept the recommissioning. Jeremy Rockliff could be reappointed as Premier by the governor. It's happened before. It's how changes of government have happened in Tasmania before. He could face the floor of Parliament and immediately be facing a no-confidence motion. And if that passes, well then it would go back to the governor to recommission somebody else. So that's the sort of process. It's a process we've seen take place before in Tasmania. He's allowed to ask to be recommissioned.
Well, to be fair, the governor in all likelihood will ask Jeremy Rockliff if he has sufficient numbers. So I'm not sure the governor would be just happy to wave off the Premier to test something on the floor without having some assurance that he's got an arrangement.
Eric,
I think that's a fair comment by Cassie. Yeah.
I had to laugh when the Liberal Party supporters were chanting 4 more years. 4 more years has not been an accurate statement since 2014.
And that is what we're hoping for. That's what we want, and that's why we went to the polls.
Is it time that Tasmania actually considers something more permanent to try to create 4-year fixed terms?
Well, you can't have fixed terms when a leader of the opposition seeks to blow the joint up and make it unworkable.
The previous 2 early elections weren't quite like that. The Liberal Party chose to go early, particularly the last one very early. This one might be the exception rather than the rule. Should we have 4-year fixed terms?
Look, I think any government would love to have fixed terms. and if we can make that work, so be it. But let's hope that there is so that there is sufficient goodwill in the Parliament to actually make this one work.
It's often difficult to get the Libs and the Greens to see eye to eye. Should we have 4-year fixed terms? Cassie O'Connor.
Well, there's a lot to be said for 4-year fixed terms, because we wouldn't be in this perpetual cycle that we seem to be in. One of the issues I think that the major parties have with 4-year fixed terms is it's one power, if you like, that the Premier of the day has in calling an election, and that's why I think there's resistance to fixed 4-year terms here.
Erica Betts, clearly we'd see a lot of passion already forming about how you'll approach as a pro-stadium party a crossbench that's against it. What about this as an olive branch? Would you consider, as the minister given carriage for running on the stadium, would you consider saying, OK, we'll put it back in the project of state significance process and support that? Let the Tasmanian Planning Commission look at it and then reflect and respect what they decide on the project. I think that would have a lot of crossbench support, but would you think it's a good idea?
Oh, look, the POS process, the Project of State Significance process, was not something that we as a government wanted before my time. It was foisted upon us by the Parliament as the only pathway forward for the stadium. After the last election, now the 2024 election, we had the Labor Party change their mind, quite rightly, and adopt Liberal policy, and therefore there was a proper pathway. And Parliament Square had special legislation, and in Adelaide, in South Australia, special legislation for their stadium, Western Australia, special legislation for their stadium, and that is the way that these special projects do in fact come into being. And you know, with the legislation that I introduced, in one of the schedules there was 2,500 pages of actual detail in relation to the stadium. So huge amount of detail, and at the end of the day, Leon, what's the safety valve in all this? The Parliament will decide. The Parliament will vote
but the
whether or
Project of
not
State
to do
Significance
this.
process lets the Tasmanian Planning Commission, which is still ongoing.
It's ongoing.
Right. So why not just let that run its course and then listen to and reflect
The
what's going
Planning
on?
Commission is scheduled to deliver its final report around about the same time that this next Parliament is expected to sit. Erica Betts.
Look, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think the POS or the TPC was looking at September for a report, if
That's
I
when
recall.
Parliament's going to be back.
And I would imagine the Parliament may be recalled before that. But that said, nobody was expecting, or we weren't, that Labor and the Greens would combine to blow up the joint, and the Labor Party have suffered the consequences tonight, getting the lowest vote in their history since Hare Clark. So,
just on that, Erica Betts, the Labor Party's primary vote did go up on pre-polls at the last election. We've got about nearly double the number of pre-polls this election. A similar trend might actually have that number a lot closer to the status quo of the previous election.
Guy, that may well be right, and time will tell.
Erica Betts, do you accept that there is a significant anti-stadium sentiment? Do you therefore acknowledge that it wasn't communicated well with the Tasmanian people, that there is a perception that a deal was done behind closed doors, mainlanders, the AFL, telling Tasmanians what to do?
Look, it'd be fair to say the stadium issue was a divisive issue. I had very good, solid people telling me for the first time ever they couldn't vote Liberal because of the stadium. I had others who had been lifelong Labor voters saying, we only trust you to deliver the stadium, so we're going to vote for you. So has it been a divisive issue? Yes.
Will it go ahead?
Yes, I have every confidence that it will go ahead. Because if Tasmania doesn't grab this opportunity, we will be seen as a place where you can't do development. And yeah, keep in mind, 240 million from federal Labor coming into this, 375 million from the AFL coming into this. This is a huge lick of money.
Can I just say something quickly, Airlie? It's not that the stadium wasn't communicated well.
That is just an announcement that in 10 minutes, Dr. Rosalie Woodruff, the leader of the Greens, will be entering the tally room to make her speech. Can we just hit hold on that?
No.
We're now just approaching 250,000, 250,000 votes counted. Casey Briggs is going to give us an update on what that looks like in the chamber at the moment.
And I'll say we're nearing the end of what we're going to get tonight. There's only a few pre-poll counting centres yet to come before the count will be concluded for tonight, with more to come tomorrow. But what I wanted to show you is, as we've been hearing from Jeremy Rockliff and looking through the figures, we've been trying to firm up the seats that are in doubt to get a bit of a picture of at least what the most likely version of the next Parliament might look like. Let's start with a reminder of the seats that we're sure about. The Liberal Party with 13, Labor with 8, the Greens with 5 and 3 others. We've talked about Braden a bit already, which is, firming up in one direction, but we're not 100% there yet, but it's certainly looking one way. We've done a similar process in Franklin and some of the other seats as well. If we add some likelies, this is where we're starting to get to. Labor on 10, but no more. The Greens on 5. Likely 5, maybe a chance at a 6th. 14 Liberals and 4 others, which is a very familiar set of numbers for those that were watching at 6:01 p.m. tonight. There are 2 seats left. That's 32 accounted for in the sort of likely basket. 2 seats left. One of them is in Bass, and genuinely Bass is a bit of a unknown quantity at this point. It is. We've got a lot of candidates, a lot of party groups sitting on sort of between 0.2 and 0.4 of a leftover quota. So that is just anyone's guess at this point. We're not going to know that one tonight. And the other seat that we've got quite a bit of uncertainty on is the seat of Lyons, where there's one more seat up for grabs. This Shooter, Fisher and Farmer candidate, that's a ticket of 1, sitting on 0.59 quota. They're pretty well placed. I wouldn't go so far as to say they're on track for victory or anything like that, but they're pretty well placed at this point. They're doing fairly well. You'd think the Nationals might be a bit of a support for the sort of conservative side of politics there. There's not a whole lot else beyond in the ungroups and Angela offered. So a bit of uncertainty there, potentially another Liberal, potentially a Shooter, Fisher, Farmer. There could be, it's a confusing one, it's a messy one. Again, we're not going to know that one tonight. But if I return us to the chamber, the likely chamber that we're looking at, and just talk about, Mr. Rockliff has said he's going to ask to be recommissioned and meet the Parliament. If the opposition doesn't want that, they're going to have to come forward and present an alternative to the governor before that happens, which means they're going to have to start hitting the phones if they want to avoid the Premier being recommissioned. Because the Premier is just not going, the Governor, is just not going to appoint an opposition as Premier, without the sort of formal advice from enough people. 18 members of Parliament saying they would support them. So that's the lay of the land, much the same as it was. The difference is potentially, we'll hear from Dean Winter later, potentially Labor might try to form a government from here, when last year in much the same position they declined to.
Thank you, Casey. We were
actually Labor might try to form a government from here, when last year in much the same position they declined to.
Thank you, Casey. We were about to go to the big board, but we're now having a discussion. It's thrown me somewhat.
And, Cassie, I was keen to come to you before. You were itching to make a point.
Oh, thanks, Sabra. I was just in response to Airlie's question. It's not that the stadium wasn't well communicated. People got it. They understood that the AFL dictated the terms. They understand it's unaffordable. They understand that when Jeremy Rockliff said on the first campaign day of the last state election, $375 million in state funds and not 1 red cent more, that turned out to be a complete lie. I mean, broadly, the electorate's very sensible. Well, it is a lie, Eric.
No, it's not.
It's a lie.
No.
Well, the latest assessment of the numbers from the Planning Commission is it's going to cost about $1.8 billion, and you know very well the state has to make up any shortfall there, and I'll tell you what, Tasmanians know that well too. And the reason that we have a planning commission is so that we have an integrated, independent assessment of all the risks. The bill that Eric has put before the Parliament gives him all power over the permit, its conditions. I mean, this is an extraordinary piece of legislation, and the power in it sits with the minister sitting over there. That's why he's so keen on it.
And part of the legislation requires me to act in good faith.
I'm sure you'll do that all the time.
Something that Vicar Bailey and the Greens refuse to acknowledge in their public discussion.
I think it's actually a real shame that something that should have been a really exciting moment for Tasmania has turned into this. And I think that's happened for a number of reasons. If you want to build a big infrastructure project like this, there are ways you can do it by bringing the community along with you. And we didn't see that from the Premier. We saw what was presented was a plan where he completely undersold the impact on the budget. He completely oversold the benefits, both to a degree that was unbelievable. Instead of just being upfront and transparent and saying, OK, we know this is going to have an impact, but there will be benefits that are delivered. This is what we need to get a team. Let's work a way forward. Let's work out a plan to move forward with it. But we've ended up with this position, and I know Cassie will disagree with me on this, where we've got people, one side very strongly against it, one side very strongly for it. The majority of people that I speak to are somewhere in the middle. It is not the biggest issue for the majority of people. And the people that are opposed to it, a lot of them, that's in relation to, it links to concern about other services. So it's not even necessarily about the stadium. It's about the fact that they can't access healthcare or they're worried about their kids at school. It's just such a shame that it has become this completely polarising issue. And I hear that from people on the doors, even within their own families, when it could have been something that actually was an exciting thing for Tasmania and delivered some great outcomes.
Yeah, but you forget, 15 months ago, you were opposed it.
Just hang on, Erica Betts. We have seen the numbers on the floor of the chamber. Let's have a look at what that means for the faces in Parliament. Selina Bryan has the latest on the big board.
Yes, Guy, we just wanted to quickly run you through some of the new faces that we're seeing in this Parliament. So in Braden and Bass, the Liberal Party has got in those two former federal MP candidates, Bridget Archer in Bass and Gavin Pearce in Braden. Then, interestingly, in Clark, Marcus Vermey has been elected ahead of the two sitting Liberal MPs who are now vying for that last seat. So one of them will lose their seat. In Franklin, Peter George is a new face as well. The independent who did very well in the federal election has now been successful in the state parliament. And in Lyons, Labor may also have success with a former federal MP in Brian Mitchell. So 5 new faces so far and potentially some more to come. We'll see how those results play out.
Selina Bryan, thank you. Well, we are expecting the Greens leader, Rosalie Woodruff, in the next few minutes. Erica Betts, do you get nervous when you look at that chamber over there and you see Labor 10, Greens 5? Jeremy Rockliff's claimed victory, but if Labor and the Greens actually do end up doing a deal, as they've denied for years, they could actually control the floor of the House, particularly with left-leaning crossbench.
Look, it would be a perverse outcome if Labor, on their lowest historic vote ever, were to form government with the Greens, something they promised not to do. If they would have gone to this election saying, we will do a deal with the Greens to get into government, their vote would have been even lower than it is this evening. So Labor will sign their own death warrant.
Here now is the Greens leader, Rosalie Woodruff.
Fantastic to be here. I want to start by acknowledging that Lutruwita, Tasmania's first people, the Palawa Pakana, who have shaped this island's landscape for tens of thousands of years. The Palawa never ceded this island to colonisers. Their land was taken in a violent dispossession. I also want to recognise a treaty was promised 2 centuries ago by the colonial administration that was never progressed. That promise was made again recently, and once again it was walked away from. The Greens are committed to returning lands, to truth-telling and to treaty. And I also want to recognise at this point in time the genocide that's occurring in Palestine. And the Greens stand The Greens stand with the people of Palestine for freedom, for peace and for return of their lands. Well, what a midwinter roller coaster this last 5 weeks have been. Democracy is always something to celebrate, but even so, we acknowledge this election wasn't what anyone wanted. Both major party leaders had options to avoid it, but here we are. And democracy is a beautiful thing, and on behalf of the Greens, I want to give a shout out to all the people who had the courage to stand for election. Every person that puts their hand up plays a part in our democracy. And I want to acknowledge Jeremy and Dean's work on this campaign. Elections are gruelling for everyone, especially for leaders in their family. And this campaign has been like no other I've ever been part of. A bitterly cold campaign, held over the school holidays, immediately on the tail of recent elections, wouldn't have been anyone's wish. But the Greens did what we could to bring energy and fun to our campaign. And despite the challenges of a snap election, this has been one of the biggest campaigns that the Tasmanian Greens has ever held. While it might all look like simple politics on the outside, elections are truly made up of individual people who are driven by values. And they're made up of all the people here and across this island. They're committed to change, people who are willing to give up their time to fight for it. And we heard it on the doors every day. Tasmanians are crying out for change. They look at our state and see serious issues. People can't find a home and can't afford the basics. They're struggling to get by day to day, forced to make impossible choices about which bill to pay or if they can afford to run their heater on freezing nights. And when you call an ambulance in Tasmania, you're waiting longer than anywhere else in the country. Urgent surgeries are overdue. Our coastlines, our waterways are polluted, our forests are being destroyed every day, in the pursuit of a quick buck, but at the expense of what makes this island unique and special on Earth. And on top of it all, the budget is in a complete disrepair. And instead of tackling these crippling real issues, both the Liberals and Labor want to spend more than $1 billion on building the state a third stadium. In time of such need, yeah, it is a shame. In time of such need, it's heartbreakingly out of touch. And that's been the approach for major party politicians. But the Greens are putting our community's needs and the environment first. It's about policies that will make Tasmania a better place now and into the future. It's keeping public assets in public hands and protecting public services from being cut. It's a health system that gives the care that's needed when it's needed, instead of grinding workers into the ground hour by understaffed hour. It's cleaning up fish farms, protecting our coastline, ensuring a healthy marine environment and saving the Maugean from extinction. It's public schools that are free for everyone and that have the resources they need. It's strong environmental laws and a truly independent EPA. It's action on climate change. It's catching up to the rest of the country and giving renters real rights and bringing the thousands of houses lost to Airbnb back to being homes for Tasmanians. It's an end to native forest logging. And protecting our biodiverse, carbon-storing forests. It's improving the rights, conditions and pay for workers. It's making big corporations pay their fair share so we can keep delivering and improving the services that all Tasmanians rely on. It's about making sure the years spent on the Commission of Inquiry and all the pain and sacrifice made by victim survivors and whistleblowers are not in vain, that we close Ashley, that we implement all the critically important reforms needed to protect children. And it's about building homes and health facilities, not building a stadium. So as everyone predicted, things aren't entirely cut and dried tonight, but things are looking very good for the Greens. We will keep watching the votes and preferences flow over the next couple of weeks, but at this point, I'm so happy to say we've held our 5 seats, and I'm so proud that I will be returning to Parliament with Cecily Rossell, Tabitha Badger, Vicar Bailey and Helen Burnett. And it's not over yet in Braden. We're not out of the hunt, and I'm crossing my fingers for Vanessa Blyer, a terrific candidate, and I want to give a huge shout out to all the people, all of our volunteers who've worked so hard in Braden and who are watching this tonight. The Greens are more than a 4 decades old grassroots movement that doesn't take money from big corporations. We ran a truly grassroots campaign across the island this election, and I want to thank everyone involved, our fantastic support candidates, our committed, energetic volunteers who helped us have thousands of conversations with people on the doors, who showed up at 6 a.m. and donned a greeny beanie to wobbleboard on dark, freezing mornings, who gave up their weekends to door knock and make calls to voters. And of course, the 650 generous people who donated to the Greens campaign. We couldn't have done it without you. To our campaign team, the party director Gemma Kitsos, party convener Damien Irving, and our terrifically capable party managers Deb Rees and Caitlin Barlow-Groom, and all the other special people who helped run things so smoothly and make it all work. A special thanks to our friends across the ditch, the 4 Victorians who jumped on a plane at short notice. You know who you are, and you wove magic for us. Thank you. My parliamentary staff who have been critical to our energetic organising: Alice, Tom, Steve, Dan, Rachel, Ellen, Alex and Sam. Your integrity and commitment to driving positive change is inspiring. Along with our electorate advisor team, we couldn't have done a snap election without your smarts, your sass and jokes and your can-do everyday attitude. I want to thank my family, Paulie, May, Tilda and in absentia our dog Ziggy, who's the Greens campaign mascot. You all helped make this possible and we couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. So Tasmanians have rejected majority government again. People have seen how broken politics gets when major party politicians put the profits of big corporations and vested interests over the needs of the community. In conversation after conversation this election, people voiced their dispirited frustration, their great desire to have elected representatives who focus on solutions for the serious issues of the day and into the future. Everyone elected owes it to the community to deliver on the message that they've sent, and that means recognising differences of views in Parliament, finding out what unites us and how we can collaborate in the best interests of the people of Tasmania. Finally, I have a message for Dean Winter. After last year's election, Labor decided not to even try to form government with the Greens. After your successful no confidence motion last month, you didn't take up our offer of a conversation about working together to avoid this election. Now Tasmanians have chosen the next Parliament. This conversation needs to be had. Representing our communities is not a game. It's about working together to make positive change. Yes, there are differences, but the Greens and Labor have a lot in common too. We are ready. We are ready to work collaboratively in the best interests of Tasmanians. And Dean, I hope you put them first this time too. So in closing, on behalf of the Greens and all you good people here, I want to make the same commitment to Tasmanians that we made every day during the campaign. Whatever happens next, we are going to go back into the Parliament and we are going to do everything we can to work towards a better future for this beautiful island, Lutruwita, Tasmania. Thank you all.
Greens leader Dr Rosalie Woodruff making her way off the stage with her family.
Very hard to fight on the issues that we campaigned on, absolutely on the stadium. That is going to be the top line issue, the stadium, investing money in health and housing and protecting the environment. As I said in this speech, that is our number one priority.
You talked a lot about Labor, but will you work with the Liberals?
Well, we've seen such a progressive parliament that has been elected already, and the vote's not finished. The vote's not finished, and so we feel very hopeful about the future.
Well, what guarantees do you offer that we don't end up here again in a year's time?
Well, we give the guarantees that the Greens will work in good faith with the people who have been elected in Parliament, just like we did in the last Parliament. We are going to be working hard to get outcomes for Tasmanians.
Labor's vote went down. Can they credibly form government?
It's about who can form a group of people to work in the best interests of Tasmania. Obviously, a lot of conversations have to be had, and I look forward to having that. And we still don't know who's been elected to Parliament.
Have you had any conversation?
Adam Langenberg there interviewing Dr Rosalie Woodruff after she spoke to the tally room there. Coming to you first, Cassie O'Connor, your leader. She says Dean Winter needs to have a conversation with her about potentially forming a new government.
Well, he does. I mean, Dean Winter needs to take responsibility. He brought us to this point. This is Dean Winter's election. The Liberals have not won a majority. It's pretty clear that Tasmanians are not satisfied with either of the major parties, and Tasmanians want change. We cannot have another 3 or 4 years of the same direction.
Can you realistically say Tasmanians want change when essentially what we see tonight is a vote for the status quo? Well, exactly the same 5 members of the Greens. The only difference seems to be the shuffling of the deck chairs. Labor has replaced Labor members, Liberal is replacing Liberal members.
Well, I think at the last election, Tasmanians wanted change, and I think they want it again. They don't want more of the same. And isn't it a shame that someone like Rosalie, of her great talent and courage, can't actually be the Premier of Tasmania because she leaves Dean Winter and Jeremy Rockliff in the shade. But that said, it really is up to Dean now if he is to have the courage of his convictions. All those things he said when he moved no confidence about the need for a change of direction, the things that Tasmanians are missing out on, the misplaced priorities of the Liberal government. If Dean Winter is going to put the people of Tasmania he's expressed such concern for first, he needs to pick up the phone.
Sarah Lovell, will Dean Winter pick up the phone and talk to Rosalie Woodruff?
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversations that happen over the next few days and indeed maybe weeks as we wait to see who fills those final seats. But yes, we've said all along, well, we've said certainly in this last week and throughout this campaign that we will respect the Parliament that is elected and we will work with whoever is elected on the crossbench.
Rosalie Woodruff said there are differences, but the Greens and Labor have a lot in common too. What are the potential differences that could prevent this union from happening?
Well, I think there's lots of differences between Labor and the Green. There are some Greens. There are obviously some issues that we're going to struggle to compromise on, being, support for some of our traditional industries. The stadium is another example. But there would be equal numbers of issues that Labor and Liberal have in common, or that Liberal and the Greens have in common. There's no real we disagree with you on everything or we agree with you on everything. There are a range of issues and all of those issues need to be considered on their merit, which is actually how Parliament operates most of the time.
All right. Now, Casey Briggs, you've got an update for us on the touch screen.
Yeah, 2 quick things. Just to note in Lions, we're starting to get some pre-poll votes in. The Shooter Fishers Farmers candidate has dropped back just a little bit. They are dropping back a little bit, though, on the pre-polls. We're leaving this one in doubt. We're not going to resolve this one today. They remain best placed, but not guaranteed to win that one. The seat in Bass, there are multiple candidates going for one seat there. We're just going to leave that one in doubt. But we should remember we've got broadly similar numbers appearing in the next Parliament as the last one, but a different set of people. So maybe we should just remind ourselves who those new people are, because the conversations might change depending on who is involved in those conversations. We've got 3 new Liberal members of Parliament, Bridget Archer and Gavin Pearce. The federal members for the northern seats, they have entered Parliament. It's not clear if they're displacing. In fact, we know in Braden, Gavin Pearce is in addition, not replacing someone else. Less clear in Bass. Simon Wood still at risk, but in with a shot potentially. Marcus Vermey in Clark is replacing either Simon Barakis or Madeline Ogilvie. Peter George is a new crossbencher that both major parties are going to have to work out how to deal with and how to talk to and negotiate with. We've got some defeated members, the three ex-Jackie Lambie network members, so that is a significant change in this parliament. Rebecca Pentland, Miriam Beswick and Andrew Jenner have all been defeated. And quite a long list of potential members. Within a lot of the electorates, we know the party breakdown, but not necessarily the people that will fill those seats just yet. Jess Green and Jeff Lyons are competing for a Labor seat in Bass. We've got Felix Ellis and Roger Yench. Actually, I think they're both probably elected at this point. We should probably go change that in our system. Shane Broad is a possible in Braden. As I said, Madeline Ogilvie or Simon Barakis. One of those will win in Clark. That's just Dean Winter. The announcement that Dean Winter will come and speak to the tally room in about 10 minutes. So I'll talk for less time than that. In Franklin, David O'Byrne is a possible, on track for re-election, but not quite fully over the line just yet. Jackie Petrusma and Nick Street. The Liberals are at serious risk of falling back one there, so one of those two may well be defeated. In Franklin as well, it's not quite clear who the second Labor member will be, Meg Brown or Jess Monday. Brian Mitchell, a potential in Lyons, and as we've been talking about that, potential shooters, fishers, farmers candidate Carlo DeFalco may well be a member of the next parliament. So there are new faces. This is a different parliament. The numbers are the same, but relationships matter in parliaments of 35, in minorities. The relationships between MPs are an important factor in making this parliament work, and there are going to be new faces in it.
Thank you, Casey. Erica Betts. The speculation all night has been about Labor and the Greens. We've heard it now directly from Rosalie Woodruff, the leader of the Greens' mouth. She's imploring Dean Winter, pick up the phone, let's do a deal.
Well, of course she is, and that is something that Dean Winter has ruled out, and therefore one would expect that he won't. But interestingly enough, in Franklin, I've just had a look at the figures. Rosalie Woodruff has had a swing against her of, 4%, and the Greens have had a swing against them of 6% in Franklin.
With a massive uptick from Peter George.
Labor have had a decrease in their vote of 4.6%, and the Liberals have had a decrease of 0.0. In other words, no decrease. So I think what that's telling you is that the Liberal vote is either stable or increased, and in those circumstances, how on earth can Dean Winter pretend that he can lead a government when in his own electorate David O'Byrne has outpolled him, and I never thought this would be the result this evening, but after Peter George I've come in second on number one votes, above the leader of the opposition and the leader of the Greens. I would have thought that should be telling both of those leaders that they've got substantial issues within their own electorate and with the people of Tasmania, and it would be such a perverse result if those two were to come together to form a government.
I'm hearing groans down the other end of the desk.
She doesn't like the results.
Well, it's just ridiculous. I mean, Franklin was a particular electorate that had a strong independent who'd run in the federal...
A number of strong independents.
Yeah, a number of strong independents, but we're just talking about the impact on Rosalie's vote, who'd run in the federal election, had a high profile. We always knew that was going to bite into our vote in Franklin. But that's a very strong re-endorsement of Rosalie in Franklin because she's a very good local member. So you can spin it any way you like, Eric. Around the state, we've done very well. And we've earned it.
If you think minus 6% is a good result, I'm happy to join with you on that.
Well, at the moment, Erica Betts, we are looking at status quo.
potentially with all parties.
Oh, look, with a Hare-Clark system, that often happens, that there's a reduction in vote or an increase in vote, but it doesn't change the actual numbers in the parliament. I accept that, but I think it is very informative to have a look at the percentage vote, and the one party that has had a considerable lift in its vote has been the Liberal Party. Labor, historic low, and the Greens basically level pegging. The only party that's really lifted has been the Liberals under the leadership of Jeremy Rockliff that they personally attacked.
Sarah Lovell.
Sorry for thinking you finished that sentence 30 seconds ago.
I think I prefer the finger rather than the pen.
That was a bit close.
Airlie Ward, you have a question.
Sarah Lovell, I'd like to pick up on a comment that Cassie O'Connor made when she described Dean Winter as somewhat shut off. Is he the right person to have those conversations, if those conversations are to be had between the Labor Party and the Greens?
Well, Dean's the leader of the Labor Party, so
at the moment
it will be Dean having those conversations. I mean, I can't speak to Cassie's experience with Dean. My experience with Dean is not that he's shut off at all, and in fact, I found Dean to be an incredibly open leader and someone who is genuinely wanting to hear from his team all kinds of things. He comes to us often to ask us for our opinion on things. He's very collaborative. I've certainly gone to him with things, and he's always been very open to that. So
that's inside the party, but we also heard from David O'Byrne that there wasn't the olive branch from David O'Byrne.
I think that there's a lot of history there that probably relates to that, but you know, there was no olive branch from David extended towards Labor or towards Dean either, so that goes both ways. My experience with Dean is that he's been very collaborative and very open to working with people, and I have every confidence that he'll be able to have those conversations.
Is it right? Sorry, yeah, go on. I mean, so will there be a reflection now about the strategic decisions that led us to this point, to a party potentially falling back a seat or in exactly the same place? I mean, has this raised questions about Dean Winter's strategic judgment in launching that no confidence motion?
We've reflected on that all the way through the campaign, and we will reflect on the campaign like we do every time. The bottom line is we had no option. We were faced with the worst budget in Tasmania's history. We were faced with a plan to sell off Tasmania's assets and government-owned businesses. Our choice was to support that and let that happen, or to do what we did and try and give the option to the Liberal Party of a reset. They chose not to take that option. They chose to go with going to an election. That was their right to do that. But we had no choice, and we have reflected on that, and we stand by that.
You could have tried to form government from 10 seats when the governor initially told Jeremy Rockliff, go away, I'll get back to you at the end of the week. That was also a moment to try and form government. Should you have tried then?
No. If we'd tried to form government at that point, there's no credibility behind that. That was a very different crossbench. It was, the Parliament was already starting to fall apart. We had members who were elected as Jackie Lambie Network members who were no longer within months of the election. The Parliament was not, I don't think that Parliament was ever going to last a full term.
So you're looking at this Parliament, you think it's a better group of crossbenchers to try and form government?
I think what we've got now is a very strong message from the community that this is the Parliament they want us to work with. That they know they know the risks of a minority Parliament, they know what a minority Parliament can deliver, and they want us to give it a go.
Erica Betts, whose votes can you swing from this crossbench? Like everybody's trying to put names in columns. Whose votes can you swing? Who will come out and say, I'll support Team Blue?
I would have thought a genuine independent would ask themselves a few fundamental questions. Who's got the most seats? Who got the most votes from the Tasmanian public? Which party saw a reduction in their vote? Which party saw an increase in their vote? And on all those metrics, in fairness, if you're a true independent, surely you'd be backing in the party with the most votes.
I think Casey Briggs can help us on that. We're talking about the independent vote.
Yeah, I might just pitch in on the topic of the third party, the minor party, the independent vote, and make a couple of observations. So if you look at the statewide vote, the Liberals are up 3.1, Labor's down 3.2. So the major party combined vote is roughly steady on a statewide basis, there are differences in different seats. The major party vote is up in Bass and Braden because the Liberal Party vote has increased. There are no Jackie Lambie network candidates this time, and there were fewer independents on offer, fewer credible seeming independents on offer for voters to vote for. The independent and minor party vote has gone up in the other seats, in Clark, in Franklin, in Lyons, where there have been more options available to voters. So we've been looking at this trend away from the major parties that's happening nationally, it's happening globally, it's been happening in Tasmania. Now, it hasn't happened in this election. I do wonder if one of the reasons is the snap election has caught people by surprise. It has meant people that might have run were not ready to run for this in this election. There were fewer independent groups on the ballot this time around. Where there have been more of them, they have attracted some more votes, and we've seen, in some cases. Why don't I just bring up Clark, for example. Look at the change in vote in Clark. There's not a whole lot of change there. Christy Johnston's up 8 percentage points. Wow. Elise Archer hasn't done all that well. She's just on 3%, so she's not been elected. But there are people flocking towards some of those candidates where they see them as serious and credible.
Yeah, but the other vote went down by 11. You add 8.80, 2.9 gives you 11, doesn't it?
We're talking about small changes in primary votes here. This is an election since last year. Yeah. There are no radical shifts here. This is an incremental thing that's been happening over time. We're going to have a look at Franklin as well. Peter George, 17.6 percentage points. David O'Byrne has improved his vote as well, and so we've seen a big lift in the minor party, the others vote there, that we haven't seen in the north of the state. So I wonder if the reason the circumstances under which this election has come about has been a factor in that.
David O'Byrne's vote, they're up 2.5. Are we getting close to calling David O'Byrne?
I think at this point we are. Let me have another look. I haven't looked at this one in a while. We think David O'Byrne's probably elected. There is a little bit of uncertainty around Peter George's surplus, around whether the Liberal Party can hold on for a third. We are thinking at this point that it is likely two Liberal, two Labor, Peter George, Greens, David O'Byrne. That's the most likely outcome here. But there's a few variables.
All right, we are waiting for the Labor leader, Dean Winter, who's expected in just a few minutes to come into the tally room.
Just prior to that, Guy, I wouldn't mind picking up with Erica Betts one of the comments that Rosalie Woodruff made and Sarah, you've made, that, on the doors, that with people not being able to afford the basics, that, leaving the stadium and those big picture things aside, that there are a lot of people in the community who are really struggling. I mean, yesterday I walked 2 blocks and I saw 2 homeless tents set up. A caller to you, Leon, yesterday said the reason that she voted early was to save on petrol money, that she had to go into town and that she couldn't afford
2 trips.
She couldn't afford 2 trips. That is a really big issue confronting whoever forms government, doesn't it?
Look, there's no doubt the cost of living has been an issue in the federal and state elections. People are hurting. There's no doubt about that.
Dean Winter is now coming into the tally room.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, acknowledge their elders past and present. Friends, elections can be tough and everything has to be put into perspective. Early in this election campaign, our community felt the grief when we lost Constable Keith Smith. In Ulverston, you could feel the community mourning. It felt like the bottom had fallen out of our state, and it felt like we were all part of that loss. And I've had tough days on this job, and my family, like most families though, always knows that no matter what happens in my workplace, I'll always come home safe. For Janaea and Ava, Keith's family, that didn't happen, and we're still thinking of them and Keith's police family The Tasmania Police is an outstanding institution, and they were exemplary in the way that they commemorated that during the election campaign. I'd like to acknowledge tonight as well all of the candidates who've run and lost tonight. It is a huge undertaking to run for political office, to leave your job, to quit your job, to take on the opportunity to make Tasmania a better place. And no matter what party people stood for, or whether they stood for as an independent, I know that every party, every candidate stood to try and make Tasmania a better place. I'd also like to acknowledge Jeremy Rockliff and his family tonight. Again, politics can be tough, and I have fundamental and real concerns with the direction that this state is moving in. But I do know that Jeremy cares deeply, and he has been in Parliament now for longer than anyone, and his result in Braden tonight in particular reflects his service. I'd like to thank my caucus and my Labor movement, in particular the two behind me, Anita Dow and Josh Willey, who've stood with me every step of the way, and our entire Labor caucus. I'd like to thank them for their loyalty and their friendship over the past year or so and through this election campaign. I'd like to thank our affiliated unions, who always stand side by side with Labor and our candidates, and who fought to build a better future for Tasmania. Tonight, the Tasmanian people have spoken, and they have delivered another hung parliament, and with it a resounding message that they want their politicians to work together more collaboratively. They are not happy with politics as usual, and they want to see things done differently. And the Premier's speech early tonight showed some of the same approach that he took on election night some 16 months ago, and we know that has not worked. That's not what Tasmanians have just voted for. Tasmanians have voted for a parliament that represents a diverse range of views, one that appears highly likely to be progressive in majority. And it is incumbent upon all of us, to respect the will of the people and to make this new parliament work in the best interest of Tasmania. Whoever forms the next government will need to develop a new approach to politics in this state, one where genuine collaboration and willingness to work together and an ability to put aside differences as the order of every single day. I've listened to Tasmanians' verdict tonight, and I understand that they are deeply dissatisfied with the way our parliament has worked, and they want a change of approach. The result of this election is that the Liberals will have the most seats, but it is uncertain as to how they will achieve a majority. I have enough respect for Tasmanians to be upfront and honest about that. I won't be going back, though, on what I've committed to. Labor does stand for safe, secure, well-paid jobs. And I want to be clear that I'm not going to be trading away any of Labor's policies or any of our values. If the Liberals are unable to form a government, another election is not an option. But fundamentally, what Tasmanians have asked us to do is collaborate on the big challenges that face our state, and there are many. Our budget is in crisis, and I can't stress this more firmly to Tasmanians. There is a budget crisis in this state. And there are too many Tasmanians that can't get in to see a GP, and they can't afford it if they can. Our housing waiting list has doubled, while new builds are at some of the lowest levels they've been in for many years. And more young Tasmanians are leaving the state than we have seen ever before. And Tasmanians are telling us that they want us to treat each other with respect and commit to working together for the next 4 years. But however the coming days play out, Tasmanians can be assured that I've heard the message that they've sent, and I will play my part in making this parliament work in the best interests of our state. It seems likely that the three major parties in the state will end up with more or less the same number of seats as they did in the last parliament. Another election is not an option, which means we need to figure this out. This will take leadership, it will take maturity, and it will take a willingness to work and seek common ground. Whoever forms government after this election, I commit to that being my approach going forward. finally, we had our campaign launch on Sunday and I forgot to thank someone very special. My wife, Alison. And I have to say, something I agreed with Jeremy very strongly on is the impact that this has on families. It has just as much impact on families as it does yourself. I did plan for my kids to come out with us tonight, but they're asleep, and so they're not here. But they start feeling it, the family starts feeling it. I know our whole Labor family feels the pressure of an election. The thanks goes to you, to my family and to my Labor family and to our union affiliates for all of your help and support. Tonight's result didn't go as well as I wanted to, but I commit to continuing to work with you, our Labor friends, to fight for a Labor government that delivers a Labor agenda for our state. Thank you.
Form government with 10 seats.
Dean, could you rule out doing any sort of agreement with the Greens at this stage?
Trying valiantly there to get an answer. We did not hear, interestingly, Dean Winter concede at all. Sarah Lovell.
Yeah, look, that was exactly what I expected to hear from Dean tonight, and I think it's really consistent with what he's been saying this week and consistent with the results that we've seen tonight. The Liberal government have not won a majority of the seats. We are in a new world order in politics in Tasmania, and it's something that we all need to figure out how we're going to work our way forward. It's not a concession in the same way that Jeremy Rockliff's speech shouldn't have been a victory speech, because there is no clear winner or loser here. There is a parliament of people that's been elected that needs to figure out a way forward from here, and they're the conversations that will need to take place over the coming days.
He did mention a majority. He said that progressive MPs will be in the majority.
Yeah, and I think that's reflected in the results we're seeing tonight as well. The majority of members of parliament are very much more on the progressive side than they are on the conservative side. So I think that, it comes back to that two-party preferred result. Those progressive independents and a progressive crossbench, you would suspect, are going to be much more difficult for a Conservative government to get the support of.
That's a warning shot across your bow, isn't it, Erica Bitts?
Look, once again, if you call yourself an independent, you've got to look at the objective evidence. The highest vote of any political party, an actual increase, whereas the others have gone either backwards substantially or stabilised, so no advances there. The most seats, it really is, I think, a perverse outcome if Labor and the Greens, two leaders that have overseen their party go backwards in their electorate, to then sort of claim victory.
Well,
you have said this before, but clearly what you're interpreting from what Dean Winter has said is that he will attempt to form a government if he can.
After having promised and garnered the lowest vote ever in Labor history in Tasmania, having garnered that lowest vote, on the basis that he wouldn't do a deal with the Greens, can I tell you, I have no doubt if he would have gone to this election saying what he did just then, the Labor vote would have been even lower. Unthinkable that might be, but it would have been even lower.
Eric, notwithstanding all of that, I'm getting texts from Liberal-aligned people who are saying their expectation is that Dean Winter will be successful in forming government. I mean, given that possibility, would it not have been better for your party to have tried to find a different premier rather than find themselves where we end up with this uncertainty tonight?
Look, we can try and rewrite history, but the Parliament was about to knock off the Deputy Premier, so he resigned. Then the same Parliament decided that it'd have a crack at the top dog, namely the Premier, and you cannot run a government or a parliament where the individual parliamentarians determine who the deputy and the premier are going to be, who's going to be in the ministry, in or out,
but you should have, that was
whoever would have become the new premier under the scenario would have faced a similar fate in 3 months if you were lucky.
Again, you can't say that, but it looks like you may have strategically chosen a path that leads you to opposition.
Well, the people of Tasmania have backed us in with an increased vote from 2014. The person that brought on this vote has suffered a huge loss for his party, having said no confidence and run a just continual stream of negativity. And what's he seen? His party's vote go down and the Liberal Party's vote go up.
Your party's vote went down 12% last election and you still formed government.
Yeah, from a very high base, and we have recovered and you've gone backwards.
But it didn't work, did it?
But Eric, you don't
last.
have a majority. I mean, you are talking as if there's an assumption that you're entitled to the government benches. You do not have a majority.
And Cassie, you are saying exactly the same.
And I might say, you don't have a plan. You don't have a real plan to fix the budget. You really don't. You're handing us... Why? How could you?
Cassie,
the Treasury was let off the leash in the caretaker period. The Treasury, when they weren't being run by a treasurer in the caretaker period, made it really clear that on the trajectory government is on under your people, we'll have $13 billion of net debt within 3 years.
Without any intervention by the government, which we have insisted. So when we said, for example, that we would right-size the public service, Labor, the Greens and the trade union movement campaigned against us on reducing and making savings. So whenever we said we wanted to make a saving, Labor and the Greens opposed us. So that's why Labor could not and did not deliver an alternate budget. They have no plan, they have no leader, and they have no pathway to
Can we get some
surplus.
clarity? Can Jeremy Rockliff, he says it's his intention to go and see the governor. How quickly do you expect that would be? And you would expect the governor might ask you, the premier, to see if he can confidently lead a minority parliament?
Yeah, first of all, in that scenario, we have to wait and see who the other independents are, and then it's a question of what those independents do. But I think, as I said before, they are morally obliged to look at the vote, see the decrease in the Labor vote, and if they're truly independent, how can they turn around and say, yeah, despite what the people have said about Labor, we're going to make the bloke that forced this unnecessary election on us without an alternate budget plan, who got the lowest vote in history, and we're going to make him premier. How's that going to work in any independent's mind?
Sarah Lovell, can Labor cobble together a government with the independents? We don't know all the independents that possibly are going to sit on those benches. Might that be a possibility, a strong possibility?
I certainly think it's something we should try, because, and until we know who's sitting on those benches, obviously there are conversations that will need to happen. But when you look at the vote, you look at that two-party preferred result, you look at the internal polling that showed that only 35% of Tasmanians thought the Liberal government deserved to be re-elected. You look at the swing against them last time, and you look at the way they have not been able to make minority government work twice now. We can't go to another early election. I can't see a pathway for Jeremy Rockliff to gain confidence on the floor of Parliament. I think if we're going to respect the will of Tasmanians, we have no choice. It's incumbent on all of us to try and make this work.
Well, let's see what the pathways are for both Liberal and Labor. Selina Bryan is at the big board.
So we're just going to take a look at where the big board is at the moment, as we're getting quite close to the end of the night here. So in Bass, the Liberal Party has 3 seats, Labor 2 and the Greens 1. That 7th seat in Bass is looking likely between the Greens and the Liberals at the moment, with the Liberals slightly ahead there. In Braden, the Liberals have 4 seats, Labor 1 and Craig Garland 1 as an independent. Labor's looking likely of picking up that 7th seat there. In Clark, 2 seats for the Liberals, 2 seats for Labor, 2 for the Greens, and Christy Johnston has been returned as an independent too. In Franklin, 2 for the Liberals, 1 for Labor with the Labor leader Dean Winter, the Greens leader Rosalie Woodruff, and Peter George has entered Parliament as an independent. On those 2 last seats, it's a bit of a 3-way tussle, but at the moment it's looking more likely to go to the other independent, David O'Byrne, the sitting member there, and to Labor. But the Liberals are still in contention. In Lyons, the Liberals have got 3 seats, 2 for Labor and 1 for the Greens. For now, the Shooters and Farmers Fishers candidate is in front, although we can't guarantee where that will go tonight, so that could still be either Labor or the Liberals. If we switch now to our pathway to power graphic, we've got the Liberals on 14 seats that they came into this election with and Labor on 9. Now, if we move across some of those boxes that we were just looking at, the undecided votes, if we moved Bass across to the Liberals where they're leading and Braden and Franklin down to the Labor side of the board, we can see where we're kind of likely to end up based on where the figures are at the moment. Those 2 remaining seats over there, as we said, they're likely to go at this stage to the crossbench. So David O'Byrne in Franklin and potentially the Shooters, Farmers and Fishers in their first seat in Tasmania's Parliament on the crossbench as well in Lyons. Now, they're more likely to support the Liberals, so if we moved them across to the Liberal side of the board too, David O'Byrne in Franklin supported the Liberal government with confidence and supply in that last term of Parliament as well. So we can see now they're only 1 seat short of that yellow line that shows that they can form a minority government. If we look at who's left on the crossbench, Peter George, Christy Johnston and Craig Garland as the independents, and then the Greens 5 members as well. Now, Christy Johnston in the last term of Parliament offered supply to the government. She has said she won't do deals, she said she won't offer confidence, but she did offer supply, so there is potential for that to happen again. Now, this is, if those results do play out, how they're looking at the moment, that could be an option for the Liberals. But there are still plenty of results to come in, and then there is a lot more negotiation, no doubt, to come after that.
Selina Bryan, thank you. Very interesting on those potential paths. Sarah Lovell, your final thoughts?
Well, look, I don't think there's been any surprises tonight. I think largely the result is what most people were probably expecting. I'm yet to hear from Jeremy Rockliff how he plans, or even an acknowledgement that he needs to work with the crossbench in a way that he hasn't done before. But I said at the beginning of the night, and I say it again now, it all comes down to that crossbench, who sits on those benches and the conversations that will play out over the coming days.
Eric Abetz, some final thoughts from you.
Look, I think the knives will be out for Dean Winter tomorrow.
Rubbish.
He brought this on and has seen a collapse in the Labor vote. Talking about no confidence, what a terrible job the Liberals were doing, rush of blood to the head. He thought that he could get some electoral support. In fact, the electorate has rejected Labor like never before in Tasmanian history, and Jeremy Rockliff has been endorsed with a swing towards him in his own electorate and likely to get that 4th seat in Braden. What a huge endorsement for the sitting Premier, and I would have thought any independent-minded person would have to do the compare and contrast and realise that Jeremy Rockliff is the person and Dean Winter is genuinely yesterday's man.
Cassie O'Connor, is Dean Winter yesterday's man?
Well, no, I don't think so. And Jeremy Rockliff, to be fair, has been in Parliament for 23 years, and Dean Winter was the Mayor of Kingborough, and by all accounts a good mayor and popular. He's only been in state Parliament for a short period of time. But let's acknowledge one of the things that happened tonight. We've got a likely crossbench of 10 that'll have the same number of seats as the official opposition. The election's over now, and no matter what form of government we have next, the problems are huge. We can't have more of the same rubbish politics playing, and to hear Dean Winter, it was so heartening to hear him talk about a different kind of politics. Well, if we can do that, if we can actually work right across the parliament, we could have some real budget repair, we could invest in health and housing, we could take seriously something no one's talked about in this election campaign, which is accelerating climate change, and have a real plan to tackle climate change and keep our communities safe. The work starts now, and I don't know that Jeremy Rockliff was wise to come out and tout himself as the next Premier, because there's a fair bit to go until that point.
Airlie Ward, some final thoughts from you?
I think that the Governor is probably going to be brushing up on the Tasmanian Constitution. I don't envy her task. We certainly don't want to be here again in another 12 months' time. It's an expensive exercise. The last election was around $4 or $5 million. This one may be slightly less, on top of the dire state of Tasmania's finances. One of the first things, of course, that the next Parliament is going to have to do is to make sure that parliamentarians don't get a 22.5% pay rise, which was supposed to kick in at the start of this month.
Or do get it, as the case may be, Airlie.
Exactly. So, yeah. But the final thing would be there has got to be better behaviour so we don't end up back here again.
Final thoughts from you, Leon Compton?
I just wanted to tie into where I started at the beginning of the night. Whoever steps out into government now is stepping into a cyclone of activity and opportunity. We talked about the fiscal cliff, that if we're not over it, we're certainly really close. And I'm just trying to imagine whomever is governing in minority, how it will feel to need to start making the cuts and maybe increasing the taxes that it will have to take to get the budget back under control. It will have to do that, and it'll be with a fragile coalition. There are issues in health. There is, of course, a massive decision about Mariner Sky that needs to be made within weeks, with implications out over decades, a half a century or more, and smaller bits like how much we all pay in our power prices each and every month. So there's huge issues in front of whomever forms government, and as everybody's touching on, it'll take a lot of maturity to do that and see out a 4-year term.
Leon Compton, thank you. Casey Briggs, you got a final summary for us?
Yeah, I mean, an extraordinary election that's resulted in a chamber that looks very similar to the last one. So Tasmanians have had their say. It's now up to the Parliament to work out the rest of it. Let's just step through the figures one last time. The Liberal Party is within cooey of 40% of the statewide primary vote. Labor's vote has climbed a little bit to just short of 26% of the statewide vote. The Greens are on 14.2. The Nationals are down at 1.6. Not the result they would have been hoping for. The change in vote is a swing away from Labor on primary votes to the Liberal Party. The Greens are relatively steady at this point, and others just down by 2 percentage points. Remember, the Jackie Lambie network had 7% last time that didn't contest this election. Let's have a look at the chamber as it stands. We do have virtually everything that we're going to get tonight now. So let's have a look at where things are at. Liberal Party 14 seats, Labor 8, Greens 5, others 3. We've been talking about some seats which we're just waiting to firm up, but we're going to regard them as likely wins for one party or another, and that gets Labor to 10, the Greens 5, Liberals still on 14, and 4 others. So we've got both major parties sort of signalling an intention to at least attempt to form a government. One of the things that I'll just bring up right at the end that hasn't come up just yet, but one of the challenges for Jeremy Rockliff is Labor 10 voted for the no confidence motion. Greens 5 voted for the no confidence motion. Christy Johnston voted for the no confidence motion, has been re-elected. Craig Garland voted for the no confidence motion. So there's at least 17 votes in the next Parliament that voted no confidence in the Premier not all that long ago. And now the Premier is going to be talking to some of those people, those 2 independents, I imagine in particular, to try and get back up to 18 seats. So that's another challenge here that makes things even more complicated. Have things changed substantively enough for the Liberal Party to see those crossbenchers that voted against them now vote for them. Let's have a look quickly at some of the new members of this Parliament. We have somewhat of a federal intervention in state politics now. Bridget Archer, one of the new members for Bass. Braden sees Gavin Pearce, the former federal member, elected. Brian Mitchell is well placed to win a seat in Lyons as well. So that's three people who were in federal parliament a couple of months ago entering the state parliament. In Clark, Marcus Vermey has been elected. We've got a very strong showing from Peter George. He will enter state parliament. We've got some defeated members as well. The three that we are sure have been defeated are the three people that were elected with the Jackie Lambie network just 16 months ago, and a lot of potential members, including some where we know the party that's won a seat, but we don't necessarily know the individual, Jess Green or Jeff Lyons in Bass. In Braden, we've got Felix Ellis and Roger Inch. They're both still potentials. The reason we've still got them as potentials is because they are favoured. Jeremy Rockliff has 2.5 quota in his own right. We're just wanting to see a little bit more from that, just to be sure that someone else isn't going to overtake one of these two, but they are well placed to both be re-elected. One of these two, Simon Baracus or Madeline Ogilvie, will not be in the next Parliament. David O'Byrne is likely to be elected. We've got Jackie Petrusma and Nick Street competing probably for one seat. Outside chance both of them are re-elected. Meg Brown and Jess Munday competing for a seat in Franklin. As I said, Brian Mitchell is pretty well placed. And then we may well see a shooters, fishers, farmers member of the House of Assembly in the next Parliament as well. So quite a lot of personnel change, even though the chamber, as we'll bring that one up just one more time, doesn't look all that different.
Thank you very much for that, Casey Briggs. And thank you to our panel tonight. Liberal, Mr Eric Abetz. Labor's Sarah Lovell, and from the Greens, Cassie O'Connor. That is Tasmania Votes.
The election was called just 16 months after the last one, prompted by a vote of no confidence in the Premier. Tonight, Jeremy Rockliff's Liberals have the most seats in Parliament, and he intends to go to the Governor and ask to be recommissioned. He also said it's important that the Parliament respects the will of the people.
Labor went into this election with 10 seats. It's ended the night with at least 8. Labor leader Dean Winter said the night didn't go as well as he wanted it to, but he didn't concede defeat either. Over the next few days, the count will continue and more seats will be decided and negotiations will get underway. You can stay up to date with abc.net.au/TasVotes and on radio and on TV.
Insiders will unpick the result from 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stayner. Good night from the Telly Room.
Good night.
We are off to see something that's not happened in decades.
Doctors are blowing the whistle on what went wrong.
This was probably not a great deal.